He's the guy that I sent the videos for, where it was talking about the elements and I don't know. I sent like 2 or 3 videos, or at least I watched 2 or 3. I know I sent one in the chat. Um, but as
Oh, oh, I haven't watched that yet. The guy with the whiteboard?
yes, yes,
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet though. But yeah, I need to watch this.
yeah. So it was really refreshing to listen to his videos because all this data really we just get from out of these books. I've never really heard anybody speak on it with competency. But finding this dude here, he's very fluent, and a lot of what he was saying was very clear. He just has that tone and manner of speaking that you can tell he's been doing the work instead of just bark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, shit. You got like an almost hour video on the Ida Pingala and Shishuda.
yeah. I plan on watching most of those. Honestly, I think I've gotten through 3 of them.
Yeah.
I was interested in catching another Dr. Svoboda video, and his thing popped up about sex versus samadhi. So that caught my interest, because it's one of the things I'm working on.
Yeah.
And just the way he broke it down and explained everything was just it made it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Whereas before religion, it focuses mostly on the guilt trips and mostly on the the strings of manipulation. But this guy
Yeah.
broke it down to the science.
That's what I like about him because he keeps the like religious bullshit out and just is it's like strictly science.
Yes. And I don't know if that's like just the type of occultist we are, or if there's like a new generation of this coming out. But yeah, that's what I'm all about.
Yeah, most definitely. His 5 minute YouTube clips are pretty good too. He has like 5 minutes with Dr. Savoto, and like he has a bunch of them, and they're like 4 minutes, 30 seconds, 5 minutes long.
Yeah, I was scrolling through and I saw that he has those. I didn't watch any yet, but I saw that they were there.
Yo, they're really good. Like even the ones on chakras, and yeah, that one was like good. A lot of just like I guess like misconceptions dispelled on the chakra one.
And that was the one on chakras you said?
Yeah, it's What Are the Chakras? 5 minutes with Dr. Sabobodo.
Okay, I'll check that out. Yeah, okay. I felt a little shift lately. I guess I'm taking a little bit of a break from being so deep in books, and I'm checking out a few of these videos. I haven't really read in like 2 days, but I've been in these videos.
That's funny because I'm about to be doing like the opposite, like get out of the videos and get more into the books.
Our charts are like the opposite, so I mean,
Yeah,
I guess it's
that's like, yeah, because you have a lot of like basically first or like second house, 12th house placements, right?
um I just have Jupiter in second house and
Oh,
Uranus in 12th house. Most of my stuff is like yours in the seventh.
oh shit, that's interesting. Yeah, I bet a lot of the people in the group have a lot of stuff in the seventh house.
So far, what I'm seeing, everybody doesn't have like everyone has like how do I say it? There's like twin activity stuff. Like one person is really close to another person, but the two of them aren't close to another person in the same way. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
wow, yeah,
Each of us seem to be fitting like a puzzle piece. And just looking at the way that, at least from my perspective, the way that we communicate with each other, I'm starting to see, just from the charts that I've done so far, how it relates. Like how Kristen was talking about in your chart, there might be a Jupiter and a certain nakshatra. Well, so you might have a relationship with another person who has a moon or a sun or an ascendant with that nakshatra. So they would fill in the blank for that type of energy coming into your life.
That makes sense. And I feel like we kind of already like you'll be able to confirm the like what you were talking about with like twins and like the people gravitating towards each other just by like if they talk already right now, you know what I mean? Like outside of the group, if that makes
Yeah,
sense. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like just
yeah.
by themselves. I think that's yeah.
It's amazing. I think if I would have found this years ago, I might have gotten a bit attached to astrology, like, oh, this is it right here. This is what we got to be doing. But because I know more, I know more of a well-rounded understanding. To me, this is just illustrating the the self-evidence of karma and the self-evidence of destiny, and how the physical plane is literally scripted out. It's you can't get away from it.
Yeah. That's what he has a Joy Tisha video, 5 minutes, Dr. Savoto. And he goes over like basically like because astrology or Jyotish is the divination system used in India, just like how the I Ching was the divination system.
Yes.
So in India they use like Jyotisha, which is the astrology. He has like a 5 minute video about that too, and basically he says what you said but in different words.
Jyotish. So Jyotish is basically what we call Vedic astrology.
Yeah, it's like the science of light, I think, something like that. That's what it translates to.
I didn't know that Dr. Svoboda was so deep. I thought he just wrote. I mean, from me, I just thought he wrote that Ayurvedic book.
He has
Clearly.
an astrology book. Tree Marie said it's like fucking dope.
Uh-oh.
And then I fucking found it at a local bookstore, so I
What?
bought it. Yeah, I
But
think it's been beneath the Vedic sky, to be honest.
really,
It's like looking through the like, because I don't like beneath the Vedic sky gave like kind of like I feel like it was biased on some of the shit, you know what I mean, and some of the descriptions. But I think that like this book, because it's written half by him and then half by someone else. Like they wrote it together. It's called Light Over Life or Light on Life.
Light on Life.
Yeah.
Light on Life. I think if I find that cover, I've probably seen that before.
I actually got a couple of cool books. This is what it looks like.
Okay, no, that does not look familiar. Wow, what year did he write that? Or when did that come out?
Oh, let me see.
I can just look at the cover and tell that's
First
like
published 1960 or 1996.
96. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like 80. So he's been knowledgeable enough to write a book on it in 1980. And here we are in 2021. 40 years later. Was this before or after he spent time with the Agori?
I think this is after because he published those Agori books like I think before 96. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah,
studying.
because that was published 10 years before the astrology book in 1986.
Yikes.
Yeah, so because he went to India when he was like 18, 19. So he's been like studying this type of shit since then.
Does he ever say why? Like what caused that to happen?
He goes into it a little bit in the Agorhi interview.
Okay.
basically he was like going to med school, but then he decided to first he went to Africa for a couple months, and then he ended up going to India. He went to the Ayurvedic school. There's like a college there. It's like 5.5 year program, and then I think around then is when he met uh Vimal Ananda.
Vimalananda. Jeez Louise. And talk about a game changer. You posted that thing about Nikola Tesla getting some, spending quality time with Vivekananda. I feel like this stuff has the potential to create geniuses.
Yeah.
Or maybe to make more common sense, if it's your karma, if you've got it built up, then maybe this is the type of thing that's a catalyst to unlock that.
And they even talked about that in the Planes of Correspondence chapter. Okay. I underlined that part. Right here it says, those who have brought with them from other incarnations the knowledge acquired previously can comprehend just what is meant by the teachings regarding these spiritual planes.
Yes.
Yeah. That's like built up karma right there.
What paragraph was that one in? Like, what's it start with?
It starts with, but yet even the highest of these advanced beings, but it's like, my version of Kybalion doesn't have any page numbers. Someone just printed it.
Okay. But yet even the highest of these advanced beings exist merely as creations of and in the mind of the all, and are subject to the cosmic processes and universal laws. They are still mortal. We may call them gods if we like, but they still they are the elder brethren of the race, the advanced souls who have outstripped their brethren and who have foregone the ecstasy of absorption by the all in order to help the race on its upward journey along the path. But they belong to the universe and are subject to its conditions. They are mortal, and their plane below is that of absolute spirit. So you do hear something like that in Buddhism and things like that, where they talk about, when you do reach a certain level, you can choose to come back down to humanity and help. But I wonder how much of a choice is that really?
Yeah, because if that's, yeah. Are you talking about the, what's it? I forgot what they call it. Like the people that go out and they're about to like leave, but then they come back to Earth out of compassion. Like,
Yeah.
Bodhisattva, I think that's what it's called. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. That's kind of basically what, I mean, not taking like this physical shell, but like what the ascended masters did. They're just on higher planes. Like streaming the knowledge down.
Yeah. So again, I wonder how much of a choice is it? I mean, what if that is just, say you're able to break free of attachment to the physical plane. That's just the physical plane, right? There's still more planes to go. There's still more layers. Not that it's a bad thing, quote unquote. But I think we have been trained worldwide to have this conception of like the living world and then the afterlife, like just two completely separate things. Like when we study this, we're beginning to see that there's layers and layers and layers.
Yeah, I think that's again like the granularity, like it's just like different degrees of manifestation.
That's what was so good about this chapter, is that it was like the Vedic knowledge overall. It describes layers and layers just to kind of show that everything isn't this or that. Like there's a big ass gray area, and that gray area can be explored, and it's beneficial to explore it because it enhances the understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the other things I like when I don't know it. The paragraph that starts with, "You will kindly remember, however," kind of towards the beginning, before they list out the 7 minor planes.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, so you will kindly remember, however, that the 3 great planes are not actual divisions of the phenomena of the universe, but are merely arbitrary terms used by the Hermeticists in order to aid in the thought and study of various degrees and forms of universal activity in life. So, like, to me, that goes back to the, like, if you look at the Kabbalah, like, it doesn't matter what you call it, but it's the relationship between them that matters. Yeah. And that was like a reiteration of some Kaya Darshan. What was it? Page 4. It goes into, "This means that creation never began and never will end, although there will be differences in the degree of manifestation." And that's some Kaya Darshan. And it's literally the same verbatim about the various degrees of manifestation.
This means that the creation never began and will never end, although there will be differences in the degrees. Oh man.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. You gotta love it. What's good, Stuff Dog 69? Oh shit, I gotta send out the link. I'm slipping, tripping. Greetings, Tree Marie. What's good, Al Dickey? Greetings, IDK, DK, DF. Winter, how are you?
I'm all right. How you guys doing?
What's up, Winter? Doing good.
That's what's up. Glad to hear.
I'm basking in the radiant glow of Venus getting gangbanged by her buddies.
Y'all had me cracking up last week about that.
Impressed.
The milking the prostate. Like, I think it was one of you who just lost it, and that made me lose it.
You have to use that terminology. That's something that you search in the search engine.
Milking prostate.
It's not a natural attribution. You don't. It doesn't come to mind. That is adopted.
Milkies, hot milkies.
Oh man, this is a kid-friendly YouTube channel.
Oh my bad.
Until the females get on, apparently.
Oh man.
What you been up to, birthday girl?
Well, I cried on my birthday. Yeah. So it was like a death experience again. So just thinking of where life should go at this point. And yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's good sometimes to, release some of that. Better than keeping it stored up.
Yeah, I had no idea it was all there though, you know. And it's like, wow, trying to like meditate when I have like so many emotions going through me. Not to mention PMS. It's just like that is like the test of time. Like it's the test. So just consistency with that. It's been a struggle. But lo and behold, still here to, not give up on the process entirely. So
I'm glad you're here because you could have easily not been.
yeah. Thank you.
Namaste. Are we
Nah.
at the level where we can say that yet? Are we at the namaste level or no?
Are you on pet set?
How do you own Tet Set?
Audio pizza?
Yo, I just had a slice right before the meeting, like literally right before.
Audio pizza? What is it? Atio pizza.
It's in the beginning and the end of all of these books.
Ooh.
It's a mantra. It's yeah, it's what Neuron John uses to
I'm
say.
thinking about like the cosmic vibration of the universe, and then like substantial reality. Because I know that that's what Sut means, and then is that. I don't know what Hari means.
Like Hari Hari Krishna.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's Tat Sat is the eternal sound. Pravana represents the unmanifest and absolute reality. That's just like the Google definition.
Okay.
I saw it in this book of chants that Satyananda wrote. I'll get to it after I send this. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Well, did you say Satyananda?
Yes.
Because that's his first like SAT. It's the same. Yeah.
Sat Chit Ananda. That is a mantra right there. So I guess all their names are mantras.
Yeah, because they're really titles like the yeah.
Sat Chit Ananda. That's a mantra itself. Yet he's the guy who was credited writing translating our copy of the Patanjali. And we know that Saraswati is a goddess or Devi or whatever you want to call it. We're still in the midst of her time of celebration right now. Ananda, that's part of the mantra. Interesting.
I'm not gonna lie, I do feel kind of bad that I'm not like at the level of dedication and study that you guys are. So, like, I'm spending a lot of my time listening, and I know that like one day I'll come back to it in a more like focused mode where I can like soak it in better.
It's more of a river, like a stream. As long as you're in it, you're in it.
Yeah.
I like that.
And honestly, I don't think it would take you long to catch up. Not saying that we aren't, any distance in, but to say that you have enough of a background and enough resources in data and people that you could easily get to wherever you think that you're not. Because it's a perception. All levels are about perception.
Okay.
But I could help you convince yourself that you're there already.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking already. I'm like, you're already like at a hot like. I feel like at all your like narrative magic and all that shit is implemented. It's like work that already proves you have knowledge of what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's just like really, really just knowing that is like I forget a lot. Forget that.
Like for example, Trav said that you made entities to like go around, like basically, like for your art, and I was thinking about getting an art piece done, but I just had like I'm going to from you when I get the money, but I told Godflow about it, and then that's why he hit you up.
Oh, I see.
But that was really, I'm pretty sure one of your entities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I just feel like a transition is coming afoot again. So it's like Yeah. I just want to like listen for now. Is what I'm saying. It's like, I'll be in the background. But thank you guys for the words and stuff.
Right on, right on. I mean, honestly, we're not even like I'm really seeing that the concept of time that we have and action has been all wrong. We really think we're doing some shit. Ain't nobody doing nothing because there's nothing to do. Like when we really start to understand karma and we really start getting into it, we're gonna see that all this stuff is already flowing in the direction that it's supposed to go. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
kind of like the quote that Amar mentioned from the Kabalion earlier. The fact that we're even here studying the most divine data on this planet means that we have done a ton of work previously. And when I say we, I mean the components that make up our flesh, right? The consciousness that was attached to the different bodies that we were once a part of. A lot of people are still very superstitious about karma because they don't have the right data, but we're definitely going to get into that here very soon.
Okay.
In other words, you've done the work and right now you're catching up to what you already know so that you can push forward. That's what we're all doing.
Word. Okay.
Gotham City.
It's like I've been trying to do the Yam mantra, and it's like I'm at the stage where it's like I don't really feel comfortable, saying it out loud. So I like do it in my head.
That's
And
the best way to do it, is in your head.
okay. Yeah, I
Like
was wondering if
most
you guys
powerful,
had like a notable
it's more
difference.
powerful if it's in your head than like speaking it.
Okay. It's like that hearing people say, you have to vibrate the word. It's like you automatically think of sound and feeling it in my chest, like say it with your chest, And yeah. So
That's a big part of it though. Don't get it
Mhm.
wrong. Cause like what's good? Greetings, Shango.
Okay,
Everyone, peace, everyone.
What's up?
yeah.
It's good to do it internally because when they talk about Shabda, the primordial sound, it isn't a vibration that's heard with human ears, with the organ. It's it's a known thing. It's existing preeminently of matter. So you doing it in that same space of imagination, it's still working.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's going to be a tremendous benefit in physically doing it because, like you said, you feel the vibration in the body. You're producing the sound with your vocal cords. What's going on here is that you're aligning the physical body with a better loop of karma.
Okay. Gotcha. And that was for just saying it instead of mentally saying it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh shoot.
Say what's good, everybody.
Greetings.
Hello.
What's up,
So,
Saota?
Not much, man. Chilling. How everybody been doing?
Linda,
I've been feeling. What's up, Django?
what up, Amar? Peace.
Peace.
Life is so good. Not even because of anything. It just is.
That's the default now, Trav. Life is good.
Might as well be.
I'm telling you, right?
Spent many other years saying the opposite, so it's nice to be able to say it this way.
Gonna make a lot of enemies with that, man.
Man.
What?
That shows your appreciation, Trav, for having the opportunity to be alive.
Yes.
I agree.
I feel the same way. Life is good. It's good because now with the proper tools you can see things more clearly.
Yes.
you can separate the self that always associated with life is bad. Now you can, you have options. And it's really not your life anyways. You're really not really doing anything. You're just responding to every freaking thing. So once you get that under control, it really now you can really say it really is good. Now I'm not just fucking responding to every single thing,
It's funny when I think about it. It makes me laugh. Like, I don't know. Some people get triggered about it, but when I think about it long enough, it makes me laugh.
Once I got a better understanding of my Eastern chart, my Vedic chart, once I really sat down, read the material that I have on it, went through the whole thing, became aware that that the sattva and rajas and they all play a particular part in your chart, and then the planets are dealing with tamas and rajas and so. Once I saw all of that, and then I began to understand the houses, and then some, like, I don't have any planets in the house, but the particular house, of course, is controlled by a planet, the planetary energy. Once I started seeing that, I was like, oh, it actually made me look. It's like I looked in the mirror. It's like I met my father for the first time when I was like 26. I never saw my father my whole life, right? So when I was 26, I had got an opportunity to meet my father. So pretty much we stood there and just looked at each other in the face. And as I looked at him, I saw myself. I saw like how, like who I looked like, you know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the same thing, that when I've been looking at this natal chart more, I'm like, oh shit, I see the self of me within this. Now I get it. And I have not been the same since. I've been totally changed since I've really actually really got this. Once I got this, it changed me. I suggest, and this is really important, every single person on this live stream, you got to get your natal chart done. You got to get a Vedic natal chart. Once you get that, and once you totally get it, everything else that you're doing is all gonna fall into place. And you're gonna give away shit that you be like, yo, this shit had nothing to fucking do with me. I've been wasting. You're gonna see that you've been doing shit that ain't have nothing to do with your existence. So it's been a change, especially with this the Kybalion is I'm gonna just say the Kabalion is light work compared to Vedic philosophy, because it's only a trickle down, watered down version of Vedic philosophy, trying to explain it to you from another perspective on another part of the planet.
Really?
So I get it now, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's why when, just to add off what you're saying, life is good. It really is. Once you get it, if you know what I'm saying, if you busy chasing the bag, or you chasing yoni, or if you're a woman chasing lingam all the time, life may not be so good for you, because you taking too many losses. But once you do your inner, I don't even want to use the terminology inner work, because a lot of shit is being washed. This is being washed. All of that stuff is generic now to say that kind of stuff. But once you start your inner engineering on your own, your life gonna be fucking changed, man. I'm telling you. On some definitely some real shit.
They say
So
no
it was.
What was that?
I was just saying, gonna ask Shingo. So it was a matter of perspective. So like once you built up enough like groundwork for it, and you was able to see it for what it actually was, that it actually gave you like a sense of like peace, or you know, because you realized that you were right where you should be.
I saw for what it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought I was seeing it for what it was. But now I see it for what it isn't. So it's basically, that's why they got so many different paths, bro, with particular things, because it'd be hard to explain your individual transformation. It's kind of difficult to really explain as an individual what this being just experienced. So basically, what you say, you are kind of right. It's not even my perspective anymore. That's kind of like it's like I'm, because that's the in the Vedic philosophy, the ahamkara is your I-ness. You have to have I-ness, what I'm saying? You have to have, I am this, I am blah, blah, whatever. So, so the I, the person, I don't even see through that no more. It's like, and it wasn't even a choice. It was like, once you start doing, it's just like if you start lifting weights and you don't even think about what happens, you're eventually going to get muscle.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You start fucking around with weights. Just say if you just go into the gym and you be like, man, whatever, I'm going to just go in here bench press 90 pounds every day, like whatever. Eventually, it's going to develop into something, whether you went in there to do that or not. It's the same thing. Once you start messing with a particular thing, and now you start because it's inner alchemy. Now I get it. It's really the Hermeticists call it the philosophic initiation. Once you become initiated into your trueness. So you're right from what you said. The perspective has changed, and now I can't claim it to be my purpose, because I didn't make the decision. All I did was like take these glasses off, and I cleaned the lenses, and then the purpose was already there, and I just fell into it. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just hard to really explain, but I suggest to everybody, just you really got to keep doing it. You really got to depend. You are your Christ. You know what I'm saying? You are the fucking Jesus Christ that your grandmama and them been looking for years. That's you.
For real.
Yeah.
All of that shit. You Indra, all of the deities is fucking you. All the male deities is you. All the female deities is the feminine essence. Even though we have it, feminine is feminine, masculine is masculine. So all of that shit we've been looking for, man, that shit is already there. You just gotta open the closet door and take the shit out. Be like, oh shit, what the fuck? I'm wilding.
So it's like anything, you got to become aware to it. It's even like, it's like that in the physical reality too. You don't know something until you know it.
Yes,
you know
sir.
what I mean? So yeah. So
and you are made aware, and the awareness comes from purposely. Now that's purposeful. The work that you do as an engineer is purposeful. So you purposely start beginning the process of self-observation. So once you start doing this intense self-observation of this person, the persona, the character, that's when shit start falling away. And then that's when, now if you're not really strong enough, to be honest with you can go into a fucking confusion from that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That shit lead a lot of people to actually they start bugging out. That's why people be bugging out on, you know what I'm saying, and start being like, yo, this motherfucker used to be deep. Now I don't know, this nigga be saying some wild shit now, because they didn't got lost in the illusion, because there's a barrier. So once you start once you start crossing barriers, you're gonna get what you get. But you gotta be prepared for that. You know what I'm saying? So you do. So it is purposeful.
Yeah.
So you do, once you do that purpose, self-engineering, self-observation, persistence, time, and trusting the process. Yo, that shit gonna change you, man. You ain't gonna have no choice but to fold. It's like getting your ass beat up, like you think you tough, and then you meet somebody and they fucking beat your eyebrows off, and you go home, both your eyes is closed up. You tried to fight, you know what I'm saying? But you got your ass kicked.
So let me ask you something, man. Do you think that this process that you see going on within yourself, of this evolution that you see and this perspective changing, do you think that this is something that will naturally occur with everybody, and that not you, but the process that you're using, the people just found a way to accelerate the process of evolution and evolving to a greater perspective? Or do you think that you can get stuck in a certain perspective, and you have to do the work to evolve out of it? Did I ask that right?
You asked that. That's an awesome question. You know what I'm saying? That's a full question. So to answer it, to begin, that process has started. That process been started.
Yeah.
And the process activated to where each individual was given the opportunity to do whatever cliche you wanted to call, whatever you wanted to do, whether you're doing shadow work, you're doing inner work, engineering, yogic, blah, blah, blah. That shit happened last year when you got shut the fuck down. When your ass was forced by the government to go into your house, go nowhere, and do nothing. That right there was an outward vibrational display cosmically that you supposed to have said, oh shit, this is something to change. So that was the opportunity to self-analyze.
Yo. Okay, right there, let me say something else. So since everyone, in a manner of speaking, is forced to go within, those who had something within found it. And those who didn't, the karma aspect.
Left in confusion. Exactly, yeah. Because karma is only your debt that you're going to owe by the choice that you're making. It's a decision, because we can make decisions. So I don't want to get too deep into saying that everything is just a pattern and you just fall into it and blah blah blah. No, you do make conscious decisions. We're fucking stuck here. We're stuck in the physical until the body ceases to function anymore. So we do make decisions. So the decisions that we make leave vibrational energy patterns that don't mix with certain shit. So once it don't mix, now you create a debt that you're gonna have to do something to wipe that off of you. You keep stepping in shit and walking somebody's house, dude, you're gonna not be allowed to come in here no more. Like every time you come in, you got shit on your shoe. When you gonna learn to fucking either take your shoes off or wipe them, you're gonna have to change. So we gotta have to change. So we all been given an opportunity to do that. And people, there's been a lot of people who've been whatever they've been going through, trying to change, whether they've been doing some ritualistic stuff, they burning candles, they're trying to meditate, they're trying to eat better, they're becoming vegan. That right there was the subtle energies telling you or alerting you to a change that you're going to have to, that this planet is going to change, because everything operates off of an evolutionary point. Like you said, we're on an upward. We're actually, like, if you want to look at it, like, you know how the stock it starts to go down, but then it gradually starts to come back up. We're right. To me, I'm experiencing that that's where we're at. We're at the point where we're down, but it's gradually going back up. So I don't know how long. That shit may take another fucking 10,000 years to go back up. Because look at how long the human species has existed on this planet. So at one point, we was up. The human species was up. That's why they don't understand the Egyptians and other cultures and shit like that. The Aztecs, they kind of was like, they was dealing with a different type of spiritual technology that kind of governed their civilization to where that shit was so advanced, they thought these motherfuckers was alien. That's the only thing that the human dumb brain can try to rationalize. Well, they don't come from this planet, and you know, they aliens helped them. No, they were so fucking advanced in the evolutionary process that they was popping. You know what I'm saying? But then what happened?
Right.
We started to digress. The more we advance with shit, the more we begin to digress, because we start doing what? Misusing the shit. Yeah. It's like the internet. Somebody can use the internet to become great with information. Somebody else on the internet, they watching 10 hours of Pornhub. They are so energy depleted.
Yeah. So when you're saying about like humanity taking a dip, you know, it sounds like you're talking about the yugas, and it sounds like you're saying like the natural evolution of everything that is humanity is going to rise, but there are certain outliers or people that are doing the process right now that's kind of like paving the way for that to happen. For that,
have.
Okay.
What do you think the people who we call the tribal people, who we call the Native Americans of North America? Why you think them people killed them? They was doing rain dances. They was doing shit to balance the earth's chakras. They call them. They make fun of that shit in the powwows and shit. They think that that's just some fancy. They get together, put on some colorful beads and feathers, and hit the drum and fucking dance around. And so that shit was chakra dances. That shit was to balance the planet. So there's always been no different than the yogins. The Vedas come from the process of high, technically advanced yogins and swamis going into deep meditation and tapping into the different vibrational modes of intelligence, and coming back and just start talking about the fucking one of the books of the Vedas. Like that shit ain't, and you know what I'm saying? That should come from the Akashic information.
Right. But if it can happen that way, then those people coming in and killing those people that was doing the rain dance was the opposite happening. Because if it can happen that way, if it's people, if we're gonna evolve, you know, there had to be catalysts for the de-evolution, right? So
let's go to the Kybalion. What you want to call that? What law is that?
That would be polarity, right?
Yes, sir. You got to have it.
Right.
And we can't distinguish those things from. We can't use good or bad, right or wrong, moral, ethical. That shit don't apply to what we're calling cosmic energy, cosmic law. Correct. That shit is beyond our identification with how we governing ourselves here.
Right, that's human shit. Yeah.
You gotta have something to live and something to die, something to survive, and something to be a predator. There's all that, because once you create that vibration of evolving or being birthed into another state of awareness, there is going to be there's going to be a de-evolution at the same fucking time.
Right.
It's parallel.
Yeah. Okay, I got. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So we going through that. So we always that. That's why we doing this. I keep saying in the chat, like, yo, man, do you realize that we, like, look at us, who look what we reading. Look at what the stuff that everybody that's involved here has been studying. You are the actual ones. That right there, if you just take that, you can go concentrate and meditate on that shit, and that'll take your ass into the fucking Akasha. Once you realize, like, yo, am I a part of the new evolution of, like, the Asara Set societies, kind of Ra Amen Nefer uses the term Homo spiritualis to go beyond Homo erectus. That's the next evolution. You're going to become a spiritual, back to a spiritual human, or you're not even going to be human. You're just going to be spiritual. So it's hard to define it. So you see how I can't really use a term. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. When it show up, it will get. Yeah,
you're gonna know. No, I'm gonna. Right. I just want to say, you will know once it's here, and to be in the end. We here right now. We really are in the process of evolving to a greater. We're just in the process of evolving to become greater, to become what we are originally. The reason why we're here is to vibrate the highest, purest level. Some people are here to burn off karma because this shit goes through multiple fucking life cycles.
Okay.
Ranu Banda, body memory and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? People, it ain't just mind memory. You got physical memory that's attached to shit that you already did in a past life, and then you keep being attached to the same shit. That's what that's what comes with self-analysis. Once you start doing this self-analysis and you be like, God damn, why I keep chasing these chicks, or why I keep doing this all the time? You got to get back and be like, yo, maybe this is the fucking karma. Maybe this is the shit I'm supposed to stay away from.
Right. That's like blood knowledge. What you're talking about, like, having, like things being passed down through the blood, it almost like hypertension, how a family can have hypertension, but you can do that. You can have like trauma and stuff like that being passed down through the blood also. You know what I'm saying? And it make you act the way.
That's called, and that right there in Ranubanda, body memory. That's what that is. That shit is built into your very cellular structure. Somebody was always traumatized in your family, and that shit come from you, and then you might be the aggression. You know how they got the saying, people say that I am the fury of my ancestors. So that's completely true. I said this before on the post. Some ancestors are pissed off at other people's ancestors for fucking standing there while they was watching them getting fucking hung. They people stood there and did fucking nothing. You don't think the motherfucker that caused bad karma from that shit? When you inside, you feeling angry inside, like, I need to go fucking, if I die, I need to do something. But you stand there the whole time and you do nothing. That's a fucking coward. That's why they say a coward dies 1,000 deaths. I mean, that shit is generational. It's passed down to 1,000th generation.
Wow.
Why you think it's all cowards in the world? I'm not saying people are not brave, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that a lot of men right now exhibit non-warrior energy. These niggas is these dudes out here is ultra moist and feminine. They wouldn't be able to defend. They wouldn't be able to defend absolutely nothing. What's his name, Amar and Trav, inside the Upanishads? He was the Arjuna. That's what he was. He was a warrior. But then he wants to now become deep, and now he don't want to kill nobody now. And And now the high lord got to tell you, like, dude, get your mind right, dude. Your fucking bloodline is murderers. You're supposed to murder, massacre amounts of people. That's just what you do. It ain't no right in it. It ain't no wrong in it. It's what's supposed to happen. So some people are like that. Some people didn't lost their warrior spirit. They didn't lost their willpower and shit like that to even become self-motivated.
But that's what the world pushes, though. I mean, it pushes that on on certain people, you know what I'm saying? And it's like,
that's magic.
Yeah, it's magic. Hell yeah, it's magic. It's magic like a mug. It's brilliant. I can't. I mean, once you take feeling out of it, you just got to look at it for what it is, and it's brilliant.
Do you realize that Stephen Hawking's, they tested him scientifically, he was only using 4% of his whole brain capacity. But this motherfucker was considered one of the most intelligent people on the planet. Of course he was. He was studying shit that nobody else is fucking studying. So why not be called the most intelligent? So if somebody else was to study the same shit, you'll be in his peer group. But he was, as a human machine, his brain and mental capacity, he was only using 4%. That's no different than us. But you know what ancient yogins was using? All of their whole mind capacity. They was in control of their total mind capacity. Just like the video I was watching the other day, she said they was walking across water and floating in the air. That shit was light work. That wasn't even phenomenon to them. That was just how they was able to manipulate the fucking human beings.
Levels of realization. Yo, Alora, how are you this afternoon?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. I'm at work, so I'm probably going to be tuning in and out today, but I saw y'all said it early, so I was like, oh, I want to jump in.
Cool beans. Did you have avocados recently?
Yeah.
Both had avocados yesterday.
Bean.
What? Wait, why are we talking about avocados? So we were talking about laws of correspondences.
We are.
We're talking about avocados.
Speaking of which, did you have avocados?
But you answered, then you said, wait, what?
Yeah, that's my form of trust for y'all. Okay.
Yo. But it's all good, man. All I can do from my experience is suggest every book that you see Trav put up there, every book that you see Amar put up there, you got to read them, man. You can't even just read them. You actually have to study them books. That is it appears, and I'm gonna say it like that because I don't want to seem like I'm pushing anything. It appears that the yogic philosophy is the only systemized study and practice that the human machine can utilize to make himself into a divine being, to eliminate the dirty shit. It appears to be. Now, you know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking nobody else, but it appears to me that the yogic philosophy is one of the only systems that I've come across that breaks your ass down to each. It ain't no stone left unfucking turned. You walk away with all your questions answered. You're like, yo, dude, if you're not getting it, maybe you got a problem. Your problem is what you just read about, and you got to fix it. And it don't never tell you that the yogi fixes nobody. The yogi does nothing but passes on they really just pass on information, like I said, that they're getting from deep inner engineering and contemplation. And basically telling you, like, yo, you got to check yourself, man. I'm just giving you this hammer, but you the one that got to go get a tool belt to hang it in. You got to go get your own nails to nail shit back together, and you got to fix your own self. Other than that, you're gonna be nothing but another human being seeking comfort from somebody else.
It almost appears like I've never really owned a fish tank or an aquarium, but I know there's little things that you can put in there and they filter the water and clean everything out.
Yeah.
Like when you have a yogin in your presence or a guru or anyone that's like really doing this thing, they become a filter like that. And in the presence of that entity, whether it's through dialogue or physically being there or mental transference, whatever you want to call it, all your obstacles now become clear. And all that remains is whether or not you want to do something to change it and go towards Buddhi, or if you want to stay in the same situation and go towards the Indriyas. Like it really seems like when you're in the presence of this knowledge, all that's left now is, do you want to do it or do you not want to do it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's well said, Trav. You're exactly right. It gives you everything. It just lays everything. Look, so I'm gonna give you everything. I'm gonna give you a job. I'm gonna give you the tools. I'm gonna give you money. I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you. Now it's up to you to go do. Go on, do what you got to do. That's why I don't nobody stay under no yogi for 50 fucking years.
Right.
They learn. They get to that. They learn to a certain point. Then they practice with the yogi to a certain point, and then they outgrow both of those processes. So now they're their own it's like a fucking tree. You can have more. I got like a fucking oak tree and a palm tree can grow right next to each other, but they both get the fucking sun. But they're two totally different fucking trees. That's kind of what it is. You need to grow into your own tree, dude. Like you can't fucking stick onto me. It's like a child. Like growing up as a child, you actually supposed to grow into a self-sufficient adult to take care of your own self. Cooking, cleaning, sewing shit, fixing shit, owning some shit, losing, winning, all of that's supposed to be a part of your earthly experience. But the main thing is you're supposed to always stay even keel, stable.
Yeah.
As Trav always says, maintaining your frame.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
Once you let somebody take you off or as we used to say, this nigga that took you off your square. Once somebody is taking you off your square, you are a fucking square. You know what I'm saying? You lame as fuck. So it's beautiful, man.
Truly. Do you guys notice that people are gradually hopping on the Vedic wave?
Big time.
I'm seeing that all across the board.
I already knew that from the beginning that it was going, because it should. And playing around with this type of shit, go fuck with certain Tantra, because people think Tantra, the name Tantra covers all of it. They just think there's so many different schools of fucking Tantra. Go fuck with one of them Tantra schools and see once you get your whole head twisted backwards. And then didn't the Swami, the one with the I hate to say female, but that's all I can describe, the video I sent. Didn't she say that in India, when it comes to tantric, that shit particularly means magic? So in certain parts of India, when you say you practice Tantra, basically you saying you a fucking sorcerer. You ain't no yogi like that. You know what I'm saying? There's different levels of of yogins based off of what particular of yoga you've been studying. So people don't realize this is a particular, see the books that we've been reading, Vivekananda and all of them, that's a particular school of yoga.
Danta.
Yeah. And I found out, you know how they show they got those nice pictures of Shiva and he's smoking bong. They always show him hitting a fucking bong. There's nowhere in the ancient scriptures that mentions Shiva ever smoking bong. It says that basically he was given cannabis to counteract some poison that he had actually intaken some poison. So one of the gods gave him some weed, and it basically said he drank it. So it made in tea form, and he drank it, and it counteracted the process of the poison that he took. Because I think the story goes that this poison was going to kill everybody. So he drank it so it wouldn't. So of course that he has a whole nother name for that. That's another energy of Shiva. Just like Hanuman is another, that's Shiva too.
Yeah.
So he never was. So the Lord of, so when they show those pictures, like I said, they said that was a Western creation. So how once the yogin information started becoming disseminated throughout the world, and they said that those pictures of how we see him sometimes on Pinterest and stuff, and he's smoking big weed. That shit come from the hippie era. Because don't forget, a lot of those individuals were traveling to India. That's because a lot of the hippies started getting into what? Yoga.
Yeah.
And it's also like metaphorical of like intoxicated by like the divine. Like that's the intoxication that Shiva has. He's intoxicated by like the depthness of his meditation.
That's all he wanted to do. A servant. But actually, you know, as we know, Shiva is what? Shiva's the destroyer. So that's another thing too. So basically, like what the brother Stuff Sister and I asked earlier, that's basically the process too, bro. Is just we're destroying ourselves. We're actually killing the personality that I've developed for all of these years of living upon this planet. I'm killing him.
Okay.
Killing him with Durga. As you see, when you see the pictures of Durga, and she got the head chopped off, she got holding heads and blood spurting all in her mouth, and the man is just laying on the fucking ground. That's me. I've submitted myself to the ultimate primal energy, which is Shakti, Durga, all of this transformative force for the purpose of unknowing who I've become. I'm dead to the personality. I think Panic might have spoke about that. You know, talking about when you, because I never really watched the video talking about when, you know, that death ritual or whatever it was that he had that video. You know what I'm saying? Didn't he kind of mention some shit like that?
He did. I did hear some in a video. He talked about it in a couple of videos, actually.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that would make sense. I mean, because, you know, the person that you are right now is not who you really are. I was talking about this in the last time. You know, your personality was built here, you know, and associating with that is definitely not going to get you to the next level, you know. So it will make sense what you're saying about, you know, the process of unlearning, but, you know, it will make sense that that's hard too, that that's not an easy thing, that takes focus.
It is hard because that's what has gotten you through life. That's how you survived.
Right.
because it was needed. And I'm not, it was needed for you to have this personality. It was needed for you to have the characteristics that each and every one of us develop, because we still have to survive on this motherfucking violent ass crazy planet. But once you start delving into particular information and you start discovering tools for transformation, and you start utilizing them, that's when the process of dying begins. It's no different than masonry. To become a 3rd degree Mason, you got to fucking die. They're gonna bury your ass in a shallow grave, and then they're gonna give you the fucking lion paw and raise you back up. Now you're gonna be perpendicular on your square once you back up.
Hiram Abiff, ain't it?
Yeah, you're gonna become 90 degrees perpendicular on your square once they raise you back up. So you're gonna be so symbolic. Hiram Abiff basically is the fucking the architect of the self was killed. Now he has to be raised back up to now he's a master knowing these particular words and perfect points of your entrance and shit like that. So now you be seen as a higher level. You're in a sublime level.
Yeah, what you're talking about right there is I mean, if you got the eyes to see, it's apparent around you, because that's really the only thing that's going on. You come into something, you stay there for a little while, and then you evolve out of it, and that's the stages of life, all of those things, it's telling you exactly what you're saying right there. It's just zooming out and zooming in, so
You're absolutely right.
So everything is a matter of perspective, is what you're saying, and building your perspective to see things more holistically, I guess is the best word. A greater perspective. Now that's it.
So it's like an architect. You don't just see the form, you see the composition of the form. Like if you look at a building, some people see us, we will look at a building and go, that's a big, tall building. An architect will see mathematics. He'll see dimension. He'll see what that right there is, boom, boom. It's just like I used to build houses years ago, so I can look at it and I'd be like, oh, they use crack face block on that house right there. Or they use crack face on that restaurant. Oh, I know you can be able to know where the fucking cornerstone and shit like that is at. You can look and see how if the joints of each block was laid correctly. You know what I mean? So that's so like you said, it is perspective, but it's also along with perspective has to come purpose. Once you start seeing from a different perspective, why? It's all right. Individual. It has to go back to what are you going, and then once you realize the reason, what are you going to do now? And how are you going to do it? And when are you going to do it? Is it needed to do it? That's why, like you mentioned earlier too, about people falling into confusion. The big thing that leads to confusion is overlapping too much information that don't marry into each other. Just because something sounds deep and it makes you feel fuzzy inside because it sounded good, it may be useless, or it may not be needed right now. It may be needed, you know what I'm saying, later on.
Going to your point about like destroying the personality, that feel good shit is going in the opposite direction. In my opinion, because like, yeah,
none of that shit. Don't those motherfucking deities, them deities of transformation are fearsome fucking deities. Durga and Kali Ma, those are transformational deities. Them and when Shiva turns into the destroyer for real, those are terrifying fucking beasts.
yeah.
The motherfuckers are not nice deities that you're gonna be, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it's just all like that, but they're not made to be fucking little baby fat cherubims flying around with motherfucking chubby red cheeks looking fucking cute.
That's why that's why she's depicted as having like drinking blood. She has fucking demons like dripping blood in her hand. Fucking stuff. All that shit is not supposed to be fluffy.
It's not supposed to be fun, man. That shit is not supposed. It's supposed to be ugly. It's supposed to be poisonous. It's poison. That's why them stories are awesomely great. Because you actually have to drink some poison to change who you are. That's the self, because it's what has become the character is going to become your adversary. The mind is your adversary and your friend at the same fucking time. So being that we've neglected particular parts of ourselves for so long, once you start giving some attention to those parts, the parts that have been operating in the forefront, they're gonna start malfunctioning. Now that's when you got to be strong and be aware of your inner self, or you're gonna end up in the fucking deep end thinking you Captain Ahab some fucking way.
Yeah,
weirdo now.
The thing that helps keep me grounded is like when I'm going through like the pain, that shit, whoever's feeling the pain and like dying is not really me. That's the false perception of myself that I've created. That's really who Kali Ma is cutting off Amar's head.
Yeah, that's all I can say is the personification, the characteristic.
Isn't she supposed to be destroying the illusion, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So we look at the structure of the mind, the part that's really the illusion is the ahamkara, right? The ego. And it almost seems like that's that central area, that crux that we really have to do the work in. You mentioned all that feel good shit is going in the opposite direction. It's true, because the desire that makes us want to feel good and get that burst of dopamine, that's leading to the pleasure of the five senses, right? The indriyas. And that's what keeps us stuck, right? It keeps generating new karma and playing out the old karma in this endless loop. But when we turn that thing around and face upwards toward the Buddhi, we start to face ultimate reality. Even though we don't see it clearly, at least we're going in the right direction. And going in that direction helps us to get a better vantage point so that we don't get swamped and trapped and locked into more Maya.
Yeah, so what does the Kabalion say in the chapter Define Paradox? I just look right at it. The truly wise, knowing the nature of the universe, use laws against laws, the higher against the lower, and by the art of alchemy transmute that which is undesirable into that which is worthy, and thus triumph. So the law, so it's right there in the Kabbalah. It's the same thing we just now said with all the poison and Durga and all the transformation. The Kabbalah is calling it art of alchemy, transformation, transmuting that which is undesirable into that which is worthy. Or in Masonry, they call it you're a rough ashlar, and you're becoming a stone that's usable for the master.
So that goes exactly into what Travis was saying yesterday about using the Goetia for karmic cleansing. That's like the same type of shit working with Kali Ma, because like the 8 heads she has around her are like lust, greed, envy, like gluttony, like that type of shit. I forgot the rest of them. But that's just mental transmutation of like what guilt would be to its higher, like higher on the scale. I'm thinking of the Maps of Consciousness by David Hawkins, and he has like guilt and shame at the bottom, which vibrate at like the root chakra, versus love, which is vibrating at like the third eye or like seventh chakra.
That's from Power and Force, right?
Yeah.
Which is a book everybody should be reading. That book, that's a good read right there.
You're not already up there now.
What's it called? Power and Force?
Power and Force.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome book.
Each one of those chakras have a particular thing that blocks it.
Good looking feet.
Damn. Each one of the chakras have a point that blocks its growth. You mentioned guilt and shame and greed and all that stuff. It's kind of funny how in the Bible we have those 7 deadly sins because they each relate to the growth and the progress of those chakra points. And it isn't so much about regulating behavior. It's more about if those things exist within your experience, you're not going to go very far past living in the 5 senses.
You know what's gonna hurt people's feelings too? Once you come to the realization that the Bible and the character or the persona that's called Jesus was nothing but a traveling yogin. And then it's a metaphysical story to show you how there's polarity. There you have a righteous individual and you have unrighteous individuals. And unrighteousness does not want to be overtaken by something that's righteous, and it's gonna because it can't it's all ego based, and how the Vedic philosophy, they have all these different terms. The biblical terms for those energies was called Pharisees and Sadducees and Jews and Hebrews and Canaanites. Those were nothing but psychological characteristics that are demonstrated through the human machine. Those are just character traits. Those wasn't no real fucking people. That shit is metaphysical. That was energy shit that motherfuckers was displaying.
So are you
saying so when this individual yogin type of character comes through your town, you got these Sadducees following them around everywhere. They walking through a cornfield, and it's the Sabbath day, and one of the 12 disciples eats a corn, and now the Sadducee says, "Look it, he eats he working on the Sabbath day. He picked corn." That's what we call petty niggas. That's personality traits. That's psychology.
So you're saying
you got people who are always judging you for. You got people judging you right now because you want to fucking read Vedic fucking astrology. You got somebody that don't. People think people are against the Western. People are like they're not just utilizing both as a balance. They're against it. That right there is petty shit. You shouldn't be against anything. It's about usage and purpose.
The way that you're setting that up, it sounds like the New Testament is set up like the Bhagavad Gita, where each one
pretty
of
much
those that we take literally are actually representatives of psychological aspects.
People even ask, they ask in the Bible, why, to Jesus, why he always speaks in parables. Shit, that's how all ancient people taught in parables. So Upanishads is mad parables. They just call them shlokas. They got words.
Ain't that how you gotta teach higher knowledge or knowledge that's outside of form? You gotta figure out a way to put it in a way that a mind that's not thinking outside of form can grasp it. You know what I'm saying? So
abstract thought.
Yeah, abstract. Yeah, because that's what you were saying earlier. It's hard to describe your transformation to somebody else because it's abstract. What you're looking at on the other side has no form. So it would be it's impossible to describe it or to nail it on the head. You can only get kind of around it, and that's what a parable is. So yeah, I get that all the way.
And the only thing that we can all compare each other to and relate to is Malkuth. Is the physical materialistic shit that we do, that we did, our struggles of growing in the hood and whatever it was your life, physical shit that happened to you, we can relate to that. But once as individuals interrelate, I should say. So when the person starts going through fucking self-alchemy and transformation to go into that level, a person has to go into it their own self to experience it, and then they can have come back to the physical realm and try to give sort of an understanding to each other.
Yeah, that's, you can see that in the physical too. I mean, it's, you know, it's hard to relate to things that you have no knowledge of, you know. So I get, it would be, you know, it's almost impossible to relate something that has, you know, it has no, yeah, I don't say form, but it, you know, it is nothing there to actually tell anybody about. You know what I'm saying? It's just the experience.
Yeah.
You know.
That's why I kind of like that chapter in Kybalion, that divine paradox. It's where it says in that chapter, it says, so finally students all grasp the advantage of mentalism and learn to know, use, and apply the laws resulting therefrom, but do not yield to the temptation which, as the Kabalion states, overcomes the half-wise and which causes them to be hypnotized by the apparent unreality. You have true knowledge and false knowledge. That false knowledge will lead in the Vedic philosophy, or in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, it speaks of that half wise, right? So then it says that the Kabalion states overcomes the half wise, in which causes them to be hypnotized by the apparent unreality of things. The consequence being that they wander about like dream people, dwelling in the world of dreams, ignoring the practical work and life of man, and end being that they are broken against the rocks and torn asunder by the elements by reason of their folly. Ain't that what we've been fucking going through? What people go through? Niggas wandering about like fucking dream people. Listen to the music. Them niggas is fucking wilding with the shit they be saying. These young niggas be hip hop music always was some dream nightmare shit. Love this. All I can say right now, that's what I'm saying. We, the human machine and the human operation, is out of fucking control. We be wilding. The human being be fucking wilding out, man. Curve, what's happening? I see you there.
What's good, man? Oh, snap. Put me on the spot.
Nah, man.
I'm just joking. How you been, bro?
I'm good, man. Good seeing you, man.
Nice seeing you too, bro.
The human machine is a piece of work.
Addicted to our little shots of dopamine.
Yeah. Do you know just staring into the eyes of your pet, your dog, or your cat produces dopamine?
That reminds me of this movie with Keanu Reeves. I think it's called Constantine, but it's where in order for him to get to like hell or the land in between, he stares into this cat's eyes.
Yeah. Yep. That's why the Egyptians used them as, they basically used cats as guardians of the gateways. Cats can see into, well, most particular animals see into, they see other dimensions. You know how your dog or your cat just be staring somewhere and that's like some meditative shit they're not even physically seeing what we're seeing.
That would make sense. I mean, if they got, senses, they could pick up, because your senses are basically dimensions. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
If they had, greater senses or senses that we don't have privy to right now in this form, then yeah, they would be able to see, in other dimensions and other forms and things like that. Maybe that's what this is, a constant building of the senses, a constant building of being able to see greater and greater and greater pictures of this thing that we in. You know what I'm saying? Like, we think that we higher because we humans, but and some animals have way better senses and can see it way deeper into realities that we could only imagine.
You know that you could put your consciousness into an animal.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And live the awakened experience of that consciousness while still being a human through that fucking animal. So some animals that we see because you can, if you get into the whole concept and philosophy of reincarnation, you can reincarnate into a whole another being. That's how I was reading. I was just now trying to find that material that I was reading, and some yogins were capable, or some people who reached that level with the Vedic tools and are capable of knowing what type of animal energy that some people have, and they deal with them on that level. So some people might have been a fish, so they know how to tap into that particular conscious awareness of that person's past life and basically interact with them like that.
I think we were talking about that at one point, right? About spirit animals and how rarely it's someone who can actually become the animal or channel into the animal. And therefore that's like their spirit animal, because it's something it's outside of themselves that they can also identify with as part of themselves.
Exactly. You're exactly right.
Stuff Dog said something that was pretty crucial also, how he mentioned that the senses are dimensions themselves.
Yeah.
And the Vedic talks about that, how the dimensions evolved out of each sense, right? From Akasha to air to fire to water to earth. Those are individual spaces of experience. They create vibrations that we have organs that receive. They're one and the same. They're almost like the yin yang, the puzzle piece. We have sound organs to perceive the sound, but they both come from the same dimension, right? Of Akasha.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's like the breakdown of how different forms communicate differently. They may all be a form, but the way how they manifest or how is slightly altered.
Yeah, and with form, see, that would be the dimension of fire, right?
Mm-hmm. And that's like I was saying earlier about your Vedic chart. Once you get your Vedic chart and study that, and really, it's beyond the study with your Vedic chart. That shit is, once you look at yourself with that, you will see all of that. Your elements, you will see what element dominates. You can change your whole diet and life with your Vedic chart. You will know if you got too much fire, too much water, too much whatever, which one plays dominant. And you can really, really balance yourself.
Right.
It's
That's where the
it's
Ayurveda
important.
comes into play. The
Exactly.
Ayurveda shows you what your body type is and what you need more of or what you need less of. And that is
And
a
you have
huge
to
game
know
changer right
that,
there.
and you have to balance that to become, as I said earlier, spiritual, a spiritual being. You cannot be an unhealthy physical. Your physical cannot be unhealthy, and you think you're going to the motherfucking akasha. It's just not. It's not happening, man.
Cannot work.
You know
that way.
something? How we was talking one time about. I came to this concept by reading something, right? How we were saying, these yogins, they go into this deep meditation, and they're not eating, they're not drinking. You know why I came to this? I thought about this. They don't have to eat or they don't have to drink because they become one with the all. So by becoming one with the all, they become one with all beings. And as I was reading, it says, so if someone else is eating, they eat the energetic food from off of someone else eating. So all the people that are eating or drinking water or breathing, being that they're in the all, they're experiencing even that level of existence. So their physical body don't need to breathe, eat, excrete anything, or drink anything because the all is providing all of that while they're there.
So it's like being connected to an umbilical cord.
Being connected to an umbilical cord. You're being fed by the very source
Prakriti.
that you're seeking.
Mm-hmm.
So
So then,
mother, Prakriti.
so is it then that you identify as the all, or do you identify as Prakriti in the truest
There is no
form?
identification. The all is all. The all don't have to. The all does not identify with anything. It's the all.
Right, but we are still physical manifestations. So in my mind, the only
Once you reach that level of samadhi as a practitioner, you don't even identify with the physical. But there is no more samadhi. You have no more identification with any of that.
so you can still live within a human form, but not have that identification and therefore be released of those needs.
Once they are in that samadhi form where they are in the all, that physical form is not even them. That's not what's in the all. The physical form is here in their yoga cave, in their sannyasin cave. But the true self is the Atman, that the energetic spirit. That is what it is. It is in the all. It is the all, and it's nothing. So it has no identification with that physical form that's sitting in the siddhasana position. But once he choose, because they can choose not to come back. But when they come back, they have already that's what level we're on. We're not practicing yoga. Well, I can speak for myself. I'm not practicing yoga. I'm learning to practice a yoga practice. So there's, when we come to pratyahara, that's baby food to somebody going into the all, because they've already learned to separate from their senses. So that's because that's a developmental process. So once you've already graduated from that developmental process of pratyahara, there is no more identification, even if you do start come back and walking around and anything like that. Didn't I send that Dhammarama? Didn't Dr. Saota say that his yogin was eating fucking tobacco?
Yeah, he was eating the tobacco leaves straight.
He was eating straight tobacco leaves,
which is poisonous to the normal person.
Convert the poison into the divine nectar.
That's what he said. He was eating tobacco, and some yogis drink tobacco water, and they have taught them they are so deep, they didn't fucking transform their body into a machine that can turn that, as Dhammarama said, into the Amrita, which is what we call, the Greeks call it ambrosia. the food of the gods. That's how far we are away from perfecting some kind of practice like that. We may never reach that. I can't say we. I'll go back to me. I may never reach that level in this lifetime. I may have to reincarnate to come back to be. This might just be like being awakened to Vedic philosophy. This is a part of I'm paying back my debt. This was already in my chart, that to become made aware of this particular occultic philosophy or hidden philosophy to my consciousness here in North America, to now become actively participating and practicing these ancient practices, was a part of my Vedic chart, which is now that I didn't allow myself to still be controlled by the human machine, I can now go back into something that's transformative, which is called yoga. So we burn off our karma by doing that, paying attention, not still being controlled by impulses that are keeping you on the physical impulses. What do I keep doing with the lighter, man?
Laura, you mentioned also how about becoming one with the all and not needing needs. I think that meditation helps you gradually get to that point, because what we find in self-observation is that a lot of these so-called needs aren't even needs. They're the the five senses demanding that boost of, what's it called, that squirt of, what is it, serotonin that we get?
Yeah.
Whatever the pleasure chemical is. Through that self-observation, we start to slowly cut away those false needs. And I mean, really all that's left, it becomes very, very minimal.
We're always seeking to be satisfied by something. It's like a baby. An infant cries and screams until you do what? Stick either a boob in its mouth or a bottle in its mouth, or a pacifier. So that's what it is. So as adults, we do things to pacify ourselves. We don't do things to raise ourselves up. So I don't need to be pacified. I need to be consciously purposeful, awake, and doing something, living a purpose.
A lot of that shit has not changed. Like acting out until you put a boob in their mouth.
That's like default. That's like the default consciousness level though, here though. And it makes me think that, like, when you do concentrate on the process and you start to raise yourself, like you were saying just a second ago, you may have to reincarnate, but if all of if the process is to have a greater perspective, even at the level that you reach here, when you do pass on, it wouldn't make sense that you would reincarnate back into this physical reality, because you've changed some things, right? So you would come back into a higher state of awareness, and start from there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, some of the yogins explain that you come back, of course, with that you have that you don't repeat once you've burned the karma, because like I said, it's different processes. You have to eliminate the memories. See, a lot of people are carrying memory into death, because energy is neither lost nor destroyed. It's what?
Transfer.
It's transferred into another form of energy. So that's pretty much what we are. So as people, we get our brain has been hardwired differently when it comes to defining shit. So when we say reincarnate, everybody has some sort of particular some scar of victory that pops up that is going to give them an individual definition of what they have interpreted. All right, Dharma, peace, bro. What they interpret it to be. So the whole thing is that we can carry memories from past lifetimes. I think I said earlier that some people they might be particular about an object. They always have to have this certain kind of object, and they're obsessed with it. Well, they might not know that object might have been something that they've always been obsessed about through multiple fucking lifetimes.
Mm-hmm. And it makes a bit more sense when you consider that, like Stuff Dog said, each one of these elements are actually dimensions. This is where the karma is stored. So when the elements of the body dissolve, that energy, like you said, it's in memory, it is stored and transferred. So when these elements come together again in whatever new combination, what was in those elements that are put together make up the present karma. Hence taught with Shuddhi, chakra Shuddhi, to cleanse all that shit off of your physical body and energetic body.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So that goes back to what I said. This seems to be the only systematic process called yoga, whatever school it is, that they got the tools to clean that shit up so you can become aware of what we call reincarnation, become aware of what we call karma and dharma and all of this, and you can stop it. You can gain the information to actually evolve above even death. That when you do transcend, you transcend consciously. Think about that. Everybody is fucking is dying unconscious.
Yeah.
That's why that's negative karma. You're not supposed to just fucking see people getting killed and murdered and shot and shit. See, that just comes with the de-evolutional process of where we are as human beings right now with garbage. That's the garbage collectors. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing, if you around that and you have to evolve beyond that to the point where you don't want to be in a particular area where you're gonna get your ass, there's possibility to get shot and killed. See, people are so attached to things and places and even money that they'll say that's why they can't leave. Well, I can't afford to leave, and I can't afford what? Walk the fuck out of there and just fucking go.
Yeah, but they don't want to. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. They don't want to because of the attachment to that reality of them. That's a sickness.
That's also the aspect, though, that Purusha is playing out. Like that's the aspect. That's why, what I've come to terms with, like healing the world and everyone in it, it's pretty much bullshit, because Purusha lives through Prakriti as the aspect that it wishes to explore. All of us are on the path to exhausting our own karma till we can get reabsorbed. But until then, we're going to continue acting out how we choose, even if we feel out of control. Purusha does what it wants.
And how can we heal something that isn't sick, right? How can we fix something that ain't broken?
Purusha. So you're trying to tell me Michael Jackson was wrong when he tried to heal, or when he sung "Heal the World," make it a better place?
I wouldn't say that, because even that song, inspired other people to, do what they're supposed to do.
Well, in the end, too, if you're the creator of your reality, then healing the world is really healing your world. You.
And you know something? With yoga comes service. So all of the yogins that we're particularly reading, and even a whole bunch, they have created something for humanity. They still have to deal with the human existence, because they know that this is in existence. This, as Stuff Dog was saying, it's dimension. We still have a physical human dimension that we're living in, and people do need help. And if we're capable of, and we're able to help, that's a part of your humanly duty.
Yeah.
So we know that some of these swamis and yogas, they went to school. They was fucking doctors and shit like that.
Yeah.
They served the people, just like you just said, Alora, so they get to a point where they have exhausted that existence of purpose, and then they move on to the next, where it's sanyasin, where now they separate from all things that's physically attached to anything, even what we call helping people. Now they're going to the Himalayas, where they're going to meditate all the time to meet the all. But what they've done, but the Bahar school don't close down that they build just because they chose to go to the next level. So it's all about so I can say, it goes back to all about that purpose. And that's all. And the only thing that tell you that, you tell each individual what their purpose is your fucking your Western Vedic chart, man. And even your Eastern chart, both of them combined together, it'll play out your whole existence and purpose. Trav, you know something I did that made sense, man? Is Trav frozen? Are you in the dimension? You were so still. I thought your whole screen was frozen. You know what I'm saying?
You walk a little too quiet. Too damn quiet.
Well, yo, Travel, what I did, man, I took my planetary position with the Nakshatra, and it was, because like I said, I started taking more time with it. And each Nakshatra, of course, has a deity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I wrote down on my chart each deity for each of the Nakshatras. So you know what I'm saying? So the first, of course, you got ascendant, sun, and moon is Swati, Anuradha, and Ardra. So so Swati is Vayu, which is also the god of air. You know what I'm saying? So then you got the sun is Anuradha, and that was a deity named Mitra. And then Ardra is Rudra. And Rudra and Ardra is another form of Shiva.
Yeah. So
when I started doing that, I started going into the mantras of each one of these deities, because you mentioned it. But that, to be honest with you, that was something that I wasn't doing. This chart stuff, boy, this was something I had to really work on it, to really take time to do it. It would frustrate me, and I'd be like, it's too much. And then Christian came in and she breaking it down, and I was like, yo, this stuff is too. So hold on a second. Come here, dog.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to take a little break doing all these charts. I certainly got a bit overwhelmed because geez Louise, just so much.
It's too much. It's a whole bunch.
Each of the nakshatras, being ruled by one of those deities, that's a clue also right there. When I first heard of nakshatras, my first thought was, okay, well, let me see if I can compare these to the Goetic spirits, right? Because essentially the setup is the same,
Yeah.
Maybe if I can figure out what Goetic spirit deals with this or that, in the mantras, and maybe it'll give me a better description of or better explanation of their descriptions. But then, I got more caught up in, well, shit, what's my chart look like? And how do I do this, that with myself? But there's just so many avenues to explore. It's easy to get lost in a good way. But
yeah,
these mantras have been incredible as far as the effects they have on life and mind and surroundings and just
It's
only
really
been
interesting, man. How does it really? All I can say from my experience is man. Each person, you really have to do it. You really do. There is no. I'm gonna go as bold as to say this, and I'm saying it as an individual. There is no other system out there that's gonna fucking help you. I done been through multiple systems and never broke me down like this.
right.
To each component, the
Yo.
particular functions of mind, each particular function of your body, your cell, it just goes is too deeply intertwined in the self not to be able to be the top tool for transformation. This is the top tool.
Hands down, absolutely, all the way down.
Well, and through that understanding too, you'll be able to understand the gunas more and how they manifest within your life. So you're able to make your combinations accordingly that best resonate with you.
Gunas, yeah. I love how the Ayurveda made its way into this study as well, because that's a critical component. You know, that really brings it down to earth. That makes it extremely relatable. Now we can see exactly how the elements relate to the body and what can be done about it.
Yeah. And even with your chart, and once you understand your chart and then you understand the Ayurvedic medicine process, you will know how to govern your life to the point you will never get sick again.
Right.
Because it'll show you the particular areas where you would get sick.
Big thing for me was showing me what to cut out of my diet, right now. And I jumped on that right away. And I guess it's kind of hard to tell in such a short amount of time, but I mean, just everything is flowing perfectly smooth.
Right back.
Hey, where did y'all learn that part about learning how to eat for your body? I heard that in one of your discussions where you talked about eating for your body type. Where do you learn that from, the Ayurveda portion of that?
Okay, so there's a lot of sources right now. There's 2 books that I know of that some of us have. But if there's a lot of, how like they have these online free, what's your personality type quizzes and shit like that.
Yeah.
You can find those for your Ayurvedic body type as well. And they're, from what I've seen, I've done maybe 3 or 4 of them. It's pretty accurate. I keep getting the same answer. But you can look up what's your Ayurvedic body type. There's only 3. And it describes your physical features and also your mindset. And what it essentially is, it's the 3 different combinations of the elements. One of them is, I think it's kapha, which is earth and water. And that's for a more like heavy set, bigger person. The next one is water fire. And that's like more for average medium build. And then the third one is space and akasha. And that's usually someone who is a bit more slim and less mass. But of course, there's more factors to it than that. But that's just like the overall.
Okay.
But yeah, if you look into any book on Ayurveda, really, it can help to show you like different lists of foods to get rid of and intake and different things like that.
And another thing is important with the mantras. Mantras are very important as well. The vibratory sound, transformational, to actually use saying learning a new language is, first of all, is exciting, and then secondly, once you get it, you start to say it, because you can listen to a lot of mantras on, of course on YouTube, but once you catch it, because some of them, that Sanskrit is difficult, try to get your tongue to move the way, so once you get it and you repetitively say it, it's gonna definitely kick in. It really works.
I think this is where you arrived, and Knight was talking about this, about doing the mantras internally versus externally.
Yeah.
And what I found is that there's different, each mantra has its, essential nature of what it's supposed to be about. But there's different rhythms that you can do them at and different melodies. If you just look on YouTube, look up your mantra, you might end up finding different rhythms and different melodies. Some of them are meant to be really fast, some are like medium, and some are meant to be long. But I haven't seen any writing on it yet, but it sounds like they might affect different portions of the self, different portions of the karma, right? Because there's wide karma, medium karma, and short karma, right? There's wide aspects of the body, lighter and subtle.
Well, that definitely will make sense. Mantras are basically magic words, magic tones, rather. It's like, yes. I got this book. It's called Secrets of Yantra, Mantra, and Tantra. You have that book?
Is it by Niranjanananda?
I don't know. Let me look at the
Have you guys ever heard like ringing in both ears while meditating?
Yes.
Yeah.
You saw that?
I did.
Avocado toast.
Like a white girl.
This book is actually by Dr. L.R.
Like the right girl.
Know it.
Chap, how about you?
What's that?
Have you ever heard ringing in both ears while you were meditating? Like without no music, or like, I mean, not no music, but like beats or mantras or anything playing in the background?
I haven't experienced that, no.
I have.
Okay. They call that a Laya yoga in a way. It's like you're becoming in tune with the sounds around you and using the sounds of nature to sing your meditation.
The Shabda, the Akash.
Mm-hmm. He spoke about that in Dharana Darshan.
He spoke about there's a few different things that you could expect. I haven't experienced that, but what I have definitely experienced multiple times was that blue flaming light in the front. Not every time, but it does happen occasionally.
I haven't experienced the blue flaming light. I saw my body as like I don't know how to explain it. It was even the body. It was just like I don't know how to explain it. It was different. Like I said, I have problems explaining experiences from that world, or that realm, what I seen and stuff.
You said you've had issues on that realm?
No, I said I have problems putting my experience in those realms, in other realms, like into words, because I feel like I start stuttering a lot because I feel like I'm taking away from my experience because it's more than what I'm trying to say,
Yeah, I think that's how it is for all of us. There's only, I mean, even the yogis talk about it. There's only a point where we can converse about it, and then there's a point where you just have to experience.
Oh yeah.
Those next levels. So
unless you're able to simultaneously project the image of what you're talking about into the listener's third eye.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the reason why we keep on practicing the techniques even harder and harder to not only get to the next level, but to even be able to expound on the level that we're on too, you know?
I mean, my goal is to just have like psychic communication after some point. Like,
Nah, if you look at me and I hear you talking in my head, it's gonna be a problem. Okay. I'm just
not
kidding.
without
I'm
your
just kidding.
permission.
It's happening
just
already.
kidding.
Yeah.
No, all bullshit aside, it's already happening.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's only gonna expand. It's only gonna expand like mushrooms and the roots on the ground.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because, like Mike said last week, yo, it feels like we keep repeating the same stuff. And I was like, literally thinking about that this week, and I'm like, we're gonna keep on saying the same stuff because everybody in our group needs to be affected the same way, you know. And the steps on how to do the work is right in front of us. So our energies could probably perceive without us knowing that there's people not doing the work, you know. And
Absolutely.
it's going to keep repeating itself until some catch up or some get dropped off, you know. And that's a thing that I'm starting to see, and I'm like, oh, okay.
That and the fact that there is really nothing else to talk about. I mean, when you do away with the Super Bowl and the pop music and
What about Donald
whoever
Trump?
ass is shaking.
What about Donald Trump? No more Donald Trump?
You know. He'll be back in March, according to Kristen. He's not finished.
Mhm.
When you lay all those things aside, I mean, what else is there to talk about?
I think too,
Avocado
it's
toast.
kind of like, I think it's as well, you know, like when you're learning something new and you just keep repeating the same thing over and over again because you hit that wall right before you have that breakthrough of actually understanding what you're saying. I think that we're all kind of reaching that point as well. We're like, okay, there's this and this and this and this. And like you were saying, like we're learning to understand it on the same level so then we can expand upon it. Like I think we're kind of hitting this wall a little bit just because we're about to move beyond it.
You've got Kritika in your chart, right?
I have what?
Kritika?
I think somewhere. Not predominantly.
You're sharp as a sword. Are you telling
I
me
got
that
crit.
we're accumulating collective karma here so that we can cross this barrier together? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What a wonderful thing to have a group to be working on the same project at once.
Yes.
Namaste.
Very much so.
Wait, why
Teamwork
did you
makes
bring
the
up
dream work.
Kritika on the chart?
Because Kritika's symbol of the sword.
Okay.
Piercer.
My K2 is Kritika and Venus is Kritika.
Whoa.
I was going to say
That's
slave
cool.
ship because she's known to enjoy being pierced, but that wouldn't have fit my metaphor that I was trying to illustrate.
You said she enjoys being pierced?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow.
In whatever
That sounds like
kind
some
of way.
50 Shades of Gray shit, bro.
whether it's tattoos or earrings or, like Kristen said, the penis, any type of piercing, even mentally.
Here's her with the penis of a
So wait, Kritika likes that stuff too, or no? Or would that be like a Vishaka type thing?
Well,
I
was
think
saying,
Kritika is like the piercer.
Because I like tattoos.
I'm not Kristen, so I'm not like the metaphor expert on these things, but
Nah, you're Scottie
learning a few.
Pippen, bro. Come on.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be Scottie Pippen then. I agree to that because that's like the fourth basketball player that I know.
That's
That's so old. Scottie Pippen's name is so dated now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? That's hilarious.
Like, if you're a rapper and you never said Scottie Pimpin', are you really a rapper?
Scottie Pippen.
That's how outdated that shit is.
Oh my God. Damn it, man.
I used to have a Muggsy Bogues poster, I think in like, I don't know, 3rd grade.
Jesus Christ, Muggsy Bogues. What? I gotta get better organized, man. I started writing in too many pads. Now I can't find none of my notes and shit. I don't even remember what pad it was in. And
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Damn.
Do they all have the same cover?
Huh?
Do they all have the same cover?
Some do, but I got so many other notes all in these pads. Like, you know how sometimes you will read something you think and you just jot it down in the notepad on a page with all the other notes. Now
Yeah.
I can't even find. It's crazy.
You find it as soon as you get off the call.
There was a word, because you know, like, there's so many interesting words that make perfect sense in this philosophy. I don't know what I do with it. It'll come across.
Praise Shakti for the beautiful avocado toast.
Yeah, you're lucky. I'm PETA, bro. I can't even eat avocado like that.
Hey, it might not even be for your body type.
No,
Wait,
oh
you're
yeah, that's
PETA
what I was gonna
dominant?
bring up earlier. It's crazy because it's like, bro, before I even I was sitting back reminiscing on when I was full 100% vegan and doing everything properly without even knowing that I was doing it properly and knowing my body type. But man, when I say like my brain felt perfectly balanced, things were coming a little smoother, and then the karma I had to work on was, to me, it wasn't as heavy. And I always felt like my body was lighter. And then I went back, I came around my family, went back and I ate a little meat. My brain started getting a little confused. I would have, what is it called?
Brain fog?
Not brain fog, but also, what's that thing when after you eat, you get like sleepy and
The itis?
Oh, you get
the
the
itis,
itis.
but not inertia. But what's the other thing? You get sleepy. Yeah, but there's a word for it, and I'm gonna get annoyed if I don't remember. Crap.
Lethargic.
Lethargic. There you go. Yes. Like when someone overeats and stuff like that. And even if I don't overeat, these are things that I feel. And then it's like, I see that it's easier for me to be addicted to stuff when my body's not balanced. It's harder for me to let go of the addictions. And if I carried it for a long period of time, it's harder to control. But it's just very interesting to see like people think it's just sit down meditation, or even me, I thought it was just like sit down meditation, but then to see that like the overall physical reality and the things that you do within the physical reality actually matters to apply to what's happening spiritually, just gives you overall more understanding of like Shakti and Shiva, right? Just the ideal of it, and how you shouldn't separate spirituality and physicality, or the physical and the spiritual. They're always dancing together, you know? But I see that it's very interesting, because now it just makes it easier. Because if you focus on your spirituality and also your health, just start off with your health, start off eating right, let your brain come back into balance. For people that haven't started, let your brain come back into balance, and then you'll start seeing these techniques become a lot more easier for you. Slowly let go of these addictions that you have, you know. So I would tell people, just start off with the Ayurveda too, on top of reading the Kabalion. Start off adjusting your body to the natural foods, and you'll see how easier these techniques are. Because I can say from my personal experience, it actually works. Manifesting was a lot faster back then. Right now, I'm having difficult times because of the amount of deaths that I've been through and just a bunch of different stuff. And I reattached myself without even knowing to a lot of these things, which when I came into this group, I realized like, okay, that's why I've been having a hard time, you know? So yeah, I'm about to re-cleanse, and I think everybody should truly look into their body types, like people in the chat. I already know everybody within the Zoom is doing that, but like truly look into your body types, because just the way you eat can have you thinking some crazy thoughts, and then you attaching yourself to the crazy thoughts will make you think it's you, make you think your life is horrible, and it's not that. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I think that's really important to remember that, like you said, the body is not separate from spirituality. If anything, we come to learn that the physical is more or less the anchor, right? When we look at the chart in Tat Washuddhi, where it has that outline of a man, at the bottom, you got the earth element, the stable, secure, it's attached to the earth. That's what we're dealing with the physical body. We're working on purifying it and also purifying the more subtle aspects of the body. But like you said, we can't really skip the physical because they're all intimately connected.
Even in Tantra school, when I went to Tantra school for a little bit, they always said to everybody, try your best to go to a vegetarian diet and do your best to not drink the milk.
Mm-hmm.
And I never understood why. But now this week, after, through meditation and reminiscing through stuff, and like through meditation, I felt like I was reliving a lot of these experiences again. And that's when I realized, oh, okay. It's the adding of karma that, how do I say it correct? It's the adding of karma that's preventing even, if I feel like if I'm trying to like meditate and then at the same time I'm not eating correctly,
mm-hmm.
it's like a voided meditation. There's no work being done because I'm adding more karma, and it's not in the way that I'm saying it, but it's like I'm avoiding cleaning up myself,
Right.
And you become more piggish. You become more piggish in a way, like you're rolling in your own shit. Is that making sense?
Absolutely. They've already proven that scientifically, just on a basic level. Like a lot of the kids that we get in at the group homes, they have horrible, horrible breakouts. And it's because they're not eating the right food. All their family gives them are like fast food, or they'll spend a whole day drinking a liter of soda and like chips or something. Then they come here and they have 3 main courses with snacks in between. And I'm telling you, this isn't even food that I would give my kids. You know what I mean? Like, but it's better than what they were getting. And we see a decrease in behaviors, and it's directly linked to the food. They've shown this with kids in public school systems too. All types of stuff. That's why I think personally, like when it comes to North America, but really now it's kind of global, right? But in particular in North America, the part of the mind control of the corporation that it has over us that I think really holds people back is the food. We don't have access readily to clean water or to clean soil or to clean air or to clean food. So our minds are constantly fogged.
That's
like
definitely
constantly.
true.
They do that on purpose.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
That's why do you think they have what's called the Food and Drug Administration?
Administration, right?
They have a whole So we don't look at America as being an occultic ministry. Dr. Phil Valentine always says that the Food and Drug Administration is a ministry. The hospital system is a ministry. The pharmaceutical, based off of they have sorcerers and priests that get initiated through college degrees into these systems, and they take full control. Why do you think, if you look at some food products, there's always a little circle and it has a U in the circle? You ever see that on your food product sometime?
Yeah.
You know what that is? That's the universal, like, Jewish society that oversees all food, that labels it kosher or not. Who asked you to do that? I didn't ask you to be the administrator. That's because they control that type of shit like that. So they know to feed. First of all, they feed you through commercialism. They know how to hit children at a particular time of day on the right medium to actually have kids start seeing all of them things as my daughters be wanting them. What is it they call like it'll have crackers in it, it'll have cheese inside of
Lunchables.
it. Lunchables. That shit is a bunch of bull crap to feed your kids. I don't even fucking be wanting to get that. I don't even buy that time. That's where the shit begins. So now you get a kid that all they eat is fucking Lunchables all the time, and it's chemically processed and chemically made. They go to school and now they like this in class. They the kid always, the teacher talking, they like this. They keep looking back and forth. They can't focus because now they are chemically intoxicated.
But there's an answer for that, right? We got chemicals to prescribe for that, right? We got new diagnoses to create
ADHD and
ADHD.
All kind of
That is crazy. You say that shit,
labeling ADHD as some kind of a psychological process or auditory processing disorder. That's another one that hit your kid with too. They'll
Is that a
say
new one?
that, huh?
Is that a new one? Auditory processing disorder?
It's not necessarily a new one, but that's one. That's the good one right there. Auditory processing disorder, because what they're saying to you is, well, the information that goes inside of your child's head, it's not sticking until they're not cognizing it. So it goes in, it rattles around, and it comes right back out.
Wow.
So that's what they're saying. They're saying that children are not even capable of taking in data and information, holding it so that they can, so that Booty and all of this can do the process of discerning it, breaking it down. They're saying the kids are not even capable of doing that. So the next thing they do is hit your kid with the Ritalin, or they hit them with whatever. So they hit. So that's done purpose. And this ain't just black kids. This is children. This is whatever type of kid. You know what I'm saying? And they're not, and it's going beyond children nowadays. They're doing it to adults.
Hey, Shango, and everybody too. I got a question for everyone, because everything you just said, I could, like, through my experience, I could 100% agree. Because when I had ADHD, or when that symptom occurs, is when I'm not eating my Ayurveda diet, which is keto, right? No meat. But the family I was born with, they love meat. They can't see themselves without meat. So when I was younger, I faced a lot of, like, my attention span sucked.
You know, I like to eat meat too. But you know what the thing about meat? Being that I live in Florida, I can go around the corner to this local meat shop and get meat that's freaking farm raised right up in the country, and you can see them. They don't do them but walk around eating grass all day. So it's all about knowing where your food come from, and it's all about regulating how much meat that you're eating. So once you start over consuming something, it will work against you. It starts developing toxic. So as we know, a lot of meat comes from stressed out fucking cattle. See, that goes back into a Jewish organization controls the product, controls the food industry, so they can tell when the animals are being killed humanely. You're not supposed to eat no kind of meat that the animal was stressed out in the process of being killed for consumption, because now The whole blood has become acidic, and as soon as you kill it, that just transfused all through the meat.
Mm-hmm.
So now you wonder why you anxious all the time, you know?
And that's
It's
just
interesting
explaining
why
it on
you
the
say
physical
that.
level.
That
There's
was
also a
the
subtle aspect of it.
that was one of the first lessons I learned about karma was from my mom, because she was super picky on where she would get her meat, because she told me that the karma of the animal, the way how it died and the way how it treated, would be absorbed into your body.
Mm-hmm.
So she was always like really picky, because my mom still eats meat, but she's like, at least she tries to be as picky as she can about it, you know, and
Yeah.
try to go as humanely as possible. But that was interesting that you said that, because that's how I first learned about karma.
Every consumer is capable of contacting the company of the food product that you're consuming and questioning them about what they're feeding you. You have the right to do that. I've done it. I honestly say to everybody that being amongst 5%ers at a particular point in my life, I learned a lot from that school of thought. It taught me to be militant mind stated and health conscious, and basically to be a god. So if you're claiming that type of thing, you're not manipulated by fucking nothing. So the first thing I learned from this old guy was, he said, you know, you can contact every food company that you, and I said, damn, I never thought that. And I did it, like for oranges and shit like that. Call the company. If you buy a particular orange that you don't know is not locally picked, you can call the company and ask them, where do you harvest your oranges? Are they sprayed with pesticides? What's the pesticide that they use? Are they genetically modified? You can ask them that shit. But a lot of people don't take the time to do that. And that's a part of inner engineering as well, is taking care of your human machine. So the particular food, just like Kirk said, the particular food that he eat, that should turn him into a whole nother person.
Snickers bar. Yes, sir.
Turn a Snickers bar. You know what I'm saying? I won't tell anybody. I won't say I'm not a vegan. I'm not against it. I've just not reached that point. Yeah, I eat healthy, but I eat meat. I regulate how I eat.
What's your Ayurveda body type?
You know something? At one point I knew it, but now I don't. And being that y'all mentioned that, I need to go back now in the Ayurvedic and actually understand that.
Because I would
really
say like
breaking, like
even
I
the
said,
body type that you're given can show the level of things that you did in your last life. You know, I truly believe that.
I'm really gonna look into that, because I wanted to mix that with, as I was saying earlier, with my natal chart. I have a better understanding of my natal chart now. I was kind of avoiding taking that real deep inner look at it. You know, I was just preoccupied with studying all the other stuff. But I had gave myself a break with some of the other stuff and really focused on that Vedic chart, and it really was life changing. So now I actually want to do that particular process of what you just meant. How do you do that process? Just explain that to me a little bit.
The Ayurveda body type test?
Yeah.
You could just look what Trav was saying. I did like 3 or 4 tests too, and they all matched up. So just look up online, and then also I believe the descriptions are how most people figure out their body types from reading the book and knowing that there's Trav. Trav is better. I know he's waiting for answer.
I have something like that. Like I said, I know this was a couple years ago. That sounds. I don't have it. I know I have some Ayurvedic books, but what I can do, just Google what Ayurvedic body test.
Yeah, Ayurvedic body type test. Real easy. It's just like those personality tests. They ask you like 20 questions and they configure it. I always like the cross-reference, like I said. So like I did a few and I got the same result each time. But if you do have one of those Ayurvedic books, like Prakriti from Saota, or the
I do
Ayurvedic,
have that book. Yeah.
Okay. So when you find out your body type, in that one in particular, he's got like a full page on foods that are good for you, not so good for you, and different things like that. I haven't read that book. I just glanced at that part and instantly, acclimated my life to it for science.
I don't eat, like I said, I don't eat bad. I don't eat nothing like no big time fast food and stuff like that. I cook my own food. And I definitely do big vegetables, big green vegetables. I think I'm holding down. I think but I do want to know that so I can incorporate more. I want to have some more diversity, seasonal diversity in my food, because that's something too. I always spoke about that as an individual. I always realized that people be eating, or the grocery stores be having fruit that's out of season. I don't want to eat no fruit out of season in North America, because you got to think they shipping that shit across boats, and you definitely better believe that they're spraying that stuff down with something, or they splicing it. Like I remember years ago, I had read this article, and it was talking about the process of gene splicing fruits with different things, like with frogs, with peanuts, like jellyfish. They spliced the gene between a peanut and a tomato plant, so that the tomato plant in the tomato could be more firmer and can withstand being shipped through long distances and rolling around. So they mix it with the peanut gene so it can get tougher. So that kind of shit right there is crazy. So my whole thing is that these particular fruits and vegetables they have in the grocery store in the wintertime, and it's not even the season for that type of shit. So they're just shipping it from other places, and that's when you know that should be toxic, So I'm gonna do that Vedic or the Ayurvedic body chart, because that's something that definitely I want to have some diversity.
Yeah, America fucked me up when they gave us the fake ass mangoes. My family's from Haiti, so I'm used to those real banana mangoes, and I came out here.
Mangoes I haven't eaten a mango where the strings get all in your teeth.
Yeah, that's the real.
They took that out of mangoes. You know that, right?
Yes, bro. Now they had those hard ass, fake titty looking mangoes.
Exactly.
Yeah, man.
So you see how crazy? Why the fuck do you think we studying this shit, man? We trying to get away from this crazy shit. What made you? What, first of all, as an individual that go to school, you didn't went to college, you didn't got a degree in science and genetics for the purpose of doing something to the mango plant so that the fruit doesn't grow strings in it. So when you chew into that nice, sweet mango, all the mango's fucking strings is all through your teeth. They did that for convenience. No different than the seedless watermelon. For convenience.
And it's crazy because, like, if you actually think about it, if the strings get in your teeth and you remove it, the mango's actually cleaning your teeth as it's flossing for you, dog. You know what I'm saying?
That shit is so much floss being your teeth.
Yo, but you know what happened? I know this is a. It doesn't, like, I'm not worried about it or anything, but what I found interesting is because Bill Gates is one of the main people that is trying to genetically modify everything.
I'm gonna say this. How people say I'm gonna disagree with that. Bill Gates is nothing but that's the red herring. Mm-hmm. They dangling Bill Gates around us while somebody else is really doing the shit.
Dangling.
Okay,
Bill Gates ain't really. Of course, Bill. We know Bill Gates. See, Bill Gates is that's a red herring to us, Curve. And I get what you're saying, because they make that's his piece in the chess game. Bring out the motherfucker.
Like, that's the reason why, like, I was so whatever when I said it, because, like, that's why I stutter a lot, because, like, I'm not always 100% like in the knowing of, okay, I know they utilize Bill Gates and stuff like that. So I agree with you
some
saying.
garbage. You know what I'm saying? I know you get it, but you know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
in the thing though, I was reading something and they're saying that Bill Gates or the person, the people behind them, they're trying to take away sunlight or something like that.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, they hold
That's
on.
cute. Real cute.
Isn't that shit hilarious?
I was
You know
like,
what though? They already kind of are. I mean, how many of us are inside staring at a screen instead of being outside?
Uh-oh.
Get 'em. See, this is something I learned from a couple of military people. When they start talking about something, it's already 5 to 10 years old. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So they already been blocking the sun with chemtrails. Chemtrails is 25, 30 years deep of a process. So they can't do it. They spend billions of fake money trying to fight against. Okay, the motherfuckers trying to fight against the fucking sun. Fuck out of here, man.
Yeah. See, this is the thing. Like, I wish people would, not an attack on anybody, but I wish people would really stop being so attentive to they and focused on they, because that stuff literally doesn't matter. It doesn't.
It's
whatever
all
fear
red
thing,
herrings.
It doesn't work. It never has worked. It, like Bobby said, if any of this stuff was gonna work, it would have worked by now. But no, there's always a new scheme. Just like Superman, Lex Luthor always has something new.
Didn't we just all watch this, listen to the Hanuman story time? Even the story Hanuman, when he was born, tried to eat the fucking sun, but it did not work for him. You see how this shit all plays out and all this? It's already all of that crazy shit. That shit is written in the fucking mythological stories and shit like that. Them niggas you cannot defeat nature.
Nope.
Especially not the sun.
The true attack is on the attention. The fact that we pay so much attention to this shit is the real attack.
Right.
Not a single thing that these guys do is important or relative to our lives. I'm talking from the president or anybody else on the news.
Nope.
And it's made to be just like that.
That's like a default thing that's built into the fabric of the reality. It's like always gonna be that pulling to that side. You know what I'm saying? It's meant to be there. It's the distraction, because it wouldn't be the prize that's on the other end of it wouldn't be worth achieving. Like you were saying earlier, like Shango, when you were saying what's your purpose? That gives you purpose. You know what I'm saying? Those things right there, you pulling away from something, you got to be pulling away from something. You know what I mean?
And it's supposed to happen. They're supposed to do what they do. That's their purpose. That's like I tell people, you can't by me, so living in Florida, I learned that some of these waters, I love water. I like to be around water, I like to fish, but I didn't went fishing in some places and the locals be like, yo man, you can't, you just can't be walking over there and shit like that because alligators be over there. So what am I gonna do? Get mad at that? So I can't walk over there? No. Alligator gonna do what an alligator gonna do. That's what he meant to do. Tear my whole fucking leg off if I go over there. That's what some people, that's their energy level. They are going to try, but just listen how that sounds. They're trying to block the sun. And we're supposed to live and we're supposed to let them do it like one day, like they're doing it, and we're supposed to be like, yo, that's insane.
I don't know if I would take that as literal.
When I saw that, that's the first thing I thought. I'm like,
are
y'all retarded? Y'all trying to block something that's been here longer than you fucking idiot?
I know that shit made you, when you heard it was like, what? Did this motherfucker just not say that? Like, are they serious with that? I mean, it's nuts, man.
No, I don't believe they were serious though, because like that's the reason why I brought it up after we finished talking about the damn mango fruit.
Oh my god, man.
That's a power in itself, though. I mean, to be able to put that out, like we are powerful enough to block out the sun. That's almost deifying themselves. And like we are powerful enough to make these things happen. you know, and
They
then
don't
they'll put
even-
that out in publication and they'll make people believe it. And it almost like gives them the power, even if they can't do it.
In their
You know
like
what
the
I'm
Wizard
saying?
of Oz thing, right? If you can make the people believe
Exactly.
it, you don't have to do it.
You don't have to do it. Yeah.
Thing is
Yes.
us paying attention to them. Anybody who's always bringing up they doing this, we gotta, they, you're a part of, you're one of the Pied Piper kids following behind them puppets, behind the Pied Piper.
You're a
The
bot.
very,
Let me stop.
the very we and they that you're so pumped up about doing something, they're doing it to you. That's the
Right.
reason why you're pumped up about it.
Right.
So
Anyone,
it's working.
anyone who's getting upset or triggered or mad because I have devil horns, guess what? You fall up under that category. It's all illusion.
I was just listening to that the other day too. They was talking about demons, and daemons is the Greek word. No ancient culture, even how they looked fierce, they were never, the demon was never associated with like negative type of shit. Like, it wasn't just this bad energy about it. They were actually were energies to use. Shit, you can go to the Germanic tribes. A lot of what they call demons, they were using it to protect them. That's why they got all kind of fucking gargoyles on Gothic churches and shit like that. The gargoyle was the protector of spiritual places.
Well,
Then
if you
eventually
remember,
got
even in the Old Testament, the worst was God.
The
God was
fucking devil never
asshole.
did a motherfucking thing. Like, he ain't killed. They never let this nigga never fired a shot.
We got all the blame.
This
Hey, you
nigga
know what's
got-
funny too? You know what's funny too? I was thinking about this the other day, bro. Somebody was like, I was trying to prove to somebody. I said like the idea of the devil and God, they're close, likely the same, right? Like there's no difference between it. And that person like felt offended. Like I said, there's no difference between Jesus and the devil. That's what I said. And they felt so offended. And I was like, when Jesus went for the 40 days and 40 nights, where was the devil? Was the devil outside of him showing him the world, or was the devil in his mind and he had to fight his own addictions in a way, right? I try to give it.
Let me ask you a question. Where was Jesus' body at? Because the nigga was just getting baptized. Then all of a sudden this motherfucker went to the Quasimodo to go fuck with the devil. So was that, so like you said, was that in his mind? Or was
Exactly.
that, did he physically go somewhere?
Exactly. And I was saying that to them, and I was like, bro, the devil was never outside of Jesus. If you actually read the book, you know what I'm saying? Like, people skip through the part of you're made in the image, meaning like you don't even know the sex of, your God.
They're afraid. Nobody, well, I can't say, a lot of the people who practice that type of religion do not want to be dependent upon themselves because they feel faulty. Those are people who are not strong enough to take self-responsibility for what they do. So it's easy to be just have something outside of you always doing it for you.
Yeah. But ain't that baked into? I'm sorry, Shango, go ahead.
No, I was just saying they always say sacrifice is the greatest praise. The motherfuckers ain't sacrificing a motherfucking thing. All they do is ask, Lord, if you can just bend your ear to the cause of our prayer just one more time, Lord. That right now, you know what I'm saying? That's all that motherfucking God is wore out with y'all motherfuckers. Like, y'all don't, that's why that God don't got no power. Because they don't fucking reverence it. They don't empower it with anything in the fucking church. They don't even pour libation in that motherfucker.
Well, let's remember too, we talk about sacrifice, but I think what we're all learning is that the greatest sacrifice is when you give yourself up to conditions. And isn't that what church and religion makes you do? It makes you
God
sacrifice
says
yourself because it makes you
in
conditional.
John, the first chapter says,
Open your Bible.
open your Bible. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, Lord.
I'm just saying they don't, nobody is understand. They're missing the fucking point. That's what it is. They're totally, and it was conditioned, and it's a modification. It's a mental modification
Ritty.
placed upon people by some other people who had this thing figured out a long time ago. Like, yo, you know we can use this shit for people control, right? We don't have to let them know that this is an ancient story. It's metaphysical. It's geographical. It's all of the occult spiritual science. We don't have to let them know that, but we'll let them rock with it. Think they're really doing something, and some people really are because of their intent. So you get sparks of energy from it, but it ain't no different than the Ida and Pingala giving you sparks of Kundalini, but it ain't the ultimate motherfucking Kundalini because the Kundalini can only rise through the Sushumna. So they giving us Ida and Pingala, but they're not giving us Sushumna to work with. They only giving us a little bit of bing, you know, they're giving you a little bit, letting us put the head in.
The two.
Ramana Krishna was saying, because I was looking him up, and they were saying, not looking him up, but I got a book on him. And he studied all the religions, and he said you can find enlightenment in a way through all religions, but
yeah,
I think
because some swamis believe you can find enlightenment through anything, because each and every individual is still connected to the higher source, no matter what they're demonstrating. So it could be, so everybody is always, and Alora mentioned, you know, Purusha and stuff like, you know what I'm saying? So, and to be honest with you, I have to begin an individual deeper study and analysis of Purusha and Prakriti, you know what I'm saying, to really get a deeper grasp of that. But pretty much what I'm saying, everybody is connected to that. So they're getting their own sparks of divine intuition. Whether they're heeding to that or not is where is what we can call error comes into play, because they're not getting their own individual intuition. You know what I'm saying? So everybody got an opportunity.
You know, it's interesting. Sorry, it's interesting because, you know, like we're talking about the church and all that. It made me think about that umbilical discussion we just had of those people who were able to reach those points where from far end over across the world or wherever, right? If someone's eating, they're able to take that in because they're one with the all. It's kind of like a superficial umbilical cord where you become dependent upon somebody else's reality of you.
You know what it is? Damn, I just thought about something. So we talk about the layas. Curve mentioned earlier, laya, and we say maya, or we can say veils. So the element of veil. So if you look at it as, say like this notepad is the veil. This veil is filled with all that shit. What you just said, the illusion of a substance, but the substance is really behind the fucking veil. That's why, see, Helena Blavatsky, she alluded to that, but the veil of Isis, because her medicines believe, and even there's a term, and I think Trav mentioned it before, that once you go, you all have an opportunity to look behind the veil. So once you see behind the veil, you know what movie had used that? The fucking Wizard of Oz. Wasn't that nigga behind a motherfucking veil when Dorothy found his ass? And the whole, see, that was the reality. She saw beyond the veil, meaning that the covering of what everybody thought, the great fucking wizard. This nigga wasn't no great motherfucking wizard. This nigga was just you, was a regular aspect of a fucking human being. How did this motherfucker get the fucking Oz in the first fucking place? You know what I'm saying? I know they mentioned he had a little balloon, so he got there. Was this nigga really there? Is Oz really a real fucking place that motherfuckers go to? That you actually go there, bring your illusion with you, all of the fucking ding dong, the witch is dead, all of that shit. And then really you find out, you go look behind the veil, but like, yo, see me, tell me all that shit was fugazi? Like, yeah, pretty much it was.
Crazy.
So the Maya Laya illusion carries all of it. It's like sparklies, you know, like motherfucking fireworks. Black motherfuckers, black motherfuckers love some fireworks and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I can say that because I've done it. We celebrate every fucking holiday. We don't give a fuck what the fuck it is. We find something to get lit about and all that shit.
It's true.
Always celebration time. It could be, I live about a little under 30 minutes from where Trayvon Martin was murdered at, right? So during that time, I actually went there, you know what I'm saying? And was, you know, and it was a big rally, it was a big people. You know what some people was doing over there at the rally? They was super turned.
At the Trayvon Martin?
Man, you had Dick Gregory was up there speaking, and it was thousands of people. But when you look around, it was twerking and everything going on out there. We find celebration in everything, man.
Twerking at the Trayvon.
Some people, think about it, some people are just there just to be fucking fasted, just to see what's going on. There's people that go to funerals just to see how a dead person, how they gonna look in the casket. And I done been to enough funerals to become desensitized to when a lot of my people was getting murdered out there, and all these chicks and shit like that come to the funeral. And we all be like, yo, them motherfuckers didn't even know my nigga right there, but they all just came to see the motherfucker dead. That's the shit that's all in the behind. That's the veil shit. So once a motherfucker get past that, because it's nightmares and all of that shit too, they call them guardians of the gate. That's on the tree of life, 32nd path type shit. You're gonna meet Leviathan is down that motherfucker. And Leviathan is an individual, garbage, twerking at Trayvon Martin rally. Niggas only walking through there to pick chicks up.
Humanity.
Don't panic. We going crazy about that shit sometimes when we talk about humanity.
Hey, I was in Florida when COVID first started happening, bro. You know how ratchet Florida could get, bro. I was on I-95. Some people stopped the traffic in I-95. They got out their car, played hip-hop music, and they were twerking. They stopped traffic, bro.
I've been to Freaknik. Any of y'all know what Freaknik was in Atlanta?
I heard Bobby talk about it.
Was nothing else you need to see once you've experienced it. That right there, you will never get it again. You'll never have anything like this ever happen to a city. I'm talking about all black colleges commune on Atlanta, shut it down. The whole street is a party. Corporations.
That's like an American Carnival.
That is perfectly said. It was the American Carnival. God damn, I can see the asses shaking in my mind. In the mall. I had so many pictures. If I ever ran for president, I would go down when they start bringing out them pictures from Freaknik. His past is so spotted. Look at these pictures we have.
Hey.
In the mall.
Hey, you know the crazy part? that I think about that is, man, that thing that like that freak you talking about, that like that same thing, like she just said, is the equivalent of the American Carnival. Like that thing been going on forever, man. It wasn't something that was like new to Atlanta or something, because they doing that junk in South America. That was a
You're right.
that date back a long time.
You know where
They
that's
just
from
shut
too?
that shit down
Samba.
here in North America.
That's that chakra healing of the planet, like the Native Americans used to do.
Yeah.
That's that spring fertility ritual right there, right?
You pretty much right, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
That's an awesome way to look at it. You know what I'm saying? Those are, they've just become, as we say, they just become a shadow of their former self.
Resonance, echo patterns. These things don't really die. They just resurface in the next available vehicle.
You know what's super dope about your background, Trav? When you in like a private jet, it looks like that when they flying through the clouds. That shit look fucking awesome.
Cool.
I don't like to fly, but I'll do it if you look. You know, I'm not really a good flyer. But I was looking at your background, and it brought us some scara that I remember when I was in a plane and when they were flying through the clouds, it was looking just like that.
I've only flown commercial coach maybe 3 times for Navy.
My daughters laughed at me a couple of years ago. We all flew out to San Diego, and the plane hit a slight turbulence. I put the motherfucking towel over my head and just I went into a shell. My whole system shut down. It was nothing I was able to do. I felt like, what could I do if it's nothing? I just I'm talking about that shit hit zoom, 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 and it just bing, bing. You know, we'll hit this. Please make sure your seatbelt is buckled and blah, blah, blah. I buckled. It was already buckled. I wanted to buckle it some more. You know what I'm saying? The mind is fucking crazy, man. But we humans, we fucking crazy as humans, man.
Well, because we're always lucid dreaming, right? When we're awake and we're asleep. Like, it's only when you become aware that you kind of see what you're actually doing.
The material form wants to be satisfied. Like I said, it's always seeking satisfaction. Some people believe that if they get a certain amount of money, then they're able to be spiritual. Because they'll be able to afford spiritual shit that they think they got to have some shit to be spiritual. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
you know what though? Boy. I can't even really lie too much about that, because like it's like I would like to be financially independent just so I can have the time to study myself. Yeah. You know, that's what I want, is more time.
To be in control of the time is what that's the main thing, is to be able to naturally wake up, not with an alarm clock, but let your body naturally wake up. And then as you wake up, it's what you want to do. It's not what you wake up at 6:30, you got to be to work at 8. So you have a particular morning thing that you got to do. And I'm not saying that, you know, it's nothing wrong with that, but that's just what it is. You have a morning, you got to be to work at 8 o'clock. You know why? Because if you get fucking fired, you ain't gonna have no job, you ain't have no money, and all of that nice apartment and lights turned on and internet, that shit going off. So people get trapped up into that world. Stuff, dog. What you have said?
What's that, bro?
We were talking about the money and the spirituality. How some people think if they get enough money, they'll be spiritual.
Oh, I was just saying that's not true, man. Like that money stuff don't. I mean, you think that, you know, but you know, there's certain people that you can reach out to that know that other side, and you know, once you get that money has to be gotten some way, you know, And once you put yourself on that wheel, you know, of getting that money, you know, that's where your focus is going to be lying. You know what I'm saying? Because that you got to feed that beast. You got to feed any reality that you want to have for yourself. You got to feed it with your attention.
Sometimes,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Denying that beast sometimes also is what's going to give you more of the things that you've always needed before. It'll give you everything. That's sometimes the deepest sacrifice, is being without something and being dependent that everything's going to be all right. Not some hoping and praying in, you know what I'm saying, the Lord Jesus Christ and all of that, but doing some effective practices that will align spiritual laws with you. Because the earth, thing about the living on earth, it gives us basically every fucking thing that we want. If you look past all the technology and shit like that, everything that the human needs to survive is already provided on the planet Earth for fucking free. You can go live in particular areas with fresh water, naturally hot water, food to eat, vegetables, herbs, all kind of shit. It only starts looking like it's not there because it's being taken over by man building shit, privatizing shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at it, we're supposed to have everything that we desire. You supposed, if you want to be rich, nigga, get rich. There ain't nothing wrong with ain't nobody in that should never say, man, you know what I'm saying, I'm in practicing inner engineering and I'm just trying to be evolve. So there's some highly evolved people living very well. That just came. It came with the territory.
Even in Tatwa Shruti, page 119, she talks about how when you cleanse your tatwas, Prakriti Shakti grants blessings easily. I love that part. And speaking of blessings,
how much of a blessing it is to inhale and exhale?
Man, that's true.
You have every moment to enjoy life. You ever been choked out? You ever got into a fight and a nigga choke you? You ever choke somebody and look at their eyes and how hard they fight to get away? Let your breath be motherfucking take it and see, won't you? You see how attached and needing that is. You start looking at that shit as a blessing. So that's just as much as air is providing you with life. You can attach to that and make that abundance for everything else. You can use that as a mantra. I want abundance as much as air is abundant. But then you mix that with, now you empower that with value. So now you create your own personal reverence technique to communicate with the Lord of Air to blow wealth in your direction. As the leaves blow in the greenness of the trees, I ask for you to blow abundance into my life.
Yes.
And you just and shit. Who don't want that?
That's
my
real.
only item I'm trying to work on in life. This is my only materialistic item that I want. I want a fucking boat. I want an actual. I don't want a luxury yacht, but I want a nice power boat about the size of a fucking yacht. It can be half the size, but it got to be big enough that I can go to sleep in there. That's all. That's the only physical item that I.
Are you talking about like in All About the Benjamins when they were on that boat?
See, that's a speed boat. You know what I'm saying? I don't really.
But they had a bed under there.
Oh no! You're right. Then they go into the other dude's boat.
Yeah, at night. Yeah. No, okay. There was two boats, but the last one, because the other one.
I'll take that.
It was a speedboat with a cabin in it.
I want that because I want a boat with a cabin in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to be able to go. I want to bobble on the fucking ocean. You can give me a motherfucking luxury crab boat if you want. long as it, you know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking like that because I didn't watch what's that show where they go get snow crabs and shit like that. If you want a boat that ain't gonna sink, you want one of those kind of fucking boats. Them niggas out there in rough waters trying to get some snow crabs.
Deadliest catch.
Yeah, that. So I want a boat strong as that kind of boat, with that luxury of the speedboat, and that's the only material item I want. And I think that'd be good. That would be something that would feel really good. Is to be out there in the water, because I've done it. I've like been on boats with people, and at nighttime to be in the ocean at night, and it's like nothing but the fucking moon. That should take your mind to every childhood story that you motherfucking turn to Christopher Columbus out there, but like, God damn, these motherfuckers was bobbling out here and this type of shit. You start thinking about pilgrims and all kind of, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's lit. I actually never thought about even meditating in the middle of the sea. That would be
that
lit.
Shit, but let me tell you, first you got to get over your fear. It brought on the first time I was out there and I went out, so it was looking up. That shit brought on a fear of not being in control to do anything if nature wanted to rage up on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that right
that's
there,
the ultimate not being in control.
Yo. Well, we was out there. Atlantic Ocean, you know what I'm saying? You got to go out there to go to fish a big fish. So when you drop anchor, be like, yo, we're gonna just stay here, you know what I'm saying? And it turned nighttime, you out the fucking water at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you look and you can see some lights, but that shit is so distant. And then at one point we go out there, it ain't no lights. You out there with something go wrong. Look at the helicopter got to fly over here to save you from any shit. Now you on the news.
I ain't never been on no like you said, like fishing boat, but I have been on a cruise before.
Yeah.
And when you talk about like fear, like somebody dared me to go, like when they would have like a midnight buffet. Mm-hmm. And when you would go to the midnight buffet, it was at the back of the boat, and they had these electric doors. And if you walked into these electric doors at night when the boat was like at full tilt, when it was like going as fast as it go, you could literally get sucked out the back of this boat, and somebody dared me to do it and didn't tell me what was going to happen. And so I did it. And like it sucked my hat off my head. Like only way I was able, I grabbed the door and like pulled myself in, and the door closed behind me. It was like when you see those movies where people are like, the suction is so hard that you grab and it's just pulling you, and you like almost vertical. Almost parallel. You're like horizontal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It was like that, man. It was like it flashed before my life. What if I got sucked out? Nobody would know. Oh, shit. I'm dead pretty much, because it was nighttime, and we at the top of the boat, and that shit like 30 stories tall.
Dude,
you know what I'm saying? So
you was wilding.
I was wilding, bro. I was wilding. But like that set in, it was some crazy shit though, bro. Like I barely would go outside, because it set in some serious fear. Like I needed to get to land. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So,
that shit's crazy, man. See, that's Earth. See, that's the type of shit we had to get over. People be that's on the planet. The planet Earth, and you can't defeat nature. It wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't the boat. It was being sucked out into that water at motherfucking pitch black dark.
Yes,
you know what
sir,
I'm saying?
bro.
Like, dude, am I gonna get ate by a shark? All kind of shit going through your fucking mind.
And it's instant too. Like the whole time, because it was like, maybe a matter of maybe 30 seconds. It took me a minute to pull myself back in, because it was, like I say, it was a strong suction.
Dude, I ain't never been on a cruise. You mean to tell me that shit is on cruise ships, man?
bro.
Yes.
Oh, that shit is on cruise ships.
How
When
are
I
they?
was in middle school, I went on a cruise and there was a storm and all of us kids were in the pool on top of the cruise ship. Like kids. And we could have been, and that thing was rocking. We could have been thrown off or whatever.
Spilled out of that shit.
Yeah, bro. That shit is on cruise ships, man. Like, yeah, it's a death
So
trap.
that's
Man.
what that's definitely what
yeah.
I thought about. When that
Okay.
what if a storm comes and we out here in this boat and the water, like I said, all kind of imagery in my mind. I'm thinking the cracking, all kind of shit about to come out this mother. So now the water, what if the water flips the boat over?
You gotta
You see
tap
how
into big
garbage
homie
the
Jesus,
mind
man.
is?
Right.
What you say, Curve?
I said you gotta tap in with big homie Jesus, man.
You gotta tap in.
It's
Now
all
you
Jesus.
all the yogic philosophy gone. Now you're back to Jesus. Now the
Now
Lord,
you
please
back to
forgive me.
Jesus.
Just went
White Jesus
backwards.
specifically. White Jesus.
You know, it's
That-
funny though. The reason why that even
Desiree
popped up,
Borgia face. You know what I'm saying?
yo, the
Yeah.
reason why that even popped up for me though, that's how deep the that that work they put in, because it's like the first thing you started talking about when you said the boat and the chaos outside of the boat. I started thinking about that Jesus story, how he was on the boat and he was like basically in a way in meditation, and everybody kept bothering him like, "Yo, what's up with you? Why there's
Yeah.
chaos all around you?" What are you saying?
This nigga sleep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like the fuck is wrong with this nigga? If
See,
he
but
about to
that
die.
shows the yogic mind. That shows the concentrated mind. That if you at one with the all amongst the physical, well, he went in there and went to sleep in the storm. Paul and them, Peter and them niggas is fucking freaking out. Like, did this nigga drink some motherfucking tobacco juice? Because this nigga is asleep. The boat then went up. I know everybody done seen that shit. Go on YouTube, is awesome. Google that. Ships at open sea and storms.
Oh,
Yo,
yeah,
man.
man.
That
Oh,
shit be
man.
going all the way up and crashing. Man, I be like, God damn.
Man, that shit kills. I mean, the biggest ships, man, they just get tossed like it's like rag dolls and
Like a
that
soda
shit, man.
can. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
bro, it's
saying?
nothing. I mean, these ships is huge too. I mean, like I say, that ship I was on, that shit was like 35 stories tall. You know, it's huge. I mean, it's like a skyscraper. You know what I'm saying? It's humongous, and that shit
I
just
got a
tossed.
homeboy in the Navy, and he actually works in the submarine. Like this, that's what the nigga live in that shit. All he do is this nigga is all over the fucking globe. He be telling me, man, he be like, yo, man, he said they be trying to fly out of space. He said, yo, all you gotta do is go into this, come out here in this ocean. He said, you see all kind of unidentified flying, glowing shit up under the water, but he said they go so deep sometimes. He had been under ice and all. He said that you can hear the submarine just cracking.
Wow.
He said it makes all kind of cracking sound from you being. I said, yo, that shit don't be fucking freaking you out. He was like, nah, man, that's just what I do. I'm like, man, that should have had me. Man, that should have had me.
Man, when I
heart
hear
attack.
something rocking on my roof, I get freaked out.
That's like I told everybody when the dude in the airplane, when he landed the airplane on top of the water in New York a couple years ago, I would have been the only person dead from a full, yeah, I would have had a full heart attack behind that shit, man.
Yeah, that dude was a G, man.
I listened to the recording and the tower was asking him, they said, are you going to be able to make it to Jersey? He was like, no, I'll be in the Hudson. The lady said, repeat that. He said, I'll be in the Hudson. I was like, God damn. It's a bad
that's
motherfucker.
acceptance. That's acceptance right there.
I was like, God damn. My whole fucking bowels would have came out. I'd have been the only one dead from bowel explosion, man.
Hey. Can you imagine?
Can you imagine
that
shit?
you would have been the next
That'd
Kevin
be
Hart.
terrible.
Can you imagine having to make that decision though? Like, you know, like, dang, like what could go through your mind? And And he probably said it so calmly too, like, nah, I'll be in the Hudson. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn.
He said that shit calm as like he was smoking. I don't give a fuck. He was smoking a joint. That's probably what he was. He knew
He smoked the joint and he was
he
like, "Bitch, I
lucked
might die
out with
today.
that.
Fuck
He
this."
lucked out with that Hudson shit. With that. But I'm just saying, man, it's just so much shit that be going on with this us with the humanly everything. Just look at the shit that going on. Why would you want to continue living a pattern of highs and lows? Wouldn't you want to be on a pattern of highs all the time? Like you don't have nothing. Nothing is capable of causing you tension or stress. Who wouldn't want that over fucking money? If you don't have any tension and you don't have any stress, you definitely gonna get money. It'll come because you already. It's so easy to think of ways to make money because you're not tense, then you come. Money should be secondary to fucking inner peace.
The two go together. They really do.
Yeah.
Congratulations and a warm, happy welcome, Kristen, to you and the new member of your family.
Yay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I just like that post.
Thanks.
Oh, wait. Oh yeah, congratulations. But
thank you.
Is it a family member's or is it yours?
It's my son's, my oldest son's third baby.
Okay, congrats.
Yeah.
Dope.
2/21 on 2021 at 4:46 a.m.
Let's go to Astro.
Yeah.
No
I already
way.
did. Trust. I already did. As soon as I got the info.
That's the first
First thing I did. I'm like, I'm making a chart right now. And then he was 4 pounds. No, 8 pounds, excuse me. 8 pounds.
Wow.
And 1 ounce. But yeah, this is the first one of my extended children that is Shada Bahisha in the first sun, ascendant, or moon.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I saw that nakshatra for the first time doing people's charts, and I have
Right.
not stopped seeing it. Like
That's how it happens too.
Is in the Light on Astrology book that Dr. Saota has, the name for that one is 100 Physicians.
Yeah, the healer. Yep.
Yeah.
And it's a lot to do with healing waters and healers and alternative healing. So that will be cool. And actually, in his chart, it talks about his partner being not so healthy and it causing an issue in their relationship because he will be into healing and healthy. And then she obviously is going to have some issues. But that's him taking after his dad. His dad's a bodybuilder and works out every single day. So I'm not.
I've seen a picture that you posted on your son. He's fucking huge. Yeah.
Like, he's 6'5". He's fucking towering. He wants to. He's funny because people call him either Tarzan or Dolph Lundgren or Ivan Drago from Rocky.
What did you say the nakshatra was again?
Shada Bahisha's son. Let me pull it up actually. Okay, for my grandson.
I have this book. It's called 27 Stars, 27 Gods, the Astrological Mythology of Ancient India. So I've been looking.
Is that by Vic Dakara?
Hold on, let me look at the front.
I think so.
Got that one today. How cool.
That's a good one. He's I love him. He's good.
So that's what I told you earlier, Trav, that's what I've been doing. I went through all my nakshatras and I looked up, all the deities for them. So I got my information from this. But when she said the name, I wanted to actually look up.
It's Shada Bahisha, which is also a Rahu ruled nakshatra. You know what else is happening that I've seen that is happening in all of our charts, in my kids' charts? in my chart and now my grandchildren's chart, we all have Moon and Rahu conjunct, all of us, which is some kind of pattern because, well, you know, Moon is mother, right? And then when Moon and Rahu are conjunct, that causes either strangeness in the mother, distance in the mother, or an eccentric bend of mind, or an alternative type of mother, like someone who's a tattoo artist, or an Ayurvedic healer, or who might have had a drug issue, things like that. And it seems to be a repeating thing in all of our charts. So that's pretty interesting, except my son, Giovanni, I think his Moon and K2 are connected, which it still has the same connotations, but it's more in an esoteric, spiritual kind of. Mom was like what I do, basically, you know, like metaphysics and stuff like that. But my daughter has Rahu and Moon. So it's like how she sees it in what more of in her how it's affected her chart is more of like an eccentric type of mom, an artistic, which that's how she sees me, and that's how she's also turning out to be an eccentric kind of person. Where my son sees it in the more spiritual aspect. He's always been into like the paranormal and ghost hunting or spooky or meditating. Like he's always been into that part of it. So it's interesting to see how it still manifests in both charts, but in their perspectives. But then my son has the Moon in Rahu, my oldest son. And then now baby has Moon in Rahu, and his mom is artistic and fantastic, but her mom passed from drugs. And so she has some emotional imbalances from, you know, her growing up. So it seems to like just be repeating in our charts, which is kind of interesting to see.
That is super interesting how you mentioned like your son and daughter.
Yeah.
They're like your daughter being Moon and K2, you said?
No, my son is Moon and K2. My daughter is Rahu.
Yeah.
And Moon.
But just that being able to, how you were saying, just the different expression, like seeing you from two different sides.
Yes.
That's super interesting.
Yeah, it is, because, you know, Rahu K2 is still the same body and it's still the same kind of energy, but she sees it, and this is exactly who they are. She is the more expressively outward, look at me, I'm different, where Gino is quietly, seriously interested in the spiritual aspect of it, or like, what does it mean? He's very scientific. So it's the external and internal, and it's crazy because I see it I see that expression in both of them.
Yeah.
So it fits them. And of course, Moon is not just mom, it's mine too.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Okay, so the baby's got Purva Ashada ascendant, Shadabhahisha sun, and Mirgashira moon. That's the other thing is my Bella, Gino, and Damien, we all and myself all have Rohini at 22 degrees of Taurus, all of us.
Wow.
So, but here, Mirgashira is at 26 degrees of Taurus. So it's really interesting to see the repeating signs or nakshatras, and it's usually in our creative areas, and we are all artistic, we are all artists, we are all musicians, we are all of us. It comes from my father's side though. He's a painter, a drawer, a musician, a drummer, all of that, and it's seemed to pass down to all of his kids and then all of his grandkids. And I'm guessing it's this similar alignment that keeps popping up, which I'm wondering if I'm seeing, like, you know how they talk about generational curses. I'm not saying it's a curse, but generational karmic debts or generational karmic playouts that are happening. because there are like one at every chart that I read that from the family is like either the same sign and degrees or the same conjunction with the moon. So it's something, there's some kind of family lesson or karmic thing happening, I think. That's what it points out to me.
Yeah, like a repeating pattern, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that the generational curses like that might be like a fear mongering thing too.
No, 100%. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. It's definitely not cursing. But when, like, for example, there's some issues that my mother carried out into her life that her mother had that she never dealt with. And I was like, if I don't deal with these things now, because now they're inheriting in me, then my kids are going to have to deal with it. And I know this. So I'm going to fucking take care of that. Since you couldn't do it and grandma couldn't do it, I have to do that. Otherwise it's going to carry down. And I know that. So yeah, I don't see anything as a curse, but at all. But I do see like patterns, karmic patterns and play outs. And maybe they talk about when you're not, when you're not finishing your whatever in your past life, just because in this life we're set up to reach moksha, we might not reach it. So then you're going to come back the next time and go and get into another position where you're going to, be that step closer to reaching moksha. So we might not reach the full enlightenment now. It might be just one step closer. So there might be some kind of stepping stone happening within the family with each incarnation.
I feel very fortunate to be learning about karma now.
Mm-hmm.
Because the more that I learn any of this occult stuff, the more that I see that nobody knows jack shit. It's hilarious. But I always keep my mind open, especially if I don't know something. And it's good to see that this karma stuff makes sense. It's good to see that it's more than just, good and bad. You get
Yes.
It's an explanation of the unfolding of the
Yeah.
energy. And it comes in different flavors. There's chunky karma, which is huge. And that's what is passed on from generation to generation. Right. Then you got the medium karma. And that's the stuff that I believe is what you talked about with playing out the mythology. Right. And how depending on what there's an intricacy to it. I guess we can touch on it later. But then there's the light karma, which is the stuff that's already in practice,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Food, so that means I have to go, eject it
Right.
from my body.
Yeah.
But that medium karma, one of the very interesting things that I learned about yesterday was that we're learning about the structure of mind, right? And it's very important because in the middle we've got ahamkara, which is what we think we are. We think we're something, but that's just ego, false ego, false knowledge. Above it is buddhi, intellect, but not just intellect, wisdom. And beneath that, we've got the indriyas, for the five senses. So the whole thing about the medium karma is that the impulse may arise and it may come to us in the ahamkara, in the ego. And it's a prompting, it's a urging, it's a temptation to carry out those actions with the five senses. But if we can learn to neutralize it then and there, that's burning that karma and it fails to reproduce itself.
Yeah.
But the problem is when we do take action on those urgings and promptings and we do take action on it, the karma is now transferred into the physical realm and it's nearly impossible to stop it at that point. How many of us have been tempted and we're able to say no? But when we make that choice, just a little bit, just a little bit, I'm gonna stop. It's damn near impossible to stop at that point. So I think in that middle ground is where we're able to use things like magic and demons and spells and all that stuff, because in a way we can redirect it to something else.
Yeah. Absolutely. I saw that. I actually took screenshots of what you said about the different kinds of karma and was looking into that too. So, and yeah, I agree highly.
Still
It
looking
makes a
into
lot
it.
of sense.
It's highly interesting. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
In the Gorha book, he has a whole chapter on like karmic debt. It's like a Ranu Bandhan or something like that. That's what it's called. But yeah, that goes a lot with the whole, like, I think George sent one page of it in the group like maybe like a month ago now, but it was talking about the self-identification with the karma.
That's the whole. That's what I mentioned. I'm working on a video now about Ranu Bandha, body memory. It's a form of karmic substance. You know what I mean? Based off, that's why I said earlier, we be having attachments to particular things and don't really know why we like certain things, is because we've carried that Ranu Bandha from past life experiences. And then we carry it into future life cycles.
Yes.
And we know what a bandha is. Just the word bandha means lock. It's a body lock. So once you start giving your energetic attention to something over and over and over again, you actually lock yourself into it. Western philosophy calls it a seal. So actually, when we use the seals of Solomon are bandhas. They're locked.
Yes.
Yeah. And he actually goes into how, based on the Ranu Bandhas, like, let's say that, like, so he gives the example of like a thief. So if I had a Ranu Bandha with someone and they wanted to come steal from me, then if I had that bondage with them, then they'd be able to come find my house and whatnot and do the action. But if there was no like Ranu Bandha with me, they wouldn't be able to locate my house or anything. So like,
and you can get that.
It goes into the space of the karma. Like, you can't be in the same vicinity as someone that doesn't have a Ranu Bandha with you.
That's the same thing with those people who can't get a reading from you unless you have a connection. Same thing.
Think about that for a second. That goes really deep. Everybody that you live around has karma with you in some aspect.
Absolutely.
You're in the city for a reason. And hell, we're on this call, right? There's karma in between us.
And that right there, and that explains why some yogis do what? Throw rocks at you when you try to go up there. They don't want no bandha with you. They don't want no Ranu Bandha built in their own energy field, because they know that some of these people who come to see these yogins, they come to see them just to gawk. They serve no purpose. So just think about how many bandhas and Ranu Bandhas we've created in our lifetime by how we say, well, you got to be nice to people, and you got to do this, and you know what, your mom then made you hang out with some kids, the fat kid up the street.
Oh, jeez.
Look, now he's getting over on you because you don't have boundaries, and
because he's a creep weirdo. But he got the upper hand on you. And you know the whole time, like, me and this guy have nothing in common. I don't want to even like him. Well, you got to be nice, because I got to work with his mother. She didn't passed off horrible karma to you.
But the karma
is
serious. Retroactive. Usually what we're experiencing is karma from the past.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy, man? Isn't that like, yo?
So he distinguishes between karma and a Ranu Bandha. So he says, my theft from you is not karma. It only becomes karma only when I identify myself with the act of stealing. As long as I do not self-identify myself with the robbery, it is not a karma for me. It may be unwise. It will hurt your feelings. It may land me in jail. You may beat me up or shoot me in return, but it is no karma. It is only a past RNA working itself out. Self-identification with one's actions converts them into karmas by binding the ego down more tightly to the limited temporary personality.
So I'm seeing like there's two things that make things harder, right? The perspective level of understanding, and also the definition, how you define the word. And I feel like this group is truly helping this, like, how do you say the word? Remove that illusion when it comes to these words, because it's like, when I first heard the word karma, the first perspective I had was more of a, okay, if I steal from this person, somebody might steal from me in 5 years, right? Then now dealing with this, not only this group, but dealing with, you know, the books and everything, you start seeing it like, okay, the word becomes much lighter, if I have to explain it in a good way. It becomes much lighter within our own perspective. Now it's just more of a accepting, all right, that I've done this before, even though it's not good or bad. The lesson here is to be learned. And once you learn it, instead of trying to run away from what you feel like karma is, right? Once you learn it and you accept, okay, these are the things I need to change, like the whole path just becomes a lot easier and a lot lighter to even have more focus and to study. And I, like, through my own experience, I can say that it's all, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Take the guilt away. Seems to take the attachment to the stress and the, what's the other one? The guilt and the shame. All that type of shit starts to melt away.
And also regrets.
Regrets too, yeah.
People be walking around here, be regretting they didn't do this, regretting. That's one of my favorite songs from Jay-Z. One of his lines, you got to learn to live with regrets. You can't let that destroy you.
Even sin, the way we think of sin as what we think it is not, it's not the same. That you're going to be damned to go to some place, or it has more to do with what you're doing to your own body, to your own self.
And if once you read into ancient cultures about some hells, them shits be lit. The demons be first. Like Japanese be having certain demons, all they do is sit around and drink sake and shit. You know what I'm saying? That must be fucking awesome. They don't even do nothing. Like, you just get drunk all day.
Kristen, one of the first things I learned for sin was the acronym was self-indulged negativity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're sinning against your own temple, your own body, your own self. It's not oh, and you're an evil child and you're going to hell. All that is so misplaced and misguided and so literal. And it
literally makes you feel like you cannot do nothing to remove what you feel like is bad luck, or what you feel like is blessings and not blessings. And
that's what Amar was talking about. When you identify and attach to it, you feel helpless, right? Because you feel like you deserve it now. You're literally bringing it onto yourself. And
then you try to, groups like this could come all around, but your perspective wouldn't accept the healing, because it's just like, it's already done. Why am I even going to try? It doesn't work, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't understand. My case is special and different.
Right.
I promise you, your case is not special and different.
Never.
On God. Your case.
Isn't that crazy? Somebody wants their misery. Somebody, they argue about whose misery is greater than the next person. Like, dude, you're...
On Rama, that shit ain't different, bro. On Dhamma.
It's that thing that people want to be special, and they think they're special, and that very thing right there is what makes them common as fuck.
It's called ahamkara, false ego.
Yeah.
Your existence, your experience is special and unique to you, because you don't know what's next. However, nobody is that damn special. Like, literally, your whole existence is mapped out and predictable, even to the point that someone else who knows a little bit better can influence you. So, come on now, let's not be silly. What Bobby say? Let's not be foolish with this thing.
Do you really feel like these people feel like it's the fact of them feeling special, or do you think it's them watching everybody else think that those people are getting what they want, and they just don't feel a part of something.
I think we're talking about two different things.
Yeah.
I'm talking about is like whenever someone has an issue or whatever, and say they might come to me for consultation, and we get to talking, and like I might say some things, but they'll reject it. And one of the rejections that's super annoying is like, well, you don't understand because
Yeah.
my case is special and different. No,
Mm-mm.
it's not. It's just you're refusing to let it go because you think that it's just so different and unique. I promise you it's not.
Nope.
That's
That
what I'm
shows
referring
you-
to when I say
That shows how deep that they stuck in the illusion of the Kara. For them to be so identified with it that the very same thing that they want to eliminate by coming to you for help, they defending
to
it. They
They wanna
defend
cling to
it
that shit.
Defending
and
it.
pay
Yeah.
for it, and they defend them. When once you say something against it, they defend it.
Oh boy,
Mhm.
yeah. I can
Yeah.
tell
Yeah.
It's
you.
like
Almost
it's
like-
like the woman that gets hit, and then the police tries to come get the boyfriend, and she's like, "Don't hit him!" Like, nigga, the nigga just beat the hell out of you.
Stockholm syndrome.
Fucking Stockholm. They
Yeah, there
label
you
it
go.
Stockholm syndrome.
Self-Stockholm.
Yeah, man.
Self Stockholm. The very same
Self-Stockholm.
motherfucker been slapping you up
Yeah.
yourself, your ugly self. You're defending it when somebody says something against. Well, you know you're garbage and you're human. Oh, no, I wouldn't call myself that.
Yikes! You don't understand. What do you mean I
You
don't?
don't understand me.
What do you mean I don't understand?
Do you know? Do you know, Trav, based off of this information in the culture of India, nobody could say that, but they probably can now because, you know, India's even in a decline in certain areas. But those who know the science, they can't say that. You don't understand me. You know why? Because them motherfuckers got every science to read your ass just by as soon as you walk into the room, like, oh, look at this. Look at this Vayu-looking motherfucker walking. You know, so you already know
As soon as they
the
walk
person's
in,
in it.
Kristen can tell you what your moon nakshatra is. You know
Exactly. As soon as you talk, your voice tone speaks. So we see the Western that's us, man. And like, you know, earlier today, right? I was like looking at my globe. India's big, but India's not that big. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people on that land, man. See, now of course, they're on the Asian continent, but you know, Eurasia was that consists of Europe and Turkey and India and parts of China, you know, Nepal and shit. But I was just thinking that this culture has been so profound that it's spread across the whole globe with a particular system that basically breaks down and fine tunes you to be able to understand, analyze the wrongs of the human machine, and then fix it.
Because it's quantum physics and it's happening everywhere. It's not just unique to the Indians, although they're the ones
that's
that
what
on it.
that's
first,
kind of
but
what I'm
yeah.
saying. Like, yeah, it was enough. There's enough mathematical equations that it had no choice but to be a global phenomenon.
Well, I mean, it's literal quantum physics. It's literal
yeah.
quantum physics.
You're
yeah,
absolutely
like,
right. Literal quantum physics.
Yeah.
Quantum physics is that because quantum physics was taken out of this.
Exactly.
I mean, this stuff is it is the original science of life.
Yep.
It is the light of the world. Like nothing. Hell, Tesla got taught and studied up under Vivekananda. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we could say the same for the dude y'all mentioned earlier with the wheelchair, who passed away.
Stephen Hawking.
Yeah,
Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking.
Wouldn't be surprised if you find some Vedic literature in his library.
He was very anti things like that, though.
Yeah, I think what it is it like you said, it's a part of existence. You know what I'm saying? So it was anybody could tap into it You know, it's just like you just got to have the persistence, and you know, and a lot of and maybe their culture hadn't been broken. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that's a lot of the times where we, you know, maybe that's where we see it intact at. But it was a worldwide system. You know what I'm saying? But it was broken in other places. You know, and turned into something else, and you know, and now they're making money off of it, you know, and compartmentalized.
Yeah.
But, you know, where we see it fully intact is in India.
Yep.
It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, that's funny. A friend of mine had I wanted to take a screenshot and show you, Trav. I will take a screenshot still, but she wrote, here, actually, let me read it to you. We'll pull it up because it's relevant. It's all about Kundalini. So, where's it at? Hold on, let me get there. You fucking asshole. Come on. All right. Kundalini is not inner alchemy. Those who follow the Kundalini and Ascension programming are deceived and working towards their own soul trap. Hard truths. You exit your body and an entity gains control over your vessel through your consent. People love to hate this fact because they are already stuck in that bait trap. They fight for their program beliefs, and it's hard for them to realize that they have been working towards their own entrapment. All their hard work to achieve this false trap feels like they didn't do it. They did it for nothing. So they cling to their illusion that it's beneficial, so they don't feel like they were duped. Change your inner direction on the topic before you get devoured and dissolved in the looping trap. So I said, what the big issue is with Kundalini is the westernized, incomplete version of it. All these new age practices that have been filtered and changed originated from the Vedas, every single one. And in time, people changed and added and perverted the teachings and practices. Where we learn information is key. This is why we go to the source, and it's important to do that. Vedic science is quantum physics. It's all personification of inner and outer workings, long before the Bible mirrored the very same thing. People jump into Kundalini yoga and practices with a westernized concept of it, living unclean and doing many toxic things still. So when you rip off your veil during meditation in a hurry without doing the true inner work, you will see the entities behind the toxins that you take in and the toxic shit you do. When people have these terrible experiences, it's because they did no actual inner work, hence inner alchemy. In ancient India, these things were well understood and never taken lightly. They would never dream of not doing the inner work. But the West wants fast enlightenment. So now we have such a poisonous new age system of plastic and harmful experiences. And when you try to expand this info, people get triggered. So there's like this demonization of Kundalini in the new age. What'd you say?
Do it. They deserve it. They deserve
Oh yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, she was like, oh yeah, well said, well said. And I'm just like, it's a lack of data. It's a lack of data on your end because you're seeing it from a westernized view where there's so much missing to it. There's so much missing.
Inflexible beliefs is a red flag. Ain't much
Yeah.
that anybody can do there. They got they have to be broken on their own.
Yeah.
Leave that shit alone.
Yeah.
Unlocking your Kundalini is gonna open you up to demon possession.
Yeah.
Truth. Get over yourself, sis.
Get over yourself.
When did you become the expert? Show me your, you know what I'm saying? Where you get this from? Where you get this from? A YouTube video?
Well, right. What they say is they got it from their source self.
Oh, well, keep that to your source self.
Right.
That's that projection shit we was talking about last week, man. How you know you project what you want to see in your reality on everybody else and like try to make that the standard. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Let them have and keep it. That's their own suffering.
Right.
You can't save them folks.
You know something?
Some people supposed to be the ground that you walk on, man. Some people are just supposed to be the ground that you walk on, you know. Everybody is not going to be able to ascend to the next level because that means that this way station is going to go out of commission. Some people are supposed to stay here, and that's something that you just got to get comfortable with because it's going to be some people that's close to you.
Yep. That's truth.
Eventually, all of this particular information is going to lead the individual to be amongst certain people at all. Eventually, it leads you to be totally away from all of that. To even hear it, to even see it, to even experience it. It's going to eventually lead you totally away, not in the form of being isolated and you're not around, but the people that you are going to be around are going to be the individuals who are particularly doing the same thing that you're doing. Other than that, you're throwing pearls to swine, as they say. Eagles and shit like that. No animal hangs with no other fucking animals like that unless they've been domesticated.
Right.
Zebras don't even rock with horses. And them motherfuckers is like the same species. But they not the same species though. They not that cool to hang out with that motherfucker. I'm not hanging out with that motherfucker. Nigga don't got no fucking
I don't know you like
stripes. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. This event, and it's not selfish, and it's not self-centered or malicious. It's about going back to that word. It's about evolving higher. That saying that as you evolve, the species of yourself, you evolve beyond other species. And the other species they consistently demonstrate toxic and non-evolutionary projections and activity that you can't be around that at all.
So the zebra say this old solid color motherfucker over here.
Yeah, so brown motherfucker with a fucking tan tail and shit. I'm out of here, man. Gazelles are not gonna hang out with fucking emus, and emus ain't rocking with elephants. None of that shit. They'll all exist in the particular geographical area, but they don't intermingle.
Shit.
In Lion King, they did. What are you talking about, Shango?
They did intermingle on the Lion King. You know what I'm saying?
and on the ark too, man. You can't forget about the ark.
Damn, you can't forget about the ark.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, male and female.
Male and yep.
Was all the species of bees, did they need to go on the ark too?
Bees, fleas.
Were worms on the ark?
Leeches, worms.
It had to be
and they're
everything that we
animals.
see
Think about
today, because it had to be everything.
Imagine being stuck on an ark and smelling animal sex all the time. That's crazy.
Are we taking that too literal again?
Yeah, I know. It's.
I was saying it as a joke. You know what I'm saying? That's just.
Yeah, it was a joke. Right. Yeah, it was a joke. Yeah.
But
I'm joking too. I have childlike fun.
But like Christian said, with the particular information and going to pass of the globe too, something I was doing. Like I said, I've been looking at this fucking globe, and I came across information. Somebody talking about the 30 degree latitude line. And when you look at these latitude lines and you look at the longitude lines, if you turn this globe and you follow these lines, you will see what it goes through. So you will see that these particular areas, 30 degree latitude line follows all of these. It just has interesting places that it go through. And that's a lot of times how information get passed by shamans. They're like telephone lines.
Mm-hmm.
So they pass that information through there. And then when you get to, you can't forget about trading, because people did trade. You can't forget about the Silk Road. A lot of people just didn't come to buy lapis lazuli on the fucking Silk Road. They came to travel for learning And yogins didn't stay in one place. Some were traveling. Some had to practice a penance is a part of some yogic practices where they or becoming a beggar. So the whole thing, this information is always going to go global. Whatever's needed for the human evolution is always going to have a way that it's going to be global. It ain't going to stay in one, and it's not going to stay in one place to only save one particular people. Now, whatever them people doing on that island where they shoot arrows and shit where nobody can't even land over there, whatever god they got rocking with, you can't fuck. I don't know. You can't even fuck with them.
That's that source self God. He ain't trying to hear
exactly.
Nothing.
And their God is so strong that they have not been invaded yet. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, source self.
Yeah.
When you tap into source self,
it's perspective, man. Mm-hmm.
See, Britain.
It's like having that perspective of death, man. That makes you weak. You know what I'm saying? Like when you have a perspective of death, that's the only thing in the last hurrah. Like this life is the last hurrah. That shit makes you weak. You know what I'm saying? And that's what religion has pushed on the world, especially like Christianity. Like this is the only motherfucking life that you get. And that shit makes you docile as a motherfucker, man, because you're not willing to fight for nothing because you think you're not going to get another shot at it. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of makes Nas' song, Life's a Bitch and Then You Die, so miserable. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, because you never know when you're going to go. That was such a miserable song based on a miserable reality. That's what people think. They think that's what it is. You just do what you do here. They close the box on you, and that's it. And think about the whole thing. Like you didn't live your life. What if some people really can't get out of their impoverished situations, and they really are mentally stressed out about it, and they just give up. They don't give up the hope. The hope is broken in them, that they can't fix it. So then they're supposed to die and judge whether they go to heaven or hell. So if they go to hell, like goddamn, you already was fucked up when you was physical, and now that you're not physical, you got to go through the same bullshit. That's garbage.
That's bullshit.
That's deep mind control right there. Like you just said, keep people bound in.
Very deep, man. Very deep. You know.
Deep.
Once we get this, like the information is bad. Once you come into this information and become aware, and you just don't be fascinated by it, you actually practice it. Like I said earlier, you have no choice. That it is going to create a change. Now, whether you're strong enough to stand for the betterment, you're gonna have to make sure that you're empowering yourself. It's, like we were talking about earlier, that saying if a person is not eating healthy or their body is not healthy, that saying that why would you expect a yogic meditative practice to work for you? But just go deeper. You got to learn to breathe right before you even get into concentration. If you can't breathe correctly, you ain't going nowhere.
Right. That breath and the prana are related, and you can't see that until you practice breathing.
Motherfucker then ate the whole pack of double stuffed Oreo cookies and expects now to. This nigga says that his chakras are aligned.
Really?
You got the game totally fucked up.
Hey, that's that source self. You get your info from source self. Mix it up how you want to mix it up. Everyone's journey is unique and individual.
So we might as well never use the saying mind, body, and spirit. Just say mind. Those people only concern themselves with one. Make a whole new philosophy that's good. That's gonna sound so muddled. it makes a person don't even want to question, like, damn it, you know, so whatever, man. You don't have to work on your body or your spirit. You just work on the mind, man. That's it.
It do be tempting sometimes, let me tell you, to start.
Like, you mean to tell me I don't have to do no meditating? No, you don't got to meditate. All you got to do is just live your life. It all come to you, and that's it. You have your own goal.
Fake it till you make it.
Just make it.
Just make it. In the chat,
I love it, man.
This Sunshine Chick asks question: do all souls reincarnate to the earthly realm? I think that's a good question because it certainly relates to what is talked about in this chapter on the planes of correspondence, but also dealing with Purusha and Prakriti. So what do you guys think about that? Do all souls reincarnate to the earthly realm?
Continuously, or do they?
I think what from how she wrote it was of all the souls that do reincarnate, do they all have to come to Earth?
So is there more than one soul?
Oh,
great question.
That is a great question. So now that's only we'll have to say there's other Earth, there's other particular planets that's like Earth that or do the reincarnation of the spirit need to be in a human body to reincarnate somewhere. I think I can answer by saying some yogins, from what I've been reading, I haven't come across any information stating that Earth is the only plane, because it also says that some yogas, they don't. Once you're through with Earth, you've paid your debt, because Earth is like, like Star Wars. They got the Dagobah system and shit like that. Those areas,
Dagobah.
you go there to get to hide. Once you're done with the hiding or you're done with the burning of your karma, then there should be no reason for you to reincarnate. You've learned the lesson of this system. So that, from just me reading stuff like that, I would say there's definitely other realms of existence, because
Vedic scriptures talk about other realms. The Vedic cosmology does. They talk about, in fact, other circles. You go out past the circles. We're gonna get into something way different.
And you know what they mean by that circle?
Well, no, just hold on a minute.
Oh no, don't do it.
You go out past the circles, and each planet is supposed to be that sun for that circle, and you keep going out, and it's the 7 above and 7 below. And if you want to really get into it, go check out Santos Bonacci. He's got it all laid out.
Santos got it laid out. Yeah, but I was getting into it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about though.
I couldn't help it.
They said like when one of the planets, they say when one of the planets go into retrograde, that means that it's moving away from you. It's like going away from you.
Yes.
And like because that's why I said I didn't believe that this was a planet.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? This is but
plane,
like you said, I don't want to go into that.
Right.
I don't want to get into that. We'll be getting all off, but to answer old girl's question, if I'm answering it, I'm gonna say that if we're talking about like Prakriti and Prakriti, that creation is like infinite. So if you're talking about the combinations that can be made from just 3 things, I mean, if you go to Sonic, look how many drinks they can make with just, you know what I'm saying, with just like cherries, strawberries, and pineapples. So if we talking about, the 3 main components, and then them trickling down to those components and trickling down to those components, then anything is possible. So if that's the case, then this is just going to be just like one stop. I don't even think that you could come back here. I think that you.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't think that you could come back here. I think that you could come back to a place that has a similar karmic chain that you could shred that karma about, but I don't think that those elements would come together to form what we call Earth. No, I think that that's just some here.
I was going to say that this is only one galaxy that we live in, and they call it the Milky Way galaxy.
Milky.
That's like how Christian just said that there's different, like you said, there's circles. I got one book, it's called The 30 Planes of Existence. There's multiple different existences, multiple different, if we want to keep it physical, multiple galaxies. It's not just, if the all is the all, that means there's a whole bunch of all. That means it ain't just the Milky Way fucking galaxy. You know what I'm saying? So we can only define it from our Milky Way galaxy perspective. To say that, well, yeah, well, Earth is the place. We have to say that because we've never traveled outside the Milky Way galaxy to have no definitive answer to give about that. But if we want to intelligently speculate, we know that it's not just the fucking Milky Way galaxy. And of course, because like I said, information I've read that some of the yoga, once you have decided, because you do decide, once you decide not to come back, you vibrate elsewhere. The energy always has to vibrate elsewhere because it's always going to exist. So it can come back, quote unquote, as we say, come back. Because did it go forward? Like we know how we even got to use that, how it comes back. Where did it go? Did it actually go anywhere, or did it? So, it's just.
I think Amar really hit it with what he said. The question that she asked was, do all souls, plural, reincarnate to the earthly realm? But the scripture tells us is that there's only one soul.
There's only one soul.
Now, Purusha, one. Prakriti, infinite. So Prakriti does include the Milky Way and every other conceivable and inconceivable form possible, dimensions and planets and what do those kids draw these days? Wolf people having sex with dog people, all across manifestation, but one soul.
I think it's like a fucking Rubik's Cube. You know what I'm saying? This physical form ceases to exist. Now you shit, the fucking Rubik's Cube shifts on you. Your individual Rubik's Cube shifts. You're not even on this plane no more.
Yeah. I think you would have to clean up her question, like Trav was saying, because I think what she was saying, what I'm interpreting her saying is it more than one experience? You know what I'm saying? Like not the soul, because I mean, obviously she's interpreting the soul as being as the thing that is having the experience, which is true. But those books only say that there's one soul, but she's talking about the experience, I think.
So the experience aspect of the soul would be the Atman, but the soul would be the Brahman. I guess the Atman can be infinite experiences, right? Like y'all are saying, it can be in this body, that rock, that tree, the dimension where we have titty noses, all of it.
Titty noses.
Bald chinians. See, that's kind of what they allude to in the movies and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Men in Black, that they were like this galactical TSA, like a plane, like an airport, where all these galaxy people come through to come here, but they can go to multiple different galaxies. That's the same thing. Like I said, go back to Star Wars. What was so all they say is the Force. When you die, you return back to the Force. So if you still have work to do here, then you come back. Maybe someone is attached to your vibrational energy and you can still do work here, but maybe you go on to the other. It's that thing is so multi-layered.
That would be fucked up. You did all the work to get the fuck out of here, but then you found out somebody was attached to you. You got to come back.
I heard that's why you're not supposed to like cry at funerals and shit like that, because people can like be attached to that sorrow and they won't be able to move on. Somebody said something like that.
I've heard that too.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I've had personal experience that kind of pointed to that actually being a thing. My own personal experience. And it was crazy because I felt like, damn it. The experiences I was having made it seem like it, but then I was like, okay, maybe it's just a reflection of my own yearning and wanting. You can never really, you know what I mean? It's like you can never really know for sure. You know, everything's a reflection of you anyways, but it's like, is this manifesting towards me and happening to me every night and right after his death because I'm so grief stricken, or am I keeping him stuck here?
Yeah.
Because it's happened twice in my life significantly. And when I finally let go, all the experiences in the house stopped, all the paranormal stuff stopped, everything, like it moved on. And I felt like a release but I'm like, okay, that has to be me.
That's an awesome question.
My manifestations.
That's an awesome thought. Can we keep another person's soul,
or at least a fragment of it, or something?
Or at least a fragment.
Yeah.
See, that's why eventually
like
we're gonna need a yogi to come fuck with us so we can ask these kind of questions, man.
That guru's making trips across town.
Huh?
That guru's making trips across town.
Is he? We need Sadhguru, man.
It's like
That'd be
awesome.
awesome.
You know?
That would be pretty dope to have Sadhguru sit in on a Sunday session.
Oh man.
Super boss.
Hey, you know what? It's gonna happen, man. I've been watching YouTube for a while, and I see people go from like where they first start to where they are, to building, their platform and things like that. And I've watched it, so I kind of can see the template. I don't know if that makes sense, man. I kind of got this thing where I can see decline and I can see growth and something. And what I see in Trav and his platform is pure growth. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't even know how to explain it, man. One day I saw a restaurant and I was at a man, what's that joint called? At TGI Fridays. And I was like, man, if it just felt wrong in there. And the next day that some bitch was closed. Damn. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
So what I see in Trav, man, is just pure growth. I mean, it's growing and it's gonna keep growing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for real.
You on a new wave, man. You on a new wave.
That's real.
Yeah.
When I see Trav's journey, I think of a bamboo tree, 5 years under the thing, and then it just explodes out of nowhere.
It's like being at the right place at the right time. You know what I'm saying? Like getting into the right shit when it's naturally going to start to occur. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You just hopped on the train early, man. That's all it is, because the world is going this way because it's starting to wake up, and this is the motherfucking alarm clock right here.
So are we saying Trav has always been living his purpose? Are we saying that by Trav living his purpose, we found a part of our purpose that was associated with his purpose?
An outlet, yeah, I would say an outlet. You know, like y'all was saying earlier about the energy, it's gonna find the path of least resistance.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, this is like the Trav is like the path of least resistance, because we was gonna find the shit regardless, man. Like you say all the time. I mean, everything is perfect, so you was gonna find the shit, whether it was gonna be with Trav or somebody else, because it's your time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like with those planets in the chart, the energy is present for you, but it could be me today, this person tomorrow.
Exactly. Like like all my Jupiters.
Like all my Venuses.
Yep. You did not just do that.
Trav, you help me realign, bro.
Because like remember I told you I got into the Vedas before, but the depths of it now, and also attaching it with the occult. Because like before I was like, okay, is this the right information? I would go from each one to each one. I would always find like techniques. Like one thing I like about when I did Muslims for a little bit, studied their stuff, it was the strictness. It was the routine that they had, you know?
Yeah. Discipline.
And then Christianity, the real Christianity is just a devotion that they have that you're supposed to have, you know? And then also the strictness when you apply, if you take the Muslim strictness and apply it to the Christianity, you could find a lot of use out of that. The Haitian religion, and then like voodoo, and then going down to even getting into Ifa a little bit, you can see if you apply the strictness and everything that you're supposed to do, like from the Muslims, into these practices and have the open heart chakra of what the Christianity is supposed to symbolize, right? The acceptance and all that stuff. I don't know how to fully explain it, but you can find a lot of similarities and also enlightenment in those things. But when I came here, the whole time I was trying to find, okay, where did it all this come from? Yeah, Bhakti Yoga, basically. Yeah, exactly. Where did all this come from? And then I got it from the Tantras at first, Tantra school, and then coming into you was like a slap in the face, like, nigga, you had it right the first time. Stay on your path. You know what I'm saying? So meaning travel was like a big slap in the face, like stop going out and trying to look at all, what is it, master? What's that saying? Something master of none. That saying. There you go.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, but I wasn't trying to be the jack of all. I was just trying to see which one had more truth. But at the end of the day, if I'm not falling in with depths and consistency with anything, you ain't gonna find the truth. You know what I'm saying?
But you kind of got to go through that though, don't you? I mean, that's like part of the journey. I mean, that's how you found yourself here. I mean, if you would have just sat still, you would have still been at square one.
True.
Yeah. True.
To appreciate and you gotta sift through all the trash and garbage first, right?
And that's most likely because my son is in the 9th house too, huh, Kristen? That made me go from different religions and appreciating it so much. Because I got Sun and Venus in the 9th house.
Yeah, Sun and Venus. So Venus is a love and appreciation, what you find beautiful and interesting. So, and then Sun there's going to be that's where the illumination is happening. So everything in your chart or everything around your ego is going to center from the 9th house. So everything is relevant towards higher learning, spirituality. It all is secondary to that. And that's your love and your focus is there. So, and being into other cultures, anything with 9th house, people with 9th house placements also often marry people of different backgrounds, religions, skin tones. They travel to foreign places, or they're just very much into learning many different cultures and religions and sciences. So there's no coincidence there, obviously.
It's funny, man. I'm seeing more and more, and I knew this was gonna happen too. I think we all did. More and more spiritual people like starting to. I could tell they were kind of resisting it at first, probably because we were doing it, but they're gradually getting more and more Vedic and yogic out here. The field's getting more Eastern.
It's gonna happen. Yeah, it is.
I'm not the type to rub stuff in anyone's, unless it's no perverted stuff. I'm on no fap. But
no fat.
Honestly, man, this we're on the right wave.
Yes, definitely.
Everyone else is finally getting hip.
Yeah. I've got people messaging me from my page all the time saying, I don't know what any of this means, but it's fascinating. Do me. I'm like,
I've seen posts come up where people are suddenly experts.
Yeah. Or they're like, what's my nakshatra? I'm like, oh shit, you know what that is? They're like, only from your shit, but I'm interested.
Damn.
Like, that makes me happy. That makes me really happy.
If
So-
somebody is an expert in Vedic astrology, quickly, you definitely know that motherfucker's gold plated. That ain't real gold right there. You know what I'm saying? That ain't it.
If you scroll through Facebook, you might catch them. They still growing, but you know.
Yeah,
The difference between Western astrology and the Vedic astrology, my brother, is that if you got your nakshatras and your moon, see the moon sign is more important than the sun sign, and see the degrees are slightly different. I'm like, you were not talking like this last week.
Oh my God! And they're telling you this. Now they're trying to tell you this shit.
No. They make sure that I'm not tagged or anything like that. They don't.
Oh,
want me
of course they don't.
Trav happened to you happen to stumble upon it. You know what I'm saying? But like, yo, what this? Oh shit, he started a whole fucking channel on Magna charts.
Oh man.
Well, do you ever have those people who literally come back to you with the shit you told them and say, well, this is because of this? I'm like, yeah, I told you that.
That's
Oh,
that's
yeah,
usually in real
right.
life for me. That's the people I know personally. But online, I usually find people that like, someone will like send something to me or whatever. Like, look at this nigga. It'll be something that I have said or posted. I even saw one dude repost one of my, you know how I do like little posts with my little font thing with my Travis. This dude cropped out the Travis Magus part and posted the other thing on his page.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
It ain't that serious.
Some of a bitch.
Just retype.
I forgot what movie I got that from, but you son of a bitch.
That definitely was Bernie Mac said that.
There you go. Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, that would be definitely the thing to do though, because if you said that, like Shango said, if we on the upswing, then this is gonna be the wave that everybody jump on. It's gonna be marketable for the people that jump on it first. You know, it's gonna be profitable.
Exactly.
You know,
it's like a fucking pendulum.
Yeah, right.
Like a grandfather fucking clock. So we only used to that shit going tick, tick, going fast. But what if the galactic motherfucking grandfather clock, that shit been real slow with going over to one side. You know what I'm saying? And now it made it over there, so it's upward. Then it has to do what? It got to come back, and it has a downward period. You know what I mean? So I think we on that cusp of the upward, and that's like with natal charts. You know, so they have shit that be on the cusp. Should be important sometimes. That it'll change the whole. And I'm starting to learn it myself. Stuff planets on the cusp that should be changing the whole aspect of the chart.
Yeah. With the expert
it's just good.
I mean, I was listening to a Dr. Saota video, and he has a fucking book about Jyotish, and he was saying that he feels that he doesn't know enough to call himself a teacher of it, or like to be able to teach it. So he strictly calls himself a student.
Exactly.
And he has a fucking book.
You're talking about, and like that's KRS, he doesn't like, he won't do your full on chart. He won't do your interpretation of it. Like, I feel that on a whole other level. That's why I rather teach you to read your own, because there's so much to this. And even what I do takes me 3 days, and I do a whole lot, and there's still so much I could add to it.
It's like gonna never. It's like you'll have 1,000-page natal chart reading. You know,
it's true. Oh my God, so true.
Little bitty chart. I call myself doing. I'm like, this is exhausting. Holy, how does I see why she takes 3 days and charges? You know, I get it.
I'm a student in that too, because like I was saying earlier, I started. You know, once I really like looked at my chart and see how and I keep it next to me all the time so I can keep looking at it. Right. So now I understand, like, you know, there's Sattva planets, Raha planets, Tamas planet that go with the houses and they go with the, you know, Sattva planets. It's just crazy. Sattvic houses, Sattvic planets, all of that shit play so much into your chart. And I was looking at, well, I got so much water and fire in my chart that's basically what I'm composed of.
And see, water and fire together can make steam and boiling and aggression, but it can also put the fire out. So usually in the younger years, it's about being boiling and hot and steamy and passionate, good and bad.
Boiling.
But then there's like a cooling effect that happens. The water chills out and the water ends up putting the fire out. So then there's this healing that comes later on. So that's pretty
rain
cool.
can come from that. You know, it's kind of like the same thing with Shiva. Shiva was that fire energy of the destroyer, but then he cools down to a particular point. That's where you get these Rudra shakas that we're wearing. These things are, they call them the tears of Shiva.
The tears of Rudra.
Tears of Rudra, exactly. And Rudra, as we said, is another name for Shiva. You know?
Right. Yeah.
So when I'm looking at it, Sue, that stuff is serious, man.
Since you've gotten those, have you had any significant changes take place? Because those, they say to be very careful with them and be ready. Because if you're not, you're going to be like catapulted into big change.
Catapulted into Arizona.
It really does. I told
Trav,
I
know, that's crazy.
It's not
I sent Trav a message the other day, and I was saying that I've been really feeling different. It actually, if you're not strong enough, it can cause you a lot of confusion because it's making you go so inwardly. It's like it's an energy that's concentrated. It actually makes you so intently focused by the energy of these and the size of them too. These ain't no little ones you go, you know what I'm saying? So
they say when you're wearing them not to eat meat. Not when you're wearing them, actually.
There's a whole process.
No porn and that kind of thing. Like you got to try your best. Try your best. You have to remain in that as pure a state as possible.
Yeah.
I can't take too much social media interaction, to be honest with you. Like, you know how you stroll, and basically strolling on Facebook or Instagram is basically like it's basically all mind chatter. So the other day I was going through it, and as I'm reading it and looking at the pictures and looking at the asses, I almost felt sick. Like I couldn't take it.
That's good.
So you're absolutely right. I'm glad. That's pretty interesting that you asked that question, because I really haven't been talking about it. I just sent Trav like, yo, I've been feeling some kind of way, like something's happening. And I kind of felt
about it. Yeah, we were talking about it, and I wasn't gonna get them just yet because I can get them right at the Indian store up here, and the metaphysical store. But I didn't want to get them yet because I've been doing my K2 mantras and my other Nakshatra mantras, and I have had some significant experiences with that where I bought Wagyu beef. I don't know if you know what that is. It's like $40 for one steak.
I was about to say that's pretty high end right there.
Yeah, it's the best you can get. I got it, and I wanted to cook it, and I cooked it, and I smelled it, and it smelled like it's supposed to. It was fantastic, but I was grossed out. I couldn't eat it. I gave it to my fucking dog. I gave my dog a $40 steak.
That's another thing too. So you mix that what you already going through with putting these Rudra these on, it'll be intensified. To be honest with you, when I be doing the mantras, oh man, it's like you be singing it, you catch the words quick. I've actually experienced I call it like a splitting, where it was like the self experienced the self doing the mantra.
Oh wow.
Like I'm not just hearing myself doing, like the self is hearing the person doing.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And it was and then but once I became aware that I did that, I instantly snapped out of it. It's like I went into a state of almost an unawareness, but slightly aware. But once my mind attached to the focus of it, it was gone. I was like, oh shit, was I just now? Did I hear myself, or did I was like, oh shit. Cause like I said, I've been doing a lot of reading on I just don't put something on, especially putting it on your neck. You know what I'm saying? And wearing stuff. So with the whole understanding, I used to wear a Rudrak bracelet, and every time I would go into the gas stations, it will blow their mind. They'd be like, "Ooh," they were like the women would just like look at me, and they'll look at my wrist, and they'll be looking at me, and they even go like this, you know. So they were like, "Oh, I see you have those on. Where did you get those? Those are real. Those are real ones." And I was like, "Yeah, they're real." So there's an energy that comes, but you know, you answer your question, man. Yes, it's been some shit.
Yeah, because I when I saw you head around you, I was like, oh shit. I just felt like, I bet you he's been going through some shit, some transformation.
Yeah, it's different, man. You can feel it, and it's been a calmness.
You could see. I don't know. For me, I don't know if it's just me, but when I look at Trav's video pictures of him wearing them, and then just seeing you wearing them, there's something like there's some energy around you, or I hate saying that cheesy word. There's like a color, something, a brightness around you that I could see. That's different. It's not. It's like it's like a Technicolor or something.
Like how we say with this type of system, you really can't play around with it.
Yeah.
You can't. Like I was saying, like how we were saying before, the fake it till you make it. You really can't fake it till you make it.
You can't, right? There is no fake.
There's really no way to fake it.
No, exactly. You get what you put out.
Yeah, so you're right. And I've been feeling mad energized. There's a lot of energy that come with these, and it's almost like you have to treat them with a certain type of like respect. You don't really want to put them on the ground,
right?
You know what I'm saying? So it's some it's an energy with it, man.
Yeah,
I could see it. I definitely could see it.
And these things come from the Himalayas.
Yes, I know it. I know
it. Feels like a badge of honor, even. Like I really treat these with respect. Like I'm not gonna wear these. If you ever see me not wearing them, I'm not gonna wear them if I did not do my mantras. Like
that's
not
awesome.
A fashion thing.
Devotion.
That's what they're for. They're for your mantras there. But you can just wear them too, because they actually are for protection. They're basically like.
They are. This is where the rosary came from. This is why they talk about how the rosary would protect you from bullets and shit. When I was in Catholic school, when I grew up, they used to talk about when you wear your rosary, you can be bulletproof. Shit, crazy stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then there was those one necklaces that had the saints that would be in the front and the back, the prayer things. Mm-hmm. And they all come from the Vedas. It's all the same stuff. Because when you look at the history of these Rudra beads, you'll see that's everything that they talk about with the Catholic Church or with the Catholic Rosary, all the same attributes and so-called protections.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah. Only they assigned a different deity. It's more like so Mary would be similar to like Saraswati. And so instead it's Rudra. So I'm surprised that, but it is what it is. They make it fit however they want to make it fit. But yeah, there is so many correlations with the Catholic religion and the Vedas. And it's just more and more I dig into it. I'm like, holy shit, I did this all in my childhood in the Catholic Church.
Yeah. And these are 108 beads plus, they say 108 plus 1.
And that's the Navamshas. They're supposed to be all the Navamshas. That's why there's 108 of them. That's why we do the 108 times with the mantras too. There's also one you could do 27 times, which represents the 27 nakshatras. But it's 27 plus 1 because there's Abhijit. So, and that's the other thing I wanted to talk about. There is no Bij mantra for Abhijit. There's not. And I think we need to make one.
That's really interesting, because that's really interesting if you say that. I was just reading something in that book I mentioned earlier about the mantras. That's called something. That's I gotta look that back up.
I have my friend she's making me this copper bracelet with Abhijit engraved into it. So I'm excited for that. I think that could be a whole thing. I told her, I was like, dude, you could literally engrave nakshatras in there, and my group would definitely be interested. I don't know how many other people would be, because I don't know, not too many people know nakshatras yet, but I feel like that's changing.
Samput. I think they call it Samput, Samput. And it says Samput are specified words used in mantra. These can be used at the start, middle, or end of a mantra. The Samput has a great value in mantra Shakti or in other mantras and must be used carefully. The use of the mantras with Samput in addition to jap can be writ. Can be to write the mantra on Bij Patra with saffron using a pen of pomegranate wood for specific numbers as prescribed for each mantra. The paper should be wrapped in kneaded flour and before sunrise and breakfast thrown in a running water one by one, keeping the ishat in one's mind.
Would you send that to me? Would you like screenshot that and send that to me?
I will.
Okay.
I'll screenshot and I'll send it to your inbox on Facebook.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And it talks about a lot. It goes like the whole, when you go to next, they actually talk about division of mantras and their use.
Yeah.
This says the division of mantras. There's like 6 different divisions. The use of mantras and divided into the following 6 categories. They got one called Shantikaran. These mantras deal with the cure of diseases and warding off the malefic influences of planets. You have Vashikaran. Through these mantras, you can put under your control any woman, man, officer, minister, devta, soul, animal, etc., and can fulfill your wishes. Stamban. These mantras deal with all the persons, etc., as detailed above. And para 2 to stop them doing mischief or acting against you. So you know they got this stuff is heavy. So it's like even like you said, to make a mantra, that's some heavy shit.
Yeah, but it's.
Now you said who didn't? One of the nakshatras didn't have a mantra. You said?
Yeah, this is because technically, all right. So Abhijit is hidden between Shravana and Uttara Ashada, and it's between the degrees. If you think about a fucus, it's similar. How a fucus is hidden between Scorpio and Sag, but it's still Scorpio and Sag. That's exactly what this is. Now, Abhijit is the victorious one, the one who is who cannot lose, right? And the reason it's been hidden is because Krishna took the nakshatra and swallowed it up because there was a war happening, and he didn't want the ones that were against him to win the war, because all they had to do was start the war on the timing of Abhijit, and they would have won. So he hid it. So of course this is allegory.
Let me ask a question real quick, Christian, because I got this book and it says Abhijit. So they're calling it the 28th star. Is that correct?
It's the 28th nakshatra, and basically, if you think of a baby mobile, you know, like how a baby's mobile is, and there's this like hand that reaches over, and then from the hand you got all those little spinny parts that, you know, the little strings, and then there's like a ball on the end of them.
Yeah.
Right. So the thing holding all the strings, that's Abhijit. Abhijit is the hand holding all the other nakshatras around it, but it's hidden between 2 of them because it's so victorious. It's not like, it's only between a little bit of a few degrees. It's not like a full nakshatra the way the other ones are. So it's rare to get it. It's not super rare, but it is rare to get it in your chart. But when you have it in your chart, that is a great blessing. It is making you victorious. in your life and in this area or wherever it's at. So it's basically, now you can have it on the Uttara Ashada end or the Shravana end. Mine's on the Shravana end. But so, and it's still victorious, but it will have more bend of one or the other. So if it's Shravana Abhijit, it'll have more of the mediumship, you know, the paranormal context to it. And if it's Uttara Ashada, it's going to have a lot to do with like healing, alternative medicines and metaphysics, and more of a science aspect to it.
That's some interesting. And what is Vega? They say Abhijit really is Vega.
Vega is the star system. Have you ever seen the movie? Oh shit! It's with Jodie Foster where she goes to outer space, and it's, I forgot what it's called, but she goes to Vega in that movie.
Contact.
Yeah, Contact. I think. Yeah, she goes to Vega in that movie, which is amazing. Now, that, you know what's crazy is, as a kid, that was one of my favorite movies, and that that's just nuts, considering that if Vega is Abhijit, and that's in my 4th house in my K2, so that's pretty interesting. But yeah, that is what that is. It's a star system,
and they don't have a lot on this star right here. This is a very short like paragraph. Everything else has a deity, and they end this. They said, the author ends this by saying, I personally think the best explanation becomes evident when we look at what Abhijit really is, Vega, which is at some point in history the actual North Star.
Yes.
Abhijit is so far north of the ecliptic that the moon never remotely enters its vicinity.
Exactly.
So I think it is rightfully left out of the vast majority of astrological considerations.
That's why I was saying it's the hand above. It's literally up above everything, and it's ruling. It's not ruling, but it's holding everything above it, like a baby mobile. It's way up at the north, and everything else is underneath it. But it is absolutely relevant. Absolutely relevant. But you don't have to do, you know how they, with the Fucus, they moved everything around. You don't have to do that. It still sits within Shravana or Uttara Ashada. And that's really what they should have done with.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's super interesting. It's and Amar has it in Venus, which is one of the luckiest placements to have. No, it is the luckiest placement. Now, depending on which house, it can be even luckier. But is it in your 9th house, Amar? Is he on?
I don't even think Amar is even here.
Oh, I can't remember. I think it might be in his 9th house. I'm not for sure, but he has Venus in Abhijit in Venus, which is significant, very significant, because Venus is already the benevolent planet of abundance and luxury and beauty and talent and skill and good food and all of these things. So, and now you have the being victorious in this area. So, yes, yes, please. There's also days of the month, days of months and days of the month and days of the year that fall under Abhijit's Nakshatra. So, but the thing is you just have to know the degrees, which is starts at 6 degrees of Capricorn. And I think from 6 degrees, 5 degrees, I think it starts at 5 degrees, 5 degrees Capricorn to 10 degrees Capricorn. So it's only 5 degrees, but it's still relevant. So when you know what the degrees are, whenever a sign, planet or a day is in Capricorn in those degrees, that's Abhijit, and that's a day that you want to start something. That's a day when you want to create things, or play the lottery or things like that. You definitely, speaking of playing the lottery, and people who have 21 to 22 degrees of Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn in their charts right now, in their birth charts, on the 26th and 27th, they need to play the lottery. They need to do things that bring in money, sign business deals, something, because Rahu and Jupiter will be aspecting each other. They'll be trining. And when this happens, this is what creates lottery winners. Every person who has won the lottery, it's because Jupiter and Rahu has been trying in their chart. And so people with 21 and 22 degrees of Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn will be those people on the 26th and 27th. Don't waste that time. Even if you're like 23 degrees or 20 degrees, still do it, because you're still close where you're pulling in some energy there. But if you got 21 to 22 degrees, I would be on it. Whatever endeavor you're looking to create or do or work with, or I would go forward with it then. Do you know if you got 22 degree or 21 degree planets, Django? Oh, I can't hear you. Are you muted? Yeah, you're muted.
Okay, yeah, I have my mute. I was saying, I have to actually go deeper into the degrees now, because I've been going, basically, like I said, looking into what houses Sattva, making sure, like really understanding what each house is, and not having anything in there, but the house still has a planetary energy. But
yes.
what I gotta do is print out, because I actually was printing them out, and I'd be writing everything on the actual chart, so I could actually see it. So then, as I was telling Trav earlier, with each nakshatra, I went through each one, and I wrote next to it the deity of the actual nakshatra, and then I was looking up the mantras for each of the nakshatras. So I've been doing the nakshatra for Rudra.
Good.
Because that's my moon, my moon sign is in Gemini and
Ardra.
Yeah. So the deity for that is Rudra. So I've been doing, very, very powerful.
Yeah, it is. If you go into your Indastro and go to your planetary alignment chart, you'll get all your degrees right there. And if you just scroll down and see if any of them are 22 or 21.
Interesting. What are you doing? Got my pen?
Kristen, you said 22 or 21?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Somebody in the chat was talking about Vega. Yeah, the North Star. Stuffed Dog did oh yeah, you do have yours. That's right.
Have my what? My
your
my chart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you able to check the degrees?
Am I able to what now?
To see if you've got 21 or 22 degrees, any planets at that?
Yeah, I was trying to find my Indastro on the website, but I'm finna just go to the pictures and look at them real quick.
Yeah.
I couldn't find it. But yeah, I'm looking right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's something I got to do. I gotta better organize my industrial chart too. So instead of pulling it up on the web.
29, 4, 1.
Yeah, I got so it said degrees, that's the first one, right? The first
Yeah,
number?
the first number, yes, son. You've got
Yeah, 22,
Saturn.
22. Huh?
Is that your Saturn?
Yeah, my Saturn, yeah.
But what sign is it in?
Virgo.
So wait, no, your planet is in.
No, I don't know. What were you saying?
We need
Needed to do.
you've got you do, yeah. So your Saturn is in 22 degrees of Virgo. That's fantastic. That's great. Because so anything with Virgo, Virgo, what was it? Sorry again. Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus. Any one of those with planets at 22 or 21 or 22 degrees, they need to go and play the lottery, or on the 26th and 27th, whether it's play the lottery or do that business thing you were talking about, sign those papers, do something that's going to bring in money, because when that day, for all of us who have 21 and 22 degrees in these signs, planets in these signs, Rahu and Jupiter trine. And every time Rahu and Jupiter trine, it brings big windfalls of money and abundance, like big opportunities. And everyone who's ever won the lottery, it's when Rahu and Jupiter are trine in their chart or transiting. So that's what's happening on the 26th and 27th in a couple of days. So whether it's a lottery or a business opportunity or something that can be lucrative, I would set that in motion on those days, the 26th and the 27th.
Okay.
And then your Saturn, let me check your chart, because your Saturn, hold on a minute, is in your, let's see, your Saturn's in your first house. Yeah. So the Saturn in the first house, that's your body, that's yourself, that's your person, your ego, your identity. So this could bring something that is transforming you, that transforms you, that helps you directly, your own self. It could also be something along to do with like health and wellness too. But this is usually about money and like an opportunity to bring in money or abundance in a large way. And your Saturn is there. Saturn is responsibilities, it's authority, and it's maturity. And that is in your first house of ascendant. So some kind of smart, mature opportunity, or you might even gain an opportunity through an elder that could also come. So those days are going to be really good for you to just business, money, anything like that. It would be great days to take advantage for sure.
Okay, cool. 26 and 27. I'm gonna do so. I got something in mind.
Awesome. I'm excited for you. Yeah, I've got Taurus, 22 degrees Taurus. So that makes me happy. I'm like, yes. And what's funny is my son is in 22 degrees of Taurus, right? And my son is in the 8th house of lottery. Yes. And I'm in my sun dasha. So this could be something fantastic for me. So I'm here for it.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm definitely here for it. Although I do know money is coming because I just did taxes. So it might manifest in that way. I got a large amount of taxes back this year because I did some extra classes and accounting classes and learned how to get some more credits and stuff and deductions and upped it by a lot. So I'm thinking that could be part of it. I don't know for sure though. I still got to mail it in. They won't let you do it through the e-file right now because of the 7202, which is a paper for sick leave, which is a new credit for self-employed people. And yeah, you got to mail that shit in now. So I got to wait 6 weeks, but I don't know. I'd like to see what happens. I'm interested to see what happens for people. My son also has 22 degrees of Taurus. So I said that he and I are going to have to go play the lottery that day.
So, Christian, let me ask a question because I can't actually, I can't pull it up on my computer. I'm freezing. I got so much other stuff open, so I'm kind of slow working the computer. But you're saying the degrees, you mean, because I have one where it has the latitudes of each of the
numbers. Yeah, those are the degrees, the numbers.
So you're saying which one is
the very first number, the very first one.
You mean the ascendant?
Well, all of them. Well, any one of them that has 21 or 22 degrees that are in the signs of Virgo, Capricorn, or Taurus.
Okay. Yeah, see, I don't have that. I got 24, I got 25, 27, but no, not those numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, I just now looked. Yeah.
That's okay.
No lottery for me.
Well, it could also come in other ways, another time for you. But because it's not always 22 degrees, it just happens to be 22 degrees, 22 degrees this time. But when anytime Rahu and Jupiter trine in someone's chart, yeah, almost always they get money in a large way, whether they win a big lottery or a little lottery, or they get a loan or an inheritance, something like that comes through.
See, I have to look into that. See that right there. See, you're important. You helped me learn just a lot. So now my next thing is to understand the degrees on the chart.
Yeah, the degrees tell us so much. So if you look at the signs, the zodiac sign as a chapter in the book, or no, you see it as a book, and then the chapters are the nakshatras, and then the details inside those chapters are your degrees. So it's like the inside information. So, and then when you break down the padas even more, it gets even more intense and in specific. Like when we did Ardra's padas, you saw how vastly different those 4 padas were. Yet they were all Ardra. 2 of them were train wrecks, and 2 of them were successful, driven, and scientific people. So, and then one of them was very anti-drug, where the other one was very much drug abusive. So, and that's all within that one same nakshatra. So even the padas, really give our details.
Yeah, I can see that. The book that I have, it's not in the table of contents, doesn't break it down as to degrees. It might be in the reading, but it doesn't have it designated on the table of contents that it's specifically gonna teach me about these degrees. But I know I got to get something to go deeper, because I got a couple of Vedic astrology books. I just got to remember where do I have it on my computer, or do I have it on my iPad? But now I see I'm gonna have to understand that. Or maybe it's a year. I got this one.
For people in the chat, where someone asked what my Instagram was, it's Witchy Woman Beauty, WITCHY WOMEN and BEAUTY, Witchy Woman Beauty. Woman, not women, woman. I meant to say woman. I don't go on my IG very much. I just started going back on there actually. So, but yes, for the people in the chat that are asking, you need to have 21 or 22 degrees in the sign of either Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn for this to be happening in your transits, in your chart. Now, awesome. Thanks, Stay Wild Moonchild. So now you want to, if you have 20 degrees or 23 degrees, that's still a time to take advantage of in those signs. Remember, it's got to be Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. Tough Dog, are you still here?
I see his name there.
Yeah, I think he might be on a break.
I'm here.
Oh, hey. So I wanted to, I told you I'd touch on this with you in the group because it's so long to type out.
Yeah.
What we talked about with the binaural beats.
Yeah.
Yeah, the experience. So when I started using the binaural beats, specifically those two that I sent you, I used them every day and every night I slept, and I had the earphones on. I used the Dre Beats, and I would just sleep with it on. And then I would even use it during the day when I was doing some work. I just have it on, but specifically whenever I was going to sleep, because I was like, well, I'm going to sleep anyway, so I might as well work my brain out while I'm sleeping. So, and I did this for a couple years actually, but it only took, I'd say, for profound things to start happening, maybe 3 months. And the out of body experiences where you're literally able to control and you're lucid, intense, very, very intense. Like I told you that I went to Kent State, which was so weird. I saw everything. It was Saturday. It was raining outside. Kids were still sleeping in the dorms, but then there was some people up for classes that day because there was some classes on Saturday. And there was some common room that I was in, and this guy was passed out on the couch. And in the corner of the room, there was a desk, and there was a map of the United States that someone had made out of crystal rocks or something for like some kind of project. And I picked it up, and I picked it up because it was like so cool, but it fell through my hands and I broke it. I was like, oh shit. And the kid on the couch said, what the hell are you doing in here? And by the way, I'm naked at this time. I don't know why I fall asleep with clothes on. That was the first time I ever astraled naked. And he's like, what's this naked chick doing in here? And he was like half awake, half asleep. And I just remember shooting out of the room to another part of the school. And I saw the front end because I didn't know what it was at first until I saw that it said Kent State University. I was like, holy shit, why am I at Kent State? I mean, I'm in Ohio, but I didn't understand why I was there. And I was woke. My husband tended to wake me up whenever I was in one of these deep experiences because he said I would talk and move. And he thought that I was having a night terror because I have night terrors. But that didn't happen. I woke up and it was like I was at Kent State and it was raining and it was so weird. But then there was also another time, and this one is the one that profoundly changed me. The very first one I sent you with the Merkaba on it, I fell into this really deep sleep where I felt like this sleep paralysis coming on, but instead of fighting it, I just let it go. and then I popped out of my body. But I didn't stay in the house. I automatically was like shot up, and I knew I was shot up somewhere, like way up. And it felt like, it sounds goofy to say I was in a ship, but it was so high up, I didn't know what the hell else I was at, unless it was a higher realm or something. But this thing was too big, or it was huge if it was any kind of ship. But all of a sudden I was very like lethargic, and it was very bright, and I could hardly walk straight. And this real tall blonde guy was helping me walk to this room, and everyone there knew me and was looking at me and like talking, like whispering. And I'm like, where the hell am I at? And I had the sense that I knew everybody there, but I couldn't remember how I knew them. So we ended up walking into this room that was very dark, and there was these circles on the ground of light. And there were these people, pairs of people, male and female, all over the room. And each of them would stand together in a circle. And then the circle would light up, and light would shoot up from the ground through their body and up to the ceiling. And I realized that it looked like the flower of life pattern on the ground, but a bunch of circles. He said that, the guy said to me that we had to stand inside the circle and that we had to embrace. So I stood inside the circle with him. And when we hugged, everything started to vibrate so fast and so strongly. It was exhilarating. And we began to merge like we were one body. And I felt this intense, insane, like zoom up my whole entire body. And I could feel nothing on earth that I've ever felt can explain what this was. Not sex, not love, not happiness. Nothing could touch what I was feeling. And it was pure bliss. And I could feel this ringing, and my head was buzzing. My whole body was merging with his. And I just felt that I was being healed and changed, that I was being pulled to where I was supposed to be, like this, like a tuning fork. And when I pulled away a little bit, he said something to the effect of that he is lifting my frequency, or he's raising me up, or some shit like that. I don't remember exactly what he said, but back then I wasn't even sure. I didn't know who he was, what he was. I'm like, I don't know what this person is. I'm like, is this Jesus? I mean, Jesus is blonde hair, blue eyed. I mean, what, like straight up, like white blonde hair this guy had. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. I don't know who this is. This is amazing. And when I woke up, I was buzzing still. I was like in a drunken daze. And I just remember wanting to not be here on this earth because of it. I wanted to go back wherever that was. Like I felt so like, oh, this is not nowhere near as great as where I just was, or what I just felt. What the heck? It was like so intense. And then for like a few days afterwards, when I would fall back asleep, I would end up being with him again, and he would do it again. Like it was like 3 more times, and then it never happened again. I felt like I was being fine-tuned or something. And I had a significant transformation in my life from that point on. It slowly, gradually changed me completely. But it took me forever to realize that was that was me. It was like a masculine mirror of me doing that. But the shit was just intense. There's nothing on this earth that I can compare it to, because it's just insane. And I've died before and had experiences, and it's still, this was something a whole nother level. And I know people talk about when they have their Kundalini awakening and the rising, the way that feels. When I had the issues with my spine, and I had this buzzing and ringing in my back, and the exhilaration I felt from that was great, and it was fantastic, but it was not like this. This was something different on a whole nother level that we were literally merging into each other like one body. And you know how you get to that point when you're aroused where it's like super intense and it's super sexual, but it's like exhilarating at the same time. It was like beyond that times a million. But it took like a sexual nature out of it. It was just more about exhilaration, like the purity of, I don't know, but that happened with that first video I sent you after months of listening every single day.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah. Very, very, because and then it also opened the door to me seeing straight on. See, I don't like to, it sounds silly, but it's what fucking happened. I just wish people could see what I could see, or take a fucking polygraph test, because I'm not bullshitting. But I would be laying there, I'd be sleeping, and there would be what seemed to be entities that would fuck with me. They would see that I could see them. There was this boy who jumped on the couch, lifted my leg up, and then dropped it. I was half in and half out, and I saw him do it. I wasn't afraid or anything. My daughter saw my leg going up and down, didn't see no one doing it though, but I saw this person here. And I woke up, I was like, did you see that? Did you see that person just lift my leg up? She's like, I saw your leg come up, but I didn't see anybody. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm seeing these people and entities more. I have always seen entities since very young, different times, mostly dark entities though, when I was a kid. But I was starting to see like just random people coming and going. And then the one time we were sitting around the fireplace and we all passed out. This was insane. I went into a sleep paralysis, but I didn't get fearful and I just let it happen. And I watched and I got stuck, that's what I call it, getting stuck. And my fireplace grew real tall, and a fucking alligator that walked, or a crocodile, little short crocodile that pitter pattered, like you can hear the pitter patter on his feet, and a growl like a real deep guttural growl was walking out of the damn chimney and walking around the chairs. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm seeing this. And so I'm like, I start to try to fight the paralysis. And as soon as I do, he runs back into the chimney. And when I wake up, the chimney is obviously normal size. And I'm like, there was a fucking alligator in here, a crocodile. My husband's like, okay. I'm like, I swear to God, I know this sounds nuts, but if you go back to ancient Egypt, they talk about the crocodile spirits and all kinds of things. So there's something was like unlocked after this had happened, even more so than when I was younger. Like I was seeing full on solid apparitions, entities. And then I had an experience in my room with one choking me and dancing on the ceiling. I mean, I started seeing all sorts of shit. But it was that whatever had happened, this sudden ringing in my body that merged. I feel like that's where they talk about the right and left brains merging into one, the male and female, when you connect with your daimon, the inner alchemy. I feel like that's what happened, which at that time I was unaware of what that meant. I didn't know what the hell that meant. Mm-hmm. And now I very much do. And there is it's a profound, fascinating experience. And you kind of want to always you want it to happen again. So when you're doing your meditation,
stop it, Lola.
When you're doing the meditations and stuff, you're hoping that happens again, which kind of can be an issue, because when you're trying to clear your mind and just let whatever happens happen, get down. But it can get in your way when you're wanting something to happen so much, then it doesn't happen. It's okay.
Right.
Yeah. Always
hard to detach from it.
Yeah. Whenever you don't want it or you're not asking for it or looking for it, it happens.
Christian.
Yeah.
When you was mentioning about the degrees do they use another word for it? Like, do they use a Sanskrit word? Because in the books that I have, I'm not just seeing, I'm not just seeing like degrees. So I'm just asking, like, do they use some other?
The pada, because it splits down the degrees, but degrees, just like, like the degrees of a triangle or a square or a circle.
Yeah, because I see Rudha Padas. That's in chapter.
Yeah, you got your padas. So, and that's just the breaking down. But yeah, there should be something in there talking about degrees. If it's anything in English.
Yeah.
Okay, it should definitely talk about the degrees. It's always going to be underneath they'll tell you the degrees underneath, like in the book, The Nakshatras, the Lunar Mansions of Vedic Astrology by Dennis M. Harness and Dr. David Frawley. Like underneath every nakshatra, it shows you the degrees. It'll say like degrees are 13 degree per Falguni, 13 degrees to 26 degrees of Leo, and then so on.
What the heck happened in Trav?
I'm not sure.
Have any of you guys ever looked into like your numerology stuff?
Oh yeah.
Did you see a difference with the Western and the Eastern way? Because like Western, I'm a 9, but in the Eastern, I'm a 4. I was like,
yeah, that's because the dates will change a little bit. Remember, because the dates are changing. So that's weird. Why? Wait a minute. You said so in the Western, you're what? A 9?
yeah, and on Indastro it says I'm a 4.
Oh, well, there might be life path, and then your birth number. There's a couple of different numbers. Do they say that's your life path number 4?
Hold on, let me see. Because I was seeing I wanted to know if they did a different math. Because I also went to a dude. Hold on, let me check. But I also went to a dude. He does like Centria.
Yes.
A while ago, and he added me up as a 4 too, and I was like, no, I'm a 9.
I'm a 4. Well, how do you do your adding? You usually add your full birthday and the year and the day. You add that all together.
Yeah.
And how are they getting 4?
I don't know, but like right now I'm looking at my numerology. It says I'm a 4 on Indastro.
Where are you getting the numerology on Indastro? I don't see it.
If you go to where it says my free reports.
Yeah,
click on free numerology.
I don't see it. I looked, it doesn't say free numerology. Why not?
All the way at the top?
Yeah, it doesn't. Maybe it's because
like the third to last one under free moon chart. It should be under free moon chart.
It's not. It says Child's Astrology, today's horoscope, yoga calculator, matchmaking, horoscope, oracle, astrology calendar, and Vedic.
Are you on your phone or computer?
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Oh, yeah, try on your computer.
Yeah, I don't have a computer at the moment. Okay. No. Oh, free numerology reading. I went through the 3 lines in the corner.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, what is
it?
Oh,
you found it?
Yeah, I'm looking. Okay. I'm different here because I'm a 4 normally. They're telling me I'm a 6 now.
That's weird.
They got to be doing something different. I'll have to look into this. That's very good. I'm glad you brought that up because that's super interesting. I wonder if it's because the date, but that wouldn't make sense because if it's just the date, we're adding up the date and the year.
I don't get it. I know I have 4 within my numerology chart because I know I have hold on.
Is the Eastern year calendar different? Because I know
Yay, winter.
Yeah, their calendar's different, but okay, the way you add everything up should still be the same. You know, if it's February 2nd, 1996, you know what I mean? It should still, but those are the numbers you're adding up. Not,
I mean, like the 1990 part, because I know like some of the Saudi Arabian students that I used to work with didn't use like the 2000s calendar. They had like a different like numbering system with that. I'm not sure like, if
oh,
that's
you on a Gregorian calendar?
yeah. Like I know some,
Maybe. Ooh, that might be. I have to check into that. Planet Venus. Cool. My number 6 represents planet Venus. I'm here for that. Oh, you know what? I wonder if they're doing it in a different way, because maybe they're basing it off of our sun, moon, and ascendant nakshatra and what number that represents versus adding up our dates. Taurus or Librans. Yeah, because I'm a Libra ascendant and Taurus sun. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'll have to look deeper. I'm glad you brought that up, Curve. You know
Hey,
what's funny? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Where's that numerology joint that you found? Where is it?
Oh, on Indastro, if you
Yeah.
look up at the corner, there's 3 lines. If you press on that, it'll tell you, there'll be a spot where it says your free numerology reading. It'll give you your number.
Gosh.
Excuse me, visuals are stupid, but the message is insane. Fire. Great vid.
Fire.
Fire.
So which one is the number? Oh, I guess I'm at number 3.
Nice. And I
see
think
my expression number in the one I have. My expression number is 4, but my life path is 9. My personality is 8.
in the Western or this one?
I guess the Western, but the dude that did it, he's a priest in the Ifa community.
I see. Yeah.
So he gave me like my soul urge number, my personality, maturity.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see why it is. I see why we
So
have
my
the number.
maturity and my
What is your
expression is
birthday?
4.
What is the day of your birth?
April 18th. Oh, 18.
9. And they said you're a number 9, right? No, they
Yeah,
said you're
life
a
path
4.
wise.
Yeah. That's because what I'm reading here, because it's showing me people born under the 15th or the 6th or the 24th are life path 6. And I'm born on the 6th. So
Yeah, and that's what's confusing because it's over here they gave me like 4, and it says if you were born on the 4th, 13th, 22nd, or 31st, your birth number is 4. And I'm like, y'all are wrong.
maybe it's a different system for them, like a different they have it lined up in a different way. I'm sure it is just a different system. So because you can get numbers that come up for us in so many different kinds of way, and they might just be different, but yeah, like I said, they're all just part of a bigger puzzle. But this is interesting. I like, yeah, normally I'm a 4, but I remember before being told I was a 6, so, and now being told I'm a 6 again, so that's cool.
Did you ever get your full chart for numerology done?
Years ago, yes. Excuse me.
Okay.
Wow. Cool. I like this number. Yeah, I guess it's based on the day you're born and then something else. You share your good relationships with people. Double-digit numbers have some special qualities rather than that of a single number. Okay. Tuesday, Thursday, and Fridays. Southeast.
You know something I read about these beads too? They aid in canceling malefic planets in your chart.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm over here driving myself completely bonkers, going through every single astrology book I have, trying to find this freaking degree. That's gonna be my next study now, is the degrees of everything, but I can't. I'm gonna have to actually go back and reread one, go through the other ones to try to find the exact, how you said, but this definitely, about this degrees. I think that is important. Well, it was not. I don't think it is important to know. So, but it's driving me so crazy right now that I am not finding it as a chapter on the degrees. Let me go back to this other book and see if they have something in here.
Do you know your life path number?
Oh, I'm so glad.
Is that calculated by my name or my birthday or what?
What's that noise?
Your birthday. So like you'll add, for example, mine is April, so it'll be 4 + 1 + 8 + 1 + 9 + 9 + 4.
You had to turn it on. Is that hot?
Oh,
There's this dude named Harish Johari. He was mixing Ayurveda with numerology, which I found interesting.
get over, you crazy dog! Lola, get over here. Lola, hey.
Okay, so mixing
Don't lay down.
What was that?
Curve was mentioning that the guy who
was far from tough.
The guy who was looking at mixing Ayurveda and numerology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has a book. It's called Numerology with Tantra, Ayurveda, and Astrology: A Key to Human Behavior.
Yep. It all connects. Who would you say was the author?
Harish, Harish, Johari, Johari.
All right. Thank you so much.
And Curve, I had seen that name earlier for some reason. Johari.
Isabella, come here.
Now that's gonna drive me crazy too. Is where did I see that name?
Get my handy dandy calculator.
You had to bring him down here. Ouch.
Go ahead and order this.
Your brother's coming to pick me up. We're going to the store.
What'd you say?
Seems like my
Check.
life number is 9.
Oh, humanitarian.
Oh.
That is ruled by Mars.
Oh, great.
But now go on in Dastro and look at the number they give you too. I'm trying to figure out right now how they added it up on in Dastro compared
That's
to
your
this.
name number?
They're saying that it's because of your birthday, the day of your birth. And if it's a double, that adds up. That's why 15 is 6. And then 24 is 6. And then 6. So then it's number 6. That's how they do it on your day. So it's based on the day you're born.
Are you guys
see,
doing
that's
like
still
name
messed
numbers
up
too?
because mine is 18 and they gave me 4. I don't get that.
Man,
Uh,
I'm just
they
sitting
might
on
have
my
added up your whole birth, like your month,
Yeah,
day, and
yeah.
year.
Normally they do, but they didn't do that this time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
that's
month,
weird.
day, and year added up is 9.
Right, right. So it's so
So
weird.
even on my date, it should be 9 too.
Yep.
On another website, that's an Indian numerology website, it gave me 9. So I think Indastro just has a little mishap.
I don't think they're messed up. They're just doing it different.
Kristen, what did you say that thing was? Like the record type of place was called, where they you have to request your
Vital statistics.
say that again?
Vital statistics.
Vital statistics. Okay, thank you.
With a V, VITAL. Yeah, vital statistics. And then you just ask for a record of live birth.
Okay.
Not one of those bonds that they give people, but a record of your live birth.
Okay.
Do any of you guys like those donuts that are stuffed with jelly?
Yo.
Strawberry jelly.
Strawberry jelly is the good.
I hate those.
The powdered ones with the strawberry jelly. Yeah.
He made it think like he made me think like you actually like them, but he's like, nah, I hate those.
Because the disproportionate amount of sweets, like if you bite into it the wrong way, you might get too much jelly. Or if you bite into it too little, you don't get enough. It's too inconsistent. Nice, smooth glazed donut. They look great, and they
I
taste
agree.
consistent.
Yeah.
You gotta get someone
I
to
don't
make
like
a good one
stuff,
for you.
Oh,
I don't like things stuffed. That's
So I'm doing the stuffing.
Guys, I just seen a correlation. All the numbers that they give you in numerology, there's so like 1 through 9, and then the master numbers, it's 12 numbers they give you, basically, just like 12 zodiac signs.
These free websites that are for vital records, are they to be trusted, or should I just go through?
Oh, I mean, I don't know about the websites. I call the places, but I call it the one in your town or the one that you were born in. Call the actual building, the vital statistics building, and then they'll send it to you from them.
Okay.
At least that's the safe. That's what I know will be safest.
Gotcha. Let's see. Vital statistics.
Go get me the brush. My hair is way too long and now it got tangled. Thank you. I'm so happy that my hair is finally down in my ass again.
It's only $12. I'm trying to be cheap as fuck. What the fuck? Bro.
And you're Rohini. No, you're not Rohini Moon. You're Rohini's son?
Yeah. You're talking to me or someone else?
I'm talking to you with the hair down.
Yes. Yes. Rohini's son. I had my hair long down past my butt most of my life. And then like in my 20s, I literally, before Miley Cyrus did that haircut, I did it. I did that to my hair. I went from real long hair up to that and I bleached it white. And like everybody in my family was devastated. But, you know, some bipolar type shit. Everyone else liked it. As soon as I got bored with it, I regretted it. I wanted my hair back.
Yeah.
Wait, when you said you cut it when everybody else started liking it?
No. I said
okay.
I said that everyone was devastated that I cut my hair. Everyone liked my haircut, but I not my family, they were devastated. They were like, you cut your hair, because it was down to my ass, past my ass actually. And I just shaved it except for the top. And then it was like the old Miley Cyrus haircut. And I bleached it white and I got dark brown hair. So it was like a big change. It was just like, I don't know. I started doing lots of editorial makeup and extreme makeups and like the stuff you see, like I would paint images on my face and wear different fucking eccentric wigs and stuff and dress like I was a piece of art. I just had this change in me where I took the artwork off of the canvas and put it on me.
You
And
went through an emo phase.
No, not emo. Definitely not. Wasn't definitely not like that. It was more colorful and yeah, definitely not emo. It's more colorful and
like a
eccentric.
unicorn
Neon.
phase.
Yes, unicorn. Yes. I had like neon braids, real long ones down to past my ass for a little bit, and because all you need is a little bit of hair to tie them at the top. But yeah, I did all sorts of stuff. Wore all these crazy wigs and contacts, and then one day I was like, ew, makeup. I don't know. I just like switched on it. And I was like, I like a natural look. And then I just wore sweatpants every day and no makeup and a messy bun. And I'm like, I don't know. That's some crazy flip-floppy shit.
It's weird. I did the same shit though. The same exact shit.
Yeah. And then now I'm having this kick about, well, I've always been into skincare, but now like super intensive skincare and hair care and some makeup, just a little bit, but mostly like anti-aging and all that. And I don't know. I have these moments where I want to change my look suddenly, but I definitely need to take everything into consideration and not just be impulsive like I used to be. Although hair just grows back, doesn't it?
Sometimes.
Longer than usual.
Yeah.
Each record is $12.
Thanks, Venus. I appreciate everything you're doing for me.
Hell yeah.
You're welcome.
And I just find out that Venus is my number. Well, number 6 is a Venus number. So that's awesome. I'm here for it.
Is 3 a Mercury number? Or is that Jupiter?
Well, I'm guessing 3 would be Mercury, considering it's the Gemini. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. Are you on Indastro? Are you a number 3?
Oh, I mean, I didn't check in Dastro, but
it'll tell you on Indastro.
The shit I checked, I was a number 3. Yeah.
Yeah, if you go on Indastro and check, it'll from their perspective. If you are 3 on there too, it'll tell you what planet rules it. I'm not sure.
Do you guys do your name number also?
I mean, I'm not sure how they do the science with it with the Vedas, so I'm going to look into that and then explore that further. I only found out about this because Curve, he brought it to my attention that it was different, which would make sense to a point because everything else is different. But you would think if they added up the date the way the Western does, it would be, or the other side does, it would be the same. But they must be using it in a different way. But I do know that some practices, they only use birth date, the day itself, and then some use the whole birth date, month, and year. And then I know that there's the year numerology and stuff. So I guess it just depends because I know there's a few different systems.
Oh, yeah, I'm a number 3 on here too.
Oh, cool. Does it say what planet?
Is it in the description? Oh
yeah,
it's Jupiter. Yeah, it's
Jupiter.
Jupiter.
Cool. Wow. I wonder why it's Jupiter. Like, I wonder why they say it's Jupiter. Like, I don't know why 6 would be Venus.
Yeah, I don't think it gives the
the
where
detail.
they got their stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, mine say Jupiter too.
Cool.
That's a 3. I'm a 3.
Yeah, wow. Swami Vivekananda is a 3 also.
Oh, okay, wow.
That's my dude.
Yo, I've been tripping, y'all. I could have been on this Vedic shit with y'all. Shit's 12 hours.
Karma is finally unlocking.
I'm tripping. I thought the shit was gonna be like $1 to do, but okay.
I was reading a little bit of the Light on Life, and he was talking about how the rishis would be so like advanced with the Jyotish that they were doing natal charts for people not born yet.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like they
because
would
they
like
could base it on the mother. Yeah, they could base it on the mother and when she's supposed to give birth. Because you can see that in a chart. You can see when you're going to give birth and how many children. That's your D7.
Oh Lord. I'm gonna get this shit done. Hopefully I'll have it by Thursday. I'll do it now.
Cool, cool. Okay.
Care Bear in the chat, you've got to have your accurate birth time. That's the most important part. Not what your mom said or what your grandma said, but you got to have your actual birth time.
Yeah, my mom keeps switching it up. She's like, I think in the morning, like maybe 6 o'clock. And I just asked her again recently. She's like, I'd say around 11. Like, I'm like, okay, you don't know. Like, birth certificate either. So.
I know that triggers people, but you know, because Care Bear in the chat is asking, have your accurate birth time. If you don't have your accurate birth time, then if you're in the United States, then you can go to I always forget what it's called.
Vital statistics.
Vital statistics. You can go there and get your birth time.
Yeah. You want to make sure you say record of live birth though, because otherwise they'll just give you another copy and it won't have the time on it.
You need your record of live birth. Write that down. And if you, like I said, if you're in the United States, go ahead and get that. Then you would go to indastro.com, which is INDASTRO.com, indastro. And you plug in your details and it will give you a head start.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
You have that information.
Oh shit, bro. What the fuck? Research is important.
What was that?
Research is very important.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. You know, that's something I had to come to learn, because how easy is it to rely on what other people say?
Yeah, I thought it was gonna cost me at least $50 to like file this, which is why I've been like holding off on it.
Mm-hmm.
My city is just it's just $12, and then the $50 service charge is just for return checks. It's just like, okay, oh, I could read better, could not scam.
All right, I'll be back. Keep an eye on everything. Hey, Trev. I have to run with my son to go see the baby, but I'm gonna have you on mute, so I'm not gonna like leave or anything. But I just want to let you know I'm gonna be gone for a minute. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Talk to you guys. I'll be back.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, Chris.
Yo,
Bye, guys.
Trav, I think you'd really. Bye, Kristen. Trav, I think you'd really like this book.
Light on Life.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm gonna look it up now and see if
it's
available.
Yeah, man. Robert and the other guy, Hart Defile, they do a good job.
I thought that was a really good idea. Excuse me as I shove in this salad. I thought that was a good idea. What Kristen said about making a mantra, because some of the yogins that I was watching, they always start they start their lectures with a mantra. So maybe if we had a Magic Society mantra, we can start with its own mantra, and then open up the the forum. There was a word I came across too.
In our birth charts, we have one planet that's stronger, right? So I wonder if there was a way to, I'm just thinking out loud, but I wonder if there's a way to combine all of ours to see what element is the strongest, and maybe from that we can pinpoint the most accurate.
That makes perfect sense. That's like what that's kind of what that book is saying. So you already have a mantra, but you add stuff in to the middle, to the front, or the end. Extend, yeah, I like that.
I'm still working on these charts, but I definitely feel like there's a lot of things that are gonna become apparent, and over time too, because I'm just scratching the surface. I only know of nakshatras. Like there's so many other things as far as like house relationships and all this other shit that I don't know of yet.
All of us are like a video. This is a video game.
Yeah, so like the birth or natal astrology is one of the 6 limbs of Jyotish. So there's like 5 other limbs that don't have to do with the birth or natal astrology. Like the other ones have to do with the like spherical astronomy and direct observations, observational astronomy, and then astronomical and astrological calculations. And then there's answering questions without the use of the natal chart. And then electional astrology.
What edition is yours?
I think it might be one of the first ones.
Or what year, I would say.
This is the 1996 one.
Damn. The one I see is 2003.
Is it the same cover?
No, it's a different cover. It's got the little diamond chart on it. See it?
I think it's because he like updates his books.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's probably the updated one.
Looks pretty thick.
Yeah, it's like 400 pages.
The description on the back is the same as what you sent me.
Okay.
All right. Why not? I think it's time to order another bookshelf.
Same.
You guys ever look at people's selfies online and like if they have a picture of their bookshelf, you ever zoom in?
Yeah, that's how I like if they do have them, that's how I like read them, like at them as a person type of thing.
Yeah. I saw this girl's picture this morning and I literally zoomed in past the body to the bookshelf. That was more important to me. Oh man, I laughed at myself. That was funny.
What were some of the books? What were some of the books?
Oh,
Twilight.
Nothing
really stood out.
Yo, it sounds like that TikTok. What color was the mic, bro? What color was the mic?
Trav, you went through her books, man.
didn't die. Not a death certificate. Okay. Okay. Information. I didn't die. I'm not married. Shoot, I'm not having shit in my mailbox, so.
Oh shit. Who is gone? Got a necklace. What have you eaten right? Have you thinking right? Meditating better? What's going on, Justin? Oh,
What's up with Ifadayo?
I've been thinking that for the past month.
Is he gallivanting through Paris or what?
hell, hell. I guess it's hard to say. I mean, I don't have an official explanation. I mean, I'm able to put together context clues, use a little bit of that good old psychic ability, but I don't have an official explanation. He could be taking a break.
Yeah. Aren't salads great?
Yes. Yes.
If you eat a salad, your insides will thank you.
What'd you have on it?
Well, the salad had red cabbage and some carrots, green peppers. I put a little bit of French dressing, and I had some not iceberg lettuce, but I forgot the name of the lettuce. But a little bit of French, huh?
Romaine?
Yeah, and I like the green. I like the green lo mein, and I put some croutons on there. Nothing too fancy. But at this time, you think it's 7 o'clock right now. The sun is already down. I don't really need nothing heavier than that. Digestion is over. But I definitely was hungry.
Well, shit, I'm gonna just go there tomorrow. Shit.
Oh, Justin's microphone's not on. Care Bear has a question that he or she would like attention to, so I shall address it. Question for anyone who may feel qualified to give a response. Question: is it a bad thing to practice opposing spiritual systems? Like, could one be into orishas and at the same time work with demons? Would anyone like to take that?
I will say that I know that I think I said it before. Dealing with the orishas, you're really dealing with Ifa, and Ifa is a religion. Ifa don't deal with demons. Now individually, a person may follow the beat of their own drum, but what is their purpose for dealing with Ifa and demons at the same time? It's kind of, that's kind of like mixing Hennessy and vodka. You can do it, but why would you want to? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of me. I don't. Ifa is the only thing that I prefer to say. Ifa is a religion, and Ifa does not deal with what is considered demonic forces. Clip off it. That's two different systems. So I would say that has to be some individual reason or some purpose. You're creating your own shit, pretty much.
Yeah, and a lot of these systems are put in place for to be worked within, to be worked together. A lot like Kabbalah, it wouldn't make much sense to say work with Gibura out of context. Like each of the planets and paths are meant to be worked with each other because it's part of a system. So I guess in a way, kind of cherry picking and choosing. Well, that may be a good thing to get your feet wet and understand how to, work with the subconscious mind and all that good stuff. At the end of the day, go with, where your karma is leading to, because you don't have a choice either way. But if you want to pretend that you do and we look at it, it might be best to stick with a system and follow it through. Because what happens is we often have a tendency to jump around from this to that to this to that. We never actually go anywhere. So sometimes it is better to stick with the system, feel it out, and get an understanding for how the whole thing works. And then once you understand that these rules and regulations don't exist anywhere outside of your own, because you asked if it was bad, which means you have this good or bad rule system set up in your mind. So in order to get past that, you might have to stick with one system. Then you realize that that's just an illusion.
Yeah, that's good said. I would if you're gonna do, because we people don't. I think a lot of people, and I'm not saying a Care Bear, I'm saying a lot of people, they misconstrue or they add their own seasonings to what's called the Orisha. The Orisha belong to systems that are religious African spiritual systems, and they have their own way of doing things. It's so like you just said, you might want to experience the totality of Ifa as it deals with the Orisha. You want to deal with demons? I would deal with only that. I just, and I'm speaking from my perspective. I personally wouldn't mix them because I don't see the purpose.
Yeah.
Unless you're gonna be a dabbler.
Right. That's and that's what the unfortunate address in the beginning of mystical Kabbalah. Most people don't stick with one system; they dabble.
Yeah.
I thought it would be a good idea for me personally to work through the Goetic system. I don't know what the hell that even means, but to me that meant work with each one of those spirits. And in the process, I learned that it's part of a 360-degree pattern of mind, of ego, right? I wouldn't have known that if I just work with Andras here, work with Thor over here, this to get my needs met, right? That's not completing. These systems are put in place for you to walk through them, right? Path working. Even the Necronomicon is a path working system. It's meant for you to go to point A all the way to point B, which is transformation. And you can't do that if you're jumping. So while all your new YouTube, internet, spiritual people will tell you, fake it till you make it, do what you want ad nauseum, really these things were designed for you to complete the systems and attain a transformation.
It's kind of like a carpenter. If you're a carpenter, you do carpentry. That's what you do. Now you may know electrical work, but you can't be a carpenter and an electrician all at the same time, because one's going to take away the focus of the other.
Mm-hmm.
You will only be able to build one house. You will be very limited on your jobs. You may be doing carpentry work on the house, and then somebody hired you to do an electrical job on one house, but now you got to go back and forth. So now, in the long run, you're gonna really be overworking yourself trying to make a living like that. So by mixing particular things, like you said, if you're gonna get into the Necronomicon, that might you should stick with it. You should like you said, go from the beginning to the end. So it becomes another marathon race. Once those marathoners start, it's rarely that somebody quits. You may have a couple of people quit, but they only quit because something didn't happen. They got pain, they didn't twisted up an ankle or something, but they're not just gonna start and then give up. Like, I just can't do it. No, because you had to train to fucking become a marathon runner. It takes a lot of training to get there.
Yeah.
So the whole time, if you want to start something, I don't, like she says, she asked if it's good or bad. I don't want to say good or bad. I just would say I don't see the use for doing both of those at the same time.
Yeah.
Would you guys say if someone? Would you guys say if some? Sorry. Would you guys say if someone wanted to mix, at least make sure they find correlation with the two?
What could you correlate? Oh, I mean, Oya, if we let's just take Anarisha. Oya. Now we can correlate Oya maybe with Lakshmi. But what what demonic force am I going to correlate Oya with?
No, I don't know. I was just saying, like, would you say, like, if someone wanted to mix two systems together, they should at least correlate, correct? Or maybe not.
I mean, if the systems are able to be correlated, I don't think you can. If it don't fit, don't force.
But shit, it'll take experience to even know that much, right?
Yeah.
Were you gonna say more?
Oh, I was just gonna like kind of reiterate what Django was saying about like know your outcome, and then it's like a purposeful, like, what's the reason for doing it? So if you know your outcome, and if you're not gonna be dabbling, then there's a purpose for working with the Orishas, and there's a purpose for working with demons.
You know, it's kind of like what we're studying. The yogins that we're studying, they're not tantrics. Sivakananda and them weren't tantric practitioners. They knew of it. They know what it is, but they were not. They were Janananda yoga. They had no purpose for dealing with the two.
Yeah. That's why it's crucial to distinguish the different aspects of the art. There's 8 limbs of yoga, but we're not studying 8 limbs. We're really keeping it contained between what, 2 of them?
Yeah. And we're actually, and like I said, it's about the 8 limbs, but then there's 7, 8 schools of yoga.
Right.
So you got to also think about if you're going to say, you know, I'm going to choose that's why I say yogic philosophy, because that's pretty much what the way that I speak about it from that position. I'm learning yoga, but I have not chosen a yogic school, a compartmentalized study of. If I say I'm gonna study bhakti yoga, that's all I'm supposed to be studying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to study bhakti, jnana yoga, jyotish, all at the same time, because it's going to be too much to work with all of that.
Yeah.
Now, once you get the hang of one, you might can deal with another one, but you have to master the first one that you was already that you was already rocking with. And we all should know by now that these guys, this shit took them years, man, to master, to become a master level. And we're just now we're grown. Them yogins did not start when they was fucking 48 years old.
Not Niranjana, Ananda.
Huh?
Not Niranjana, Ananda.
You know what I'm saying? They all started, young. But I'm just saying, just to mix those, too much mixing will lead you. It'll be like you be chasing. You'll never have a purpose. You'll never have a foundation. You do want to have a foundation because once you're dealing with magic, you gotta deal with elemental magic. You need earth. Earth is stability.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at these systems as an element, you have to start with the earth element on this plane. Because that's where your foundation is. That's where you're feeding, your footing. So if you start dealing with the Orisha, and most people that want to do that, they only have they are purposeful, but they're wanting something only.
Right.
To practice Ifa is a devotional system. That's a ritualistic devotional system of prayer. You gotta freaking honor your ancestors. This shit you gotta do every single day. You just don't only honor Shango and that's it. You can't even get to the other Orishas until you fucking ask Papa Legba or Legba to allow you permission to go through to the other Orisha. So there's just a whole thing with that right there to me. I see I've communicated over the years with a lot of people and they be doing everything. And you know what? They're never fucking satisfied and they're fucking scrambled eggs, man. Right. They never understand anything you say. They're always on guard, and it's you can just feel the uneasiness in a person like that. Last night I did this ritual with this, and then the next thing you know, they're doing this, and then now they're asking you, well, what about, have you ever heard, what's a seraphim? All kind of it's just all over the place with people like that.
Back and forth and back and forth. What we're seeing here is the missing the core aspect, which I said is supposed to be a spiritual growth, supposed to get from point A to point B, but you don't do that if you're still in the realm. You're still shopping for a car. You're still shopping.
It's like a drug addict. Usually, a drug addict only getting high off of one particular drug. Motherfucker ain't sniffing coke and smoking crack. Now they gonna come. I mean, I'm gonna keep it real because I know that business. They gonna come buy some coke, but they gonna cook it up in the crack. They ain't gonna sniff it. The only reason they're coming to get that is to do that. So even a drug addict stick with one fucking thing.
Damn. See, and that's the beauty also of see,
I'm sorry. I had to give that.
I mean, it illustrated it perfectly, right?
I had to laugh at that. I'm sorry, everybody, for using that type of reference, but hey, man.
If you're on a channel, then you're going to eventually find it.
It's on page 9 in Mystical Kabbalah, where she talks about that. The first verse.
Break it down, man.
She says, no student will ever make any progress in spiritual development who flits from system to system. First using some new thoughts, affirmations, and then some yoga breathing exercises and meditation postures, and following these by an attempt at mystical methods of prayer. Each of these systems has its value, but that value can only be realized if the system is carried out in its entirety. She goes on, but it's pretty long.
Yeah, that's I mean, that explains
That's
it.
basically what you just said. Yeah.
The student who sets up to be an eclectic before he has made himself an expert will never be anything more than a dabbler.
Bam, 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 bam.
Yikes. So it
A
ain't
dabbler.
It ain't like opinion. Like, this is like what's coming from people who have done the shit, you know?
Who have all dabbled, but then got refocused to be like, yo, I'm not getting no results with the, and then they took the study fucking serious.
Right. So you might
That's what I said earlier. This shit is about, it's about, one thing about us as a group, we you know what I'm saying, we all realize that this is an individual path, you know, that you individually have to actually do what you need to do. The building together is there's a word, I think I had said Geigen. What was I wrote it down. It was Geigen Yaga. Gaian Yaga, I think it's Gaian Yaga means spiritual discourses. That's what we're doing. What we do on here is spiritual discourses, Gaian Yaga. We're discussing spiritual things. But the individual who's reading about the spiritual practices, you got to be, that's why it's called practices. You got to practice the shit. And practice leads to mastery. Or at least a firm foundation.
Yes. A firm foundation.
People, that's like I said earlier, people think Tantra. As soon as they hear the word Tantra, they think about smashing. That has nothing, that's a part of a tantric school, but that is not what Tantra is about. Basically, Tantra is about liberation. It's about moksha. It's about spiritual freedom. It's about actually utilizing those paths to reach samadhi. All of this shit that we talk about is basically we're trying to reach samadhi. Niggas ain't trying to be deep with this shit. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about being deep.
What a world, what a world.
It can be, and it's supposed to be ugly and it's supposed to be beautiful. Because what makes a thing ugly? Is the thing ugly, or is your perception of it make it ugly? Is it beautiful? Is the objectivity beautiful? Or is it how what are you subjecting onto the object to define it as beautiful or ugly? It's all in the mind. It's not anything else. The mind creates these terms and definitions. But are you filtering it through purity? Is it sattvic? Rajas and tamas, that shit will cloud up the whole fucking. It's like going outside when you're in a cold store and it's humid outside and you go out there and your fucking glasses fog up. That's dumb shit right there. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta walk
the glasses, that doesn't mean that the medicine don't work in the glasses no more. It just means it's cloudy right now.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. For all y'all brand new Vedic experts and brand new yoga experts and brand new tantric experts, I see y'all, and I appreciate y'all watching the channel. I appreciate adapting your channel so that you can keep up the speed. I appreciate that. Keep watching and keep getting better. Keep improving yourself. Don't forget, if the time comes to give credit where it's due, don't suddenly forget my name.
But you know what? It's actually a form of deification. The motherfuckers are deifying you. If somebody is out there secretly watching draft or watching anybody else, and then they going and back spitting it like they did it, they done made you their God. You are their God because you're the one feeding them the information that they're faking it with.
Oh man, I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. Let me stop.
Wouldn't it be better to just go to a person and say, "Yo, man, I'm really impressed with what you have to say. How do I become a part of what you're doing so I can learn from you?" See, that's alpha shit. Most people are not. Most people are fucking beta. They always insecure. I'll equivalent that shit back to sports. It's like after when I was in school, nigga, we go out there and football practice, nigga, we hitting the fucking showers. The motherfucker who didn't go take the shower was that nigga was a funny nigga in the mind. You because you a creep. You looking below the eye line.
Yikes.
That's why you don't want to come take a shower with motherfuckers because nigga, you gotta go to class. What you gonna do? Go to class after we didn't been out here practicing since 6 o'clock this morning? No, man. And people be having weird shit. They're manaz and their booty and their cheetah and all of their full function. That shit be discombobulated. So it creates an outward display of insecurity. So a person can't just be outright and do things rightfully. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing about rightfully. If somebody is, why would we be on here and not give the credit to where it's due and be like, yo, we appreciate what you do? That's garbage. So they go do what? They gonna make your whole. That's like right at the same time you was doing the book reading for Dharana Darshan. I happened to stumble across a whole nother page. This motherfucker's doing book readings of Dharana Darshan. And we had already spoken, said, yo, I can't find nothing about this shit. All of a sudden now this motherfucker, I'm like, nah, this shit ain't no coincidence. This dude was a creeper on the fucking.
Oh man.
I'm like, this motherfucker's reading the same fucking chapter. Like, this is crazy, man.
Oh man. Namaste.
But you don't, it ain't no need, we don't get angry. You just see it for what it is. But like, yo, this is the reason. I can say personally, that's the reason why I'm trying to fix myself, to make sure I'm not garbage no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be trash can Dan no more.
Trash can Dan.
It's corny. Nobody wants to be trash can Dan. The human machinery garbage man. You know what I'm saying? I'm done with that, man. If I got to lose, if nobody wants to rock with me with that, if nobody, the people I know and all used to be, they, you know what I'm saying, one love, my nigga. If they don't understand me and don't get it, don't want to fucking call, I'm super excellent with that. I'm feeling greater than ever. It's like a boxer. Hey, you ever fought in a while? Look at Tyson. Nigga ain't fought in a while, went in there, got the W. How's it feel? I'm in the best condition of my life right now. What you want to do? Who you want to bring in? You know? After a while, a lot of this will become light work.
Yeah.
And people listening, people paying, people in the chat. Sometimes I go look at the chat to see the comments and stuff. Everybody, I don't think the majority of people gonna really waste their time just hanging around just because. I'm gonna say it. If y'all in the chat room just hanging around, y'all lame as a motherfucker. Not you're there just to be there. Like, nah, I don't think they're there to be there. because they connecting with the vibrational mode of what the information is that's being shared. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all. It ain't no different than people. Like I said, I've been looking at this globe, and I looked up where the Mount Shasta and Mount Everest and the Himalayas. Well, you got to really, really want to go see a yogin to go to the fucking Himalayas, man. That shit, it ain't no playing around. Why would you waste thousands of dollars traveling to somewhere to go somewhere to play around with that? Nah. But some people do. But I don't think nobody here is really wasting their time. It's just that this is delicate work. You can't bring your luxury vehicle to the fucking mechanic around the corner. You got to bring that shit to a specialist. So in order for us to fix these things of the inner self, you got to become a specialist.
Yes. Yes.
Just like even with your doctor. You can't go to your primary care doctor for some fucking that when he reaches his limit of exam, that nigga be like, okay, I'm gonna write you a referral to go see a specialist, an endocrinologist or some shit like that, to be like, well, they specialize in this part of the body.
Yeah.
You can't, that's how you got to deal with this shit. You got to become a fucking specialist, or you a motherfucking shade tree mechanic. Nigga just can't take no motherfucking Beamer and motherfucking your high-end vehicle to motherfucking Vernon, Mr. Vernon.
Vernon.
That nigga all he do is fix diesels and Buicks. But you bringing the Lambo to this motherfucker.
I don't know about that one.
He don't even have the fucking the tools to take any boat out, because those don't even be the regular boats. You can't go to Home Depot or fucking AutoZone for no parts for no high-end fucking vehicle. So the whole thing with this yoga philosophy, this is high-end machinery. This shit is built. This shit is like Raekwon. This shit is built for fucking Cuban links, man.
Gee, yeah. That's what we're dealing with. A machine that is gonna take some delicate work and expertise, not for rough, unattentive hands.
Yeah.
You got this map up here. This ain't just fake it till you make it, do some shadow work, burn some incense candles, and you're good. No, you need an education for this, right?
Exactly. You gotta learn a whole new language and shit. Yeah. And if you go into that shit faking it, they got a category for you right over there on the chart to let you know what fucking impure activity you're displaying by trying. Because really, I thought about that shit one day. I was like, who the fuck are you really faking it for? Are you faking it for yourself, or are you faking it for somebody else to see you as what you think that you are going to be? So are you faking it for yourself, or are you faking it for somebody else to see it? Why even fake it?
Look at the insanity in that. I'm going to pretend to be something, or I'm going to pretend and behave so that you think that I'm something that I'm actually not even doing the work to be.
Exactly. What kind of sense does that make? That doesn't make any sense, man.
Why not just do the thing? Oh,
well,
shit.
Why don't you just walk across Interstate 95? Take a slow stroll across Interstate 95 and see how that works out for you. Because that type of thinking, that shit is bugged out.
Greetings, Dreamwise. Hop on board if you feel like you got something that you'd like to share.
Trav, you need some kind of a you got to have some music, like when Dreamwise or somebody just something kicks in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
people be thinking insane though, man. That's kind of like I said earlier. After a while, because we're practicing shuddhi. That's like I said. I have not mastered anything yet. I'm practicing it for mastery. So with these shuddhi practices, which means purification processes, you're gonna start becoming very sensitive to subtle energies from other people. Yes. You're gonna feel that shit off the top, and it's gonna become disturbing to you. So that's why, like on the social media thing, I can't do too much scrolling interaction or reading every type of thing, because that shit is somebody's thought, and I be feeling the whole distortion from that. That should be causing static electricity, and I can't take it based off of I'm purifying the human machine and the mind. So by that happening, once you interact with that shit, you're bringing back taint. You're bringing back dirt to it.
Anubis asked if I was drinking a Heineken. The answer is no. You know, that feeling of another person's energy, it even happens through text and through these social media networks, because these words and these profile pictures are sigils and mandalas and mantras, and focusing on a person and what they're saying, that gives opportunity for connection with that individual.
Ranu Banda.
The psychic shit is not limited to physical proximity. Yes, it can happen through the internet.
Yep.
If you need proof, just hang out with us for a little while longer. You'll see it.
That's what listening to Snyder, when it clicked for me, that this shit is like like basically mimetic magic through the internet. And with the NLP, that was like a game changer for me. For sure.
You know something? Let's take that thing let's go to the Bible, right? Let's go to this Yogin that they call Jesus the Christ, right? You know what I'm saying? So he says when the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest, and findeth none. Then he says, I will return into my house from whence I came out, and when he is come, he findeth it empty and swept and garnished. Then he goeth and take with himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they enter in and dwell there, and the last state of that man is worse than the first.
Sheesh.
So basically it's saying that you had these disturbances. So let's just go ahead and replace, you know what I'm saying, the whole demonic thing. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna replace the word demon or they saying unclean spirit. So we already know spirit is ruach, and ruach is vayu. So it's a wind energy. It's an electromagnetic energy in you. So it was unclean, meaning that your lower self. You know what I'm saying? So now this lower self, you put it out. You ain't do nothing. You didn't subdue it. You just let it basically run fucking wild. And then go talking about this dry place and shit like that. That's bitter motherfuckers. That's depressed. Depression is dryness. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no, you know what I'm saying? That's over active Agni. So people be having their elements be out of control. And it said it goes about looking for a dry place, and if they don't find none, it ain't no balance within this person. So now this individual then took everything out of themselves, and all they did was, they said the motherfucker garnished it. They just put some fucking fake flowers in the corner and shit like that and put some tinsel and it's supposed to be boss.
That little bowl of plastic fruit on the table.
Bowl of plastic fruit that don't have no substance. So you got a bunch of empty people walking around here with no substance, be fucking trying to pass off their dry ass energy to somebody else. But then you know what'll happen? Boy, that motherfucker, you may fuck around with the wrong person, nigga, put 7 on your ass. Okay, then you want to fuck around? You want to play with this energy and try to transfer your energy off to me? Let me go ahead and 7-fold it on your ass. Keep playing with people out here. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. We be trying to get rid of something, but what you really don't, you can't get rid of it. You have to put it in its proper place. You have to fucking put that shit in the file cabinet and lock it because it's not needed. You put it on, you suppress it. You're not going to get rid of yourself, but you also got to put substance into yourself. Most people don't have no substance to them. They be barren. They may look it, and that's not faking it. Some people got all the motherfucking weaponry, money, items. Niggas that have all motherfucking these beads, motherfucker, the size of the size of bowling balls around their neck.
Nityananda.
But don't have no substance to them.
Nityananda had ones like this big around.
And if you read the history on him, that nigga's motherfucking paperwork from the legal system is long. That nigga got mad paperwork on him.
I see in some cases, you know.
That nigga got paperwork, you know what I'm saying? But he be sitting in that gold chair.
Hey.
Nigga be swamied out.
Got that basma.
Got the whole ivory bar soap melted across his whole fucking forehead. But you get what I'm saying, man. People, man, it's time to cut. It's time to cut that shit out, yo. Anybody who if you be feeling something inside yourself, like, oh, I don't like that motherfucker. That you don't like your own fucker. So there's something about you that you need to check. You ain't got no right to check nobody. You know what I'm saying? That's why people not evolving, because they too busy checking they're busy checking somebody else's motherfucking balance sheets.
Yeah.
Like, yo, you in debt up to your fucking hair follicles. How you checking my shit? So
what did Jesus say about the splinter? You worry about the splinter in my eye. You got a whole 2x4 in yours.
Exactly.
Chill.
Nigga, you can't even see. Fuck the 2x4. You got a whole fucking forest of trees covering your whole head. But you busy seeing a motherfucking eyelash in my motherfucking eye. You got the whole game mixed up, man.
You were talking about that verse there where the demon was in the person and they got it out. Got the house all nice and clean with the fake fruit and flowers and wallpaper. But because they didn't really do the work, they were just putting a Band-Aid on it. The demon came back 7-fold. Of course, in this case, we're talking about, tamasic behavior, negative behavior, destructive, self-destructive type of shit. Dreamwise in the chat asked, Trav, how long have you stopped drinking and how much do you feel it contributed to your spiritual development? April, I don't know, maybe 2 years or so. But it was April Fool's one of those years ago. But I think the big thing is with me, I got to a point where I was able to extinguish it, so it's not like I'm running from it. It's not like I see some alcohol and it's like, oh, and I start sweating and shit. I extinguished it. Like there's no desire because I got to the root of it. And the root was, it was an escape, right? It was a Band-Aid for feeling lonely, feeling disconnected, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So getting to the root of that and eliminating that feeling, eliminating the cause for that feeling. I got roommates who have alcohol all over the place, open bottles. They offer me some. I got shit to do, right? I got stuff to study. So I think the way that it helped me was it helped me. I think the most powerful help was it showed me that yes, I can actually detach from these things and be better for it. So I took that knowledge and I was able to let go of meat, right? I'm able to let go of other things. Right now, I'm letting go of the attachment to orgasm because I'm thinking, well, shit, if I can release all attachments, what will I gain?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's deep tribe and shit. God damn. Oh shit. I don't know how you can let go of that. But
Oh, I didn't say
you
it was
feel me, Shango? Just saying, because that's probably the essence of 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 life, or you know what I mean.
People want to be. It's a part of being satisfied. Now you can release. If you're a married man, you got a wife. Really, the whole science of that is semen is for having children.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So if you got a mate, the woman, really a man is a tool for a woman. The woman is insatiable. She never reaches her end when it comes to love making. So she can keep going. Once a man releases a seed, that nigga didn't put motherfucking brain fluid, spinal fluid. You mix that with motherfucking life, prana. He's a wrap. All that smooth shit out the window.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and the longest I ever held my seed was probably about 41 days. You know what I'm saying? And I was really in it. And I felt invigorated and I felt motivated to do different things and things of that nature. But yeah, it's definitely a practice. It's definitely something that we should all embark upon. Just relieving ourselves from these chemicals in our body, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You feel me? Because all of it does contrive to, like, you want to feel, you just want to feel something. Even in working out, I used to be a personal trainer and all of that. And even in working out, you can feel a stimulus or a stimuli that just be like, oh shit, I feel great or whatever, right? And then you get that addiction feeling to where you feel like you have to constantly work out.
Right.
You see what I'm
Something
saying?
is,
So
I think it spoke about that in the Dharana Darshan. That actually almost becomes an obstacle to the evolution, the spiritual evolution of yourself, because you can get stuck on the feeling of elevating. You know what I'm saying? So because when you start meditating, when you reach the level of meditation, and now you're actually doing chakra work, and the reason for doing chakra work is to raise up your kundalini. And when your kundalini raise up, if you haven't gone through levels of sensory withdrawal, then when the kundalini raise up, you're going to instantly have a sexual reaction to it.
Yes.
And that right there will blind you from the actual spiritual arousal. So was actually a spiritual arousal, it turns into a body sense.
that's a fact, because shit, I remember me bringing up all this lower nature energy to my plight, like where I was trying to be fucking all the time. fucking all the time. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's true, Shango. That's
the
right on board.
That's our monkey mind trying to satisfy itself.
Facts.
You know
Facts.
what I'm saying?
Facts.
So we know that, man. You know what I mean? That's semen retention is a powerful thing, but it goes more into just semen retention. What you're actually doing is inner alchemy. You're actually taking the energy of sexual stimulation, and you're actually internalizing it, and you're chemically changing that into a whole nother prana for utilization for spiritual evolution.
Yeah, and that Montauk Chia book, and Montauk was dropping like crazy in that thing. And, you know, he really motivated you to like really hold your seed and really understand that, you know, you can be powerful beyond measure, like without, you know, releasing that semen or releasing, you feel me? So,
and that's a part of sports, dream wise. You know what I'm saying? If you ever know on the major level of sports, you can't that's why them niggas be having the coaches be on them dudes, even though they can't control them, like football and players and shit like that. You ain't really supposed to be busting nuts before fucking games.
That's a fact. Yeah. That's
especially
the thing.
boxers.
I just did that with the WandaVision Decoded, because Montauk was just saying basically when you stimulate that Kundalini energy past the heart chakra and you heal the wounded child and all of that, basically now you can get these 100,000 photons, especially if you're in your meditation practices and, you know, really gravitating from that love frequency, that unconditional love frequency, instead of this lust frequency. You see what I'm saying? So
and
now
symbolically, what you said, 100,000 photons.
100,000 photons. They
You
said,
know what that's symbolic of? The Sahasrara chakra. That's why it has 1,000 light rays, or they would basically, when they use 1,000 in the Vedic philosophy, is basically an infinite number. So that right there, 1,000 photons. You gotta think a photon ain't nothing but motherfucking power. That's gonna radiate light and energy. So
that's
basically,
what they were saying. They were saying the average human, the automatons, they radiate 20 photons from the heart chakra.
20.
So,
easily 20.
right. And then if somebody like us and that's meditating in this unconditional love zone, we easily radiate 100,000 photons. That's why we're doing what we're doing. That's why we give and you know what I'm saying, kind of express and, you know, share ideas and you see what I'm saying? It's from a pure heart space to where we're radiating some kind of vibration that makes us want to say, okay, well, let me see if I can reach out to people that wants to grow or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
That's giving. That's love. Love is an action of giving.
Facts.
So the same thing as nature gives to us, the sun gives to us, the planet Earth gives to us. You know what I'm saying? We don't, like I said, we don't have to. If you actually wanted to find a place on this globe, on this planet, you can find a place on this planet that can provide you with everything you need for free. Not talking about technology and things made of man. You can get food. You can provide yourself with clothing from nature, and you can provide yourself with shelter from the elements. If you have the skills and the know-how to go to different parts of this planet, you can do that. You know what I'm saying? But the whole thing, once we reach them levels with them photons, that shit is the Shakti has intermingled with Shiva, and that shit that right there shows you that them photons really is what scientists call the Big Bang Theory. It's the fucking it's the ideation or the objective energy that comes from the subjective realm. That's why when a nigga about to bust nothing, niggas, oh, I'm getting ready to come. The queen should ask you, where you coming from? Where you going? How did that come to be equivalent? How did that become to be equated with the ejaculation? Coming. Where are you coming from? Niggas be coming from a toxic mind state, and they wonder why, as generations go on, that shit becomes even more toxic. I think about my generation, you know what I'm saying, what we did during that particular area. Now look at this generation now. These niggas don't have to struggle like we did in the mid to late 80s and 90s. Right now, they are actually benefiting from the pain of communities that went through particular areas. So these niggas can walk around with fucking diamonds on their teeth. Try that shit in 1990, walking around with some fucking diamonds or flashing your motherfucking money as an artist and shit like that, and see, won't you not make it to tomorrow? That's some real shit.
Yikes.
So that energy builds onto another. It just builds onto another energy, and it comes from toxic mind states. You know what I'm saying? We're coming from toxicity, birthing toxicity. So that's why the whole energy of the planet has to go through these ebbs and flows. And right now, the particular flow, we're heading back into the divine authority of the feminine energy cycle. We've been in a masculine fucking cycle, overly aggressive and non-trusting. Nobody don't love nobody. I got to do this on my own. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. All of that shit, all these wars for the past years and years. That's all overly masculated energy with no grounding in balance. So it was only right for individuals like us, like you were just saying, Dreamwise, to resonate with this particular, within this vibration mode, where you're giving back the information that you're taking in. You're giving your input is instantly becoming your output.
Yeah, it's crazy because when we think about it, it's like, you know, and we get it, we understand, but there's something that inside of us that wants to share.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? And it's just different, dog. I don't know how to explain it, but it is different, and it is something that we have to look at because, you know, even Panic talking about, man, don't talk to a brick wall or whatever, right? But we're such a people that wants to help, and that could be even how you say it, like what we've been talking about, addiction. You feel me? Like we do want to pass on this knowledge or give some kind of information or give some, you know, even to the simplest, smallest thing. It'd be like, nigga, you ain't on Bitcoin, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? You telling your family members that. You know what I'm saying? You just trying to help or whatever, or you just trying to express something. So it's like, man, the level of this thing just keeps getting deeper and deeper. And I guess, you know, the pure bliss is just like just living in your own truth. Because I know for me, whenever I take shrooms, I don't want to share a motherfucking thing. So now I got to ask myself, okay, is this the ego? You feel me? Because I know the shrooms eradicate the ego. Basically, they're just kind of shedding some kind of light off of you to where you just start to understand yourself in a whole different being. So now when I am in this kind of sober state, am I, you feel me? Am I reaching to help people, or am I in a place of unconditional love, or you know what I'm saying, is this whole thing fake? You feel me? Am I playing a role? You feel me, in this matrix?
Dream.
Yeah.
Have you done your Vedic chart yet?
I don't. I think D-Ray did my chart. I think she did. Yeah, she did do my chart, and a lot of it was saying like giving and all this other stuff and da 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 da.
Do you have your accurate birth time?
Accurate birth time and everything. You know what I'm saying? But we can be mind controlled by people like Panic and Bobby to feel like, yeah. You see it. We be like, oh shit, no, that's the demiurge. You know what I'm saying? The 12.
Not the demiurge.
The 12 archons.
Panic may know, but these people that listened to him and took that shit, absolutely clueless. Archons and demiurges, these people are thinking that's the new devil. Oh my god, I don't even want to get into that. But Kristen says that you've got a sun voice. I think it would be interesting to see your Vedic chart. If that was something you wanted to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely really dive into a deeper. You look at it and you read it and you be like, oh, okay, I get it. But then at the same time, you kind of let it go, I guess, sometimes.
I felt the same way. That thing started almost like becoming very complicated. And you be like, then you get it and then you go sit it aside. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I'm learning that, just giving, like how you saying giving. That's like on the books of Swami Sivananda for the Divine Life Society. His sayings on there say serve, love, give, purify, meditate, realize. His first thing, once these yogins reach this particular level that they get this supreme understanding, they instantly serve. And their service is done through love. And then it says serve, love, and give. So serving, from his perspective, giving is different than serving. And purify, meditate, realize.
Yeah, facts. Because if we really look at Panic and understand, like, yeah, he's gaining the knowledge through the work. I get it. But then he's still, giving out the knowledge. Look, this is what I did. This is what da 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 da.
He is giving.
Right. So he's giving. So now when he's retracting them statements and saying, oh, well, nah, I ain't really y'all niggas don't need to be speaking on y'all niggas don't need to be giving to nobody. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of a contradictory thing when he's doing the same type of ideology. See what I'm saying? So it's kind of, man, it's wild.
Some people don't really understand their purpose. You know what I'm saying? They'll have a purpose and they're serving. He's serving his purpose, but he doesn't see the totality of his purpose. It's
but I
like
get it because,
I
get it because he's saying like all the people that's like trying to come from a space of a money grab or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or
you got to think about the era. Think about the era that Panic come from. Panic come from like the same era as me, that 90s shit. And he from New York, the Bronx. And he from the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? So if you gotta understand he carries a particular resonance that come from a whole different type of time, and during that time, the rule of the majority, especially if you was in, because hip hop culture was culture on a real level at one time, and as an East Coast, like in the hip hop culture, the 5% controlled that culture. So that energy comes from those type of people. So he just come from a different time era where he, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of what, and I'm not making no excuses. I'm just saying that I get what he talking about. That's why I kind of said that he serves a purpose. For him being here, he's serving a purpose. He's teaching, he's giving all that away, just like Bobby. You know what I'm saying? Bobby Hemmett served his he had a particular purpose as well. I would have loved this, as much as Bobby was around very wise people and healthy people, someone should have been helping him with his health. Because if you go back to early Bobby Hemmett, he wasn't that big as he eventually developed into. So that right there shows you that it's unbalances in some of the deepest individuals that's actually serving and giving to us.
Right. Yeah, them 3 sixes, man. Them 3 sisters, then yeah. But no, it's interesting because, at the same time I feel where Panic's coming from, and I think he's coming into space right now, especially with his last video where he's starting to understand, okay, I don't really have to be in attack mode or defensive mode all the time, because at the same time, I understand that, I do have some kind of purpose down here, even though I don't believe in purpose. You feel me? So that's crazy. But yeah, family, man, I appreciate y'all, man. I wanted to hop quick. I got this Minister Jew class that's popping up right now. And man, I just wanted to say, like, y'all, boy, y'all are chaos for real. I'm talking about y'all just bringing the heat and the light, and it's just an amazing thing to see. Like I tap onto YouTube and y'all be like, damn, y'all still on? What the heck? I be like, God, it's like a never ending story, man. Y'all, the never ending story, that's you. Shit.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So it's beautiful, man, because we need something like this, and the family needs something like this, because at the end of the day, the information is golden. And at the same time, what we do have to really understand is that the more you listen to this stuff, the more you vibrate with this stuff, the more you change your mentality, your subconscious mind. You feel me? Yeah. What you focus on is focus on you. So you have to literally engulf yourself into this information to be actually in the game of the spirit. You feel me? So yeah, man, I just wanted to big up, man, because man, powerful.
Much respect, Dream Wise.
Much respect.
Yes. Peace.
Peace.
All right, Dream. Peace.
We live in this to the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong.
You see how that's what I'm saying about hip hop. It went, you see how it started in that genre like that, because that was a genre. And look at where we're at. We're still talking about the same aggression, but even though it looks refined, like everybody got on $5,000 jeans, you know what I'm saying? They got big racks, big diamonds, big watches. The violence is even more prevalent now because the weaponry has changed. So it's that's why, you know, in the degrees is power refinement, the number 5. You gotta refine your power. You have to refine yourself. You cannot always operate at super high levels of aggression all the time. The sun even has to yield to the night sky.
Balance.
Got to have a balance.
Balance. Oh my God, what a difficult undertaking. I'm analyzing myself, going through these meditations, these mantras, discovering a space where I can separate from the external influences. I'm able to pinpoint cause and effect. I'm feeling this way right now because this happened 2 hours ago, or because I ate this, right? I'm able to still my life quietly to the point where I'm able to pay attention to things like that. And I'm seeing the last few strings of attachment, the last few, right? And I'm pulling up secret ones too and snipping those, right? Extinguishing those. But it's really hard. Like a lot of these attachments that we have, a lot of people don't want to admit, right? Sex for many people has become an addiction, right? It's not like we're quick to defend it. Oh, but this is how we express ourselves and we got to connect and oh, it's da 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 da. But you know damn well you're not using it for that. You're using it as an escape from your pain, right? So to be able to look at that and say, well, damn, maybe I should do something about it. That's hard as hell. That's hard. Because I'm looking at myself now, right? And I'm seeing, okay, when I'm tracing this stimulus and it's leading to me feeling this way, right? Now, somewhere in between, I decide to take action on it, and then it leads to X, Y, Z. So why don't I go ahead and go to that point and zoom in and see what makes me take action and see if I can snip it right there. And that's where the battle is. That's where that fight is. When that temptation is there, and then you've got that moment where you're like, press A to continue or press B to skip. And you hover over those 2 buttons and you like cover your eyes and press A. Nah, we can't do that anymore. Now you got to make conscious decisions. Are you going to indulge or are you going to exercise this free will?
Or are you gonna exercise restraint of the free will?
Because
that's what it is. People think they got so much of this free will, they just really do. It's really you're really not the one doing all of this toxic sexing. It's just an out of control mechanism in the human machine. And unless you come to terms with that, you will never be able to fix it. Never be able to restrain. There ain't no because all of this is about competition. Because just think about when we was young dudes, it was all about you go to the party, you want, it's a competition to see how many numbers you're gonna get. Most niggas go to the club every weekend with their homeboys just to compete to see if they gonna smash this tonight. It's all about competition and waste. And then we're not gonna go back to Ronald Banda. So how much body memory that a motherfucker picking up in their lifetime by always sexing somebody, always placing your body parts in somebody else's body parts that didn't already have multiple body parts mixed in that up. Boy, you didn't align yourself with 10,000 people.
Yikes.
It's no different than Facebook. Think about how many people we can accumulate on our friends list. What's the limit? 5,000?
I don't reach the
Is
limit.
there a limit to how many people, how many friends you can have on fucking Facebook and shit like that? So you could, I mean, you think about some people will be having, you can watch some celebrity videos and motherfucker gonna have 160 live viewers. 160,000, I mean. That's a lot of human beings interacting at one time in one particular space. All saying some shit. I don't want, I'm done. I'm done attaching or allowing things to attach to me, because I can admit now I'm overly sensitive to that shit.
Yeah.
I'm very sensitive. And as Christian asked earlier, with the wearing these particular type of things, spiritual, this is a spiritual thing. This is not a fashion thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? This thing is a spiritual thing. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing, and I wanted to ask y'all, do y'all beads move to a particular length? Like it seems like they move by themselves. I'm not doing nothing, but if you really pay attention, they actually keep going tight. They actually get tight around my neck. So I don't realize if that's letting me know something, like, yo, you know what I'm saying, shut up or some shit. But I'm just saying that this is a spiritual changes come with spiritual actions. And as I'm evolving on myself, I'm realizing that I'm very sensitive to shit. I can't take too much of people with their weakness. And because the whole thing, I realized that a lot of people just want to absorb. They don't really want to take advice to utilize it for true change. They just want you in their presence. They like you to be around them because you make them feel good. You make them feel comfortable and shit like that. I can't afford energetically to do that anymore.
Yeah. Sensitive is a good word for what's happening here.
This ain't nothing. All we're doing, Trav, and what you're doing, you building holocrons. Each one of your videos is a holocron. Basically, time-stamped information that somebody for whatever time period in the future can go back and drop right into that, link right into that. No different in the Jedi world or the world of Star Wars. That's just called holocrons, where you had certain type of Sith lords would search the galaxies for a holocron, and you find Darth Plagueis holocron and shit like that, and then you tap into it. Well, first you had to go through the energy. Sometimes they leave their life force energy and it will attack you and shit like that to even get to the holocron.
That's cool.
But the holocron held all the secrets of Sith sorcery.
Oh man.
That's why I fuck with Star Wars, because Star Wars really was, if you equivalent it to what we do, that's really what the fuck it is.
Talk about using the force. I mean, we got Winter out here imagining these creatures all over the place doing shit for her. That's how she sees it. But in all honesty, she's got these tentacles out. You know what I'm saying? That's the force. That's what we're doing.
She's a fucking goddess already creating. She's an artist. She goes into her mind and develops characters and puts them into action through storylines.
Oh, thanks, guys.
That's all I was trying to tell her this more, or like earlier, that's already implementing all the magic into a system that works.
You can write your own Lovecraft country.
Talk about I need to catch up. I'm behind.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Shoot, man.
Don't make me astral project over to Virginia.
Nah, I'm gonna get my clown on you, yo.
At least it's not a dragon like last time, because
Oh shit.
that scarred me for a long way.
Shit.
I've never found myself in that position.
Oh man, like these. It's just like falling back at times is like the biggest realization I realized is that like even though I've experienced a lot of these spiritual things, a lot of these happenings, it's like I'm still a human at the end of the day. It's just like until I die, it's like I'm not gonna escape my body. And it's like as a woman, yeah, PMS is that shit that always fucking gets me, no matter how like how prepared or how much meditation I'm doing. Like those hormonal spikes, they just always fucking get me. And it's like in this past week, especially, you know, it was my birthday week, and I had like this pattern going on in my head, like, okay, my birthday is always just like the worst time of the year and shit always happens. And it's like I have built that up so much in my head that I made it bad for myself, and I was like crying the whole day and all that shit. And then PMS on top of that. And I'm just like, okay, what the fuck? Is like, what have I learned? Like, why am I doing all this spiritual stuff if I'm not employing it right now? And it's just really good to have these talks still, because it's just like, okay, like I'm not crazy. I'm not the only one who's like been through this stuff. Like this shit actually works. And it's like being away from these talks or just not around people that have these talks, it makes me forget sometimes. And it's just like, I need that reminder. Like, and I think that's in part, it's still one of my attachments too, of always having to have a reminder. It's just like, I need to get to a point to where, so that I'm just knowing that I just know what I do, like what I'm capable of. It's a lot.
But give yourself credit because you're actually doing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are really doing
working.
it. And the reason why you're doing all that work was that it was for you to question yourself. That's called self-analysis. Without you doing the work, you would have never analyzed yourself. You would have never questioned it. You'd have been like, damn, why? You would have just went on and did the same thing that you normally do, but no, you are doing the actual work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's the crazy part because it's like, you know, I went back home, you know, talked to my parents, and I had nowhere else to go. I just had to like leave the environment I was in and just like talk to them. And, you know, like I'm kind of seeing what they're saying in a different perspective instead of the one I held when I was like a teenager, you know, always trying to rebel. You know, it's like you need to get, you know, I forgot her name, but she was in here earlier. She was saying that, you know, be financially dependent, and then pursuing spiritual things, but it frees you up to like, you know, pursue these spiritual things. And that was one of the things I was going through. It's just like, okay, I'm always fighting against the idea. Aurora. I'm always fighting against the idea of that financial liberation, or thinking that, you know, I got the newest hot shit on the block. I just need to, you know, keep doing it, this and that, and keep pumping out more commissions and doing that to become financially independent on my own, instead of taking like intermediary steps to like learn something new or learn something further, or like meet different people who might have expertise in a field that I, you know, I'm not sure of. I just have these judgments, you know, stacked up against it because of the whole notion I built up in my younger days of, oh, I'm not going to have a career. Like, I don't want one of those. I don't want to work for anybody else. But it's just like, you know, we're talking about gurus and everything. It's just like, I'm noticing that like gurus come in like a lot of different shapes and sizes and forms. And it's like, I just have to make more intermediary steps to meet more of these gurus to actually, you know, build myself up on a higher platform instead of trying to make it like right now or whatever my version of making it is. And I know a lot of what I'm doing now for myself, like with my gifts and trying to make, you know, money or a living with it. Like I've noticed that, you know, hating it after a while. Like I start hating it more and more because I'm trying to meet my basic needs from doing these things that, you know, I was born with. It makes me not want to do it. And I'm like, all right. I see how providing service to someone else or giving, like you guys were just saying, like giving or providing service to someone else in a department. There's something that, you know, I don't necessarily have to have like strong aversions towards. It's just like I could see how that is building in a lot of ways, like just trying to even out my energy instead of forcing it into one component.
You know, one thing you got one person to listen to about, you said monetizing your work. Listen to A.A. Rashid. A.A. Rashid to tell you off the top, you got to see value in the thing that you do. Try to go buy A.A. Rashid's book. He's gonna charge you $111 or $120 something for his book. You know why? Because he makes the book. Each book he makes it, and then he sends it to you. So there is no bartering system with him, because he set his standard is already set where he sees it where it needs to be. So you as a creative, you set your standard of where it needs to be. So when you are commissioned to do a work, boom, you know what to do. See, that's kind of like damn, I don't want to say Leonardo da Vinci, but which artist painted like the Sistine Chapel and shit like that? Well, one thing that he did to keep himself, because it's in the 48 laws of power, he painted the Sistine Chapel with these particular paintings of the planets, and he added the Medici family into one of the planets. So he just didn't kiss their ass. So you can't just, so you have to have your particular standard set, but you also got to strategize. So his strategy was to know that these people are his bread, the ones who keep him in bread and butter. His standard was set to give these people this feeling of superiority, so they keep continuously giving him what he wants. So that's like that's one of the stories of the law of power. So anybody should set their standard, and you work, and the people that you're working with, you never fold. You give them exactly what you want. They're gonna feel great about it. They'll feel like you gave them everything and beyond, but never fucking accept anything less than what you set your price to be. And if they can't afford it, just like A.A. Rashid, he says, sock it to my pocket. And that's just his vibe. If you can't sock it to his pocket, then he don't really want you jacking him off all fucking day long, saying how deep he is, how this and that. Dude, well, you know what I'm saying? Monetize how deep you think I am.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a lot of my growth has to come from building that view, because like I'm just that by default like nice to everybody, and I'm kind of seeing how that's holding me back. Like I never really speak what's on my mind, because it's hard for me to find the words that'll make them feel comfortable. I'll make them feel like, okay, we can both get out of this conversation relatively unscathed.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't want to be around people no more.
Yeah, like yesterday, this guy came up to me at work, and he had a pink jacket on and some skinny jeans, and you could tell he was feeling himself and all this shit. And he was just like, I got a question for you. How my outfit look? I'm like, it's all right. And he's like, all right, I don't want to go outside looking like a fool, I don't want to, embarrass myself. I was just like, I mean, as long as it makes you feel good and makes you happy, that's all that matters. Like, hey, I like the way you think. And immediately afterwards, some girls came in. He was like, hey, can I hang out with y'all tonight? And I was just like, okay, what happened? Like, he just wanted my confirmation that he looked good, even though he already was feeling good about himself. But, like, it's just feeding that addiction. And then like what you guys were saying about panic and the New York thing, and fitting that persona, like that area you came from. Like there's these old heads, these older black men that came in, and I don't know what they were talking about, but I caught part of their conversation, to where they were like, yeah, they don't know me out here. Yeah, I am it around here. You know, everything like this, that. I thought that, this, that. Yeah, they don't want to mess with me. And I'm just like, how old are y'all acting like this? Like, age really is just a number, because it's like, wow. Okay, with age of consent, that's different. But like, but age really is just a number when it comes to fucking mindset. And I was just like funky yesterday. Just like back at that old like, these humans mindset. Like, they don't know any of this.
Yeah, I be thinking about Christian when I feel like that. I'd be like, I wonder, is there something going on with the planets right now or something? I think that something it might play out too, like some kind of a, saying something with the planets playing out that's kind of like making it like that. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I wanted to, like, which is why it's just like, I just found out that my vital records don't cost that much, and I'm gonna go out tomorrow and do it finally, so I can like be more interactive and like really delve into this. Like you guys are saying, it like helps to find out about yourself first to like become.
Yeah, man, it is so illuminating.
Yeah. So this Western astrology ain't doing it for me. It just keeps jacking me off, and I'm just like, it wasn't enough.
Winter.
What's up?
Mike is in the chat. He just wanted to say hello to everybody. He wasn't coming in, but to tell Winter that spring is around the corner.
Yeah. Hooray. I want some more vitamin D. Fuck this shit.
Dad joke.
It is a terrible joke. That was forced laughter right there.
That's the best thing. I love living in Florida just because of that, being able to obtain that sun energy. Yo, tell them about this thing we read the other day, Trav, but the yoga. He was saying that he was kept trying to rub down the yogin and the yoga.
I tried to massage him.
He said he kept trying to massage the yogin, and the yogin was like, "Yo, man, that's enough, because you can't put too much oil on me, because that's how he absorbs the sun rays through his pores."
Massaging somebody with oil, and they're asking you to stop because it's too much oil. How much oil is he? How much rubbing is going on here?
You know what I'm saying? Like, yo. Dude, you're not okay. Now I feel that you're not rubbing oil. You're feeling great about just rubbing down on me.
Trying to get them cities, man. He was trying to.
You know what I'm saying? Trying to get that energy eaters.
Look, man, you have to stop. You gotta stop.
Oh shit, man! I think your art. Winter, that's your art is on the same level as any anime cartoon that I watch.
Oh, thank you.
Cowboy Bebop, any one of them shits. You got that anime, you got it.
Appreciate it. It's like also another. It's like in a way, it's like I feel like I'm really holding myself back, because it's like I've always heard that from day one, and so it's hard for me to place myself in a position to where like I really believe that. So it's just like I can't even explain it. Like it's like anybody ever tell you that you're like really good at something, or like they've always told you this one thing to where it's just like, okay, yeah, like it's just natural. I don't really believe it. Therefore, like I don't really believe it. But like in a way, it was just like, okay, this is just what I do. But it's just me. But it's just like when it comes to monetizing it or trying to put a value to it, that's when it's just like, okay, well, this is something I do naturally. This is something that like I wouldn't mind drawing something for somebody for free, and I put the same effort into it. So it's just like, in a way, it's just becoming stingy and just knowing how to become stingy and not so nice or not. It's like that's part of like when I hear like gift, it's like people have natural gifts. It's like, okay, you have to give gifts. It's just like I don't mind giving things to people. But I also see like I'm willing to put as much time and effort if I was to just draw it for.
Try to go to the hair store or the Arab gas station and see if they're gonna give you anything in that motherfucker. Just give it to you.
Give.
Have to milk their prostate
They
properly.
ain't giving you nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Milk.
Straight up. And I'm gonna give you my advice that I give to my daughters. You need to get yourself some Asian friends.
Oh, I have. Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? You need to get in the circle. I tell my daughters here, you need you some Chinese friends, some Japanese, some Indian friends, the ones that be involved in all the shit in school and be on the honor society.
Yeah, I work in the English language center.
You need to get you some anime Asians. You know what I'm saying? Make them your friends and let them see your work. It might not be America where you need to blow. You might blow in fucking Japan.
You said anime Asians. All right.
Anime Asians, damn it.
Got you.
And I'm not saying that in the derogatory term. Everybody know what I'm saying. Yeah, y'all know what I'm saying.
And don't milk their prostates for the contract.
Don't milk their prostates.
Don't do that.
Unless that's what they want. Unless that's a price. It's a fair price.
I don't even get the milk to drink, man.
No, don't drink.
Okay, that literally triggered me. Damn.
Milk aside. Lay the milk aside.
The milk society, what?
Lay the milk aside. Lay the milk aside.
Okay. Whew. I got you. Appreciate the words. Appreciate it.
No, but it's real though. It's just not accolades to fucking tickle your fancy. Like, yo, people really fucking seeing your work. I was looking at it, you're like, yo, she fucking drawing like that. Like, god damn, all you need to put some movement and sound on them, and you got a whole fucking anime series.
You know, it costs, but it doesn't cost as much as you would think to hire a production studio. If you come up with the character designs, you could budget a studio making an anime for you.
That's super dope. See?
Oh shit.
That stability to where I can't afford
something to consider in the future, of course.
Yeah, but it's never gonna. That's also something I'm reconciling with. It's like, even though I'm taking these detours for a little bit, it's like, all right, this part of me never gonna leave. It's always gonna be there. It's just like just finding it. Like, pressure makes a diamond. So putting some pressure in me.
You don't like pressure. You feel like when people tell you that you're great, you can do it, and then they say, do it like this, do it. You feel like it's pressure.
Yeah, definitely.
Ahamkara. Victory. I'm telling you, that's all that it is. That's not you. That's some associated memory from some past existence when you was 8 years old or something, or 4 years old, of tender years, and something made you feel like that, and you've carried that throughout the years, and it's become a mechanism that operates like a trap door. Whenever something comes on that particular area, like a trapdoor spider and shit, it should pull your ass right in there. But like, nah, I don't know. I feel like you're putting too much pressure on me. I know which way I need to go and all.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny because I'm on my way to hang out. I'm actually just arriving at their place, but to hang out with my cosplay friends that I make cosplay with stuff, and we went to conventions, and I've always been just flaky with them and everybody else, and I'm just like, no, I want to be my myself. But I really forced myself to go out today to hang out with them, to just like, and she's going through that same thing. Like, she's in a kind of like attached situation, and I'm trying to like
I gotta give it to you straight up now. That's the whole thing I was talking about taking energy that you know you don't need. So
Right.
your person was already not feeling it.
Mhm.
Your intuition was already kicking in, spidey senses already kicking in. Like, you know, I don't feel like going. And you saying cosplay, which means that you didn't got adorned in your outfit. You know what I'm saying? So now you didn't force yourself. Now you just not reveal the individual. One of the individuals that's there is kind of rainy, stormy as well. It's like that
Right.
kind of doesn't sound like a good time to me.
Yeah, I want to be here for 2 hours though, so get in, get out, show my face. But
Don't
yeah,
go.
that's exactly the same
Just get back in the car and leave. Just leave right now.
Leave right now. I just got
leave. Leave. Get in, put your car in drive and leave. Who?
Is it useful? Is it appropriate?
And who do you owe an explanation to? Nobody. Well, I saw your car pull up. Yeah, my car pulled off. I wasn't feeling. I know y'all have heard me say multiple times, I'm an asshole. Like, that's a part, you know what I'm saying? That it's stuff like, and I say that just to mean that I'm never going to do something that anybody else says that I want, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do something to satisfy people. And I'm not saying that I don't, but it has to be purposeful. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do it just because I don't want to make them feel bad that, they already said and expected me. Yeah, I'm not coming.
Mm-hmm.
I used to work at this fancy inn back in Connecticut years ago, right? And I was like 18. And this was like all baseball players and like rich people coming all in there. And they used to always have parties. And the employees was all, I never went to none of the fucking parties. Man, these people, they were so oh my God, Jermaine, we were expecting you to come. And we really did. Man, we wish you were there. I'm talking about the general manager of the whole hotel. He was damn near crying. I never came to the party. I never, ever did that because you know why? Because sometimes certain people get drunk because there was always two sides to the coin. The working like, yo, man, I'm glad you ain't come to that fucking party. Yo, these motherfuckers was on some bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, for not knowing my dumb asshole self, I would have ended up the 18-year-old dummy would have ended up in fucking jail on some bullshit, some drunk other people shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
So if you really feel, I'm telling it to anybody, whenever you get that feeling that I really don't want to go, and then you gotta like muster the energy to get yourself together to go, you going totally against yourself. Because yourself is already telling you what it want to do, not go.
Yeah.
Now you didn't waste gas.
Like differentiating, between that and like, we talk about, defeating patterns and defeating things that hold you back. Or in like my case, it's just like, okay, well, I see that I keep myself from having opportunities because I'm so used to being, I wouldn't say lazy in a way, or just lazing about, or just being, by myself, to where it's like I do miss out on a lot of opportunities, or I do miss out on socializing, or like having that. And when I get in slumps, it's like, all right, well, I don't have any friends, I don't have any this or any that. And it's like,
is there an opportunity for you to make money in there right now?
Yeah.
Can you go in there right now and replace the money you spend for gas right now?
Yeah, I could.
Will you?
I could. It's like they're not bad people. I mean, they're not gonna hold me back in a way. It's just that what I was saying is like I'm noticing that a lot of the same attachments that I have in my life that she is going through in hers. But at the end of the day, we do have a similar skill set, and she does have strengths that I'm not as strong as.
Okay.
Strong in.
I just had a
it's
very
not more so like, you know, I have to let myself go. It's just that like
I
patterns.
just got an image of going in there with a samurai sword and just going completely Quentin Tarantino in the whole room and yelling out, "She doesn't."
I'm not a violent person. I don't think I am.
No, but I'm just saying that you don't. Sometimes, man, when you really not feeling something, I don't do it. But if you can alchemy the situation and you can transform it,
yeah.
or you can do that. You know what I'm saying? You can use this opportunity to empower yourself. Guide the communication where you needed to be, so you take away those similar elements of her being, like you said, like kind of similar to the way that you do things. Change it. Lead the conversation.
I was thinking about that too before I went too. It's just like, okay, what can I do? It's just like, oftentimes when I have a conversation, I'm always in the position of just listening instead of being an active like participant in a conversation. And I just kind of let them talk and like just try to get out of the conversation. This is like, I was thinking about how like I could guide it myself to like be more of a voice, just have more of a voice, and to be
so that's dope right there. That's self-analysis again.
Yeah.
So you understand that about yourself. So now you have an opportunity to play with the magic. You know what I'm saying? Don't be you be the listener, but also you be both. You be the interactor and you're the listener. So you make the first, like chess, you make the first move, but your first move got to be thorough.
Okay.
The opening in the chess game is very important. You know what I'm saying? How you open it up. So how you open this here interaction up is how you either don't set the pattern of how it's going to go, or you do set the pattern of how the interaction is going to go. So play with the magic. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Got you. Wow, this is exactly what I needed to talk about, actually. So, like, I really thank you guys. Like, from my heart, like, I really thank you guys. Like,
yeah, that's dope.
Exactly what I was thinking too. It's like, granted, there have been some patterns within this friendship that were unfavorable in my situation, and I didn't voice up about it. I didn't
NLP.
I didn't do it. It's just like, okay, well, if I were to see this people again, how would I be different? How would I do different? Instead of just being, you know, receiving actions or, you know, vice versa.
It's NLP. You plant the seeds into their mind in the direction that you want to lead the outward conversation to be.
Right. Okay.
Like, hey, how you doing? You know something I was thinking the other day, man. And when I see you, blah blah blah, you go ahead and you create a whole narrative when you go in there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You open, like I said, you open the floor. Okay. I think that's a good idea too. If you can't avoid, you know what I'm saying, if that's not the option to be taken, that total avoidance, then you have to use another science. And I think that science of transformation is applied to the transformation of the mind. You know what I'm saying? That neuro-linguistic that type of activity changes the person's thought patterns and where you want it to be as they interact with you.
Yeah, it's like I'm in probation classes because of the extreme incident that happened over the summer. I'm in like halfway through the course, but I have to go every Tuesday and pay $25 to these people just for them to tell me how, you know, drinking's bad and substances are bad and doing all this is bad. And then, you know,
you got to take a urine test.
Sorry.
And
do testing, testing too.
Garbage. They got you with that. Damn.
Yeah, exactly. And so last class I went to, he was somebody brought up marijuana, and he was talking about how it's going to be legalized. He was like, now, by show of hands, how many of you guys gonna think that this is gonna make anything better? You think it's good? Who thinks it's gonna be better? And so I raised my hand, and he was like, "Why?" And mind you, I was like quiet every class, and he thought I was asleep this class. And then I was like, "Well, when you lift restrictions on what people can do, they can try for themselves and come up with their own experiences and their own conclusions. And substances like this, they make you go introspective, and they don't necessarily criminalize you and have you with the charge, and you don't have to go to shady dealers or put yourself in shady situations, because scientists will be able to research it too. It's like people who have who want a deeper understanding of it, they won't be held back for it too. And it's like, therefore, like the masses can have that secondhand knowledge passed to them if they're really interested by their trusted sources, and blah 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 blah. And he cut me off in the middle of me speaking. He changed the subject pretty much.
Of course, he's a police officer.
But at the end of the class, he was like, "I thought Miss Brown over here was about to be asleep, but she opened up her mouth and said something profound." And I was just like, yeah, that's why I try not to speak in a lot of situations where it's just like, I know people won't really understand, but it kind of opened my eyes to like, okay, well, always listening all the time, that's one thing. And being in the background, like the shadow occultist, is one thing. But, actually putting this work to use and, speaking in terms that other people understand, it is beneficial. Like, other people can, come out of there feeling like, okay, well, I'm not in here because of one situation, and now I'm a delinquent. I'm not a delinquent. Like, okay, so, well, they make you try to feel like you're like a delinquent. And the funniest part about it is that, like, that day of class, he was like, "Are you slowing down with the weed?" Or like, like he'll be like, "Are you slowing down with alcohol?" I'm like, man, I'm not even in here for that. Like, you don't even know why I'm in here for. Like, and like they always do everything together, and it's just like, okay, okay, but yeah,
because they are a program. That's
yeah.
That's their program. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's really is the Matrix. Remember the dude on the train? That's all his program was. To fucking get your ass on the fucking train.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Leo was not getting on that motherfucker, not getting past that gatekeeper, because that was his fucking job. It ain't no different than these people. Their job is to be a dickhead official working for the whatever office, parole, probation, and shit.
And it's so funny, like in these classes, they always give you like these acronyms, like, okay, the acronym SAFE, what does that stand for? It's like, I'm just like, all right, easy, this, that. Like, what did we talk about last class? Oh, another fucking acronym. And it's just like, nobody really gets to like the nitty gritty of how people have their patterns. And I'm just like, we're not going to touch on the subconscious at all. We're not going to talk on like behavior patterns at all. We're not going to even dip into psychology. It's just pretty much like, give me your money, a little slap on the wrist here, have another acronym that's easy for you to remember so you won't drink and drive again. And I'm just like,
and look at
okay,
that. And they
make the impression that they were there to help you. Is that what you were thinking? That this was about healing these people?
No, not at all. I came in there like, man, let's get this bullshit over with. Like,
they're making you pay for it. They're making you pay for it, and they're being dickheads at the same time. So it's not like you go in there for fucking free, but like, yo, treat me with some fucking respect, motherfucker. I pay to come here every fucking week, you dickhead. I would have said SAFD, sucking and fucking everywhere, motherfucker. That's what it fucking stands for. They would have kicked me out the whole class. I'd have been in jail for 2 weeks.
Exactly. And like, I remember like the first day I was there, and he was like, if everybody gets the quiz right, 100% right, there's a prize at the end. And one guy goes, "What, our fucking money back?" I'm like, "No fucking way."
Nice.
Exactly.
I almost got that whole quiz. Like, I was the only one in that class who didn't miss more than one. I only missed one fucking question. And I'm just like, man, like, all this is high school shit. Like, I learned this high school health class, and everybody's like getting 15 of them wrong. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't even like, okay. And it's just like, all right, this isn't meant for me. I just fucked up. Like, but I understand why what happened to me happened to me. And it's just like, all right, you either be more careful, don't get caught, or, you know, go through the same shit again. Or just change your pattern altogether. And it's just like,
I gotta ask you, okay. So you were driving feeling bubbly.
No. It was I did some shrooms because I had gotten to a little attachment issue and relationship wise, not controlling my sexuality, my lust, and did some shrooms to escape. And pretty much those shrooms put my ass outside naked, and I got caught with indecent exposure and public intoxication. So yeah. And it was that moment of like feeling like, oh man, I'm God. It's just my Tifereth experience, and then like totally misconstruing the whole thing. It's just
So
like,
the
all right,
shrooms,
well, those shrooms are just like, we're gonna teach you a fucking lesson. Yes, exactly.
The shrooms did their job. It's just that, you know what I'm saying, you had to the world didn't adjust to the healing effects of the shrooms, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Like the whole time I was on that trip, like I was cussing out the doctors and the nurses. I'm like, y'all are fucking stupid. Y'all are fucking idiots. And I felt so bold and confident. And I'm just like, all this shit's a lie. Coronavirus is fake. This, that, and the other. And I was going in and I was like resisting arrest. And like, I don't remember a lot of what happened until the actual court date and the officers like reading off exactly what happened. And then me and my lawyer are just looking at each other and like the courtroom's laughing and just like.
Courtroom's laughing.
Yes, everybody was
Wait. So
Sit
everything
calm.
was happening while you were butt naked?
You said what?
All that was happening, you were saying fuck you to everybody while you were butt naked?
Yeah. Like the first thing I remember when I walked out was there was this one lady. She was just like, "You need to go back inside. Do you know what you're doing? There are kids out here." And I was just like, "They are my children too. They are my children too. Like, you think this is like disturbing? They are my children too." And it's just like, I understood what I was saying. Like, I understood that like there is no separation. And
You
like,
were super lit. That was
an issue. But I
she was
high as a bitch.
that party was super. It's never a real party until somebody get naked in the party. You know what I'm saying? Once somebody takes their shirt off, they're like, okay, now this should turn into a fucking party. Once you came out in the fullness of your glory, the party cranked up. You know what I'm saying? It was,
yeah, and it's like I wasn't worried the whole time. Like, you know, during all of that. And what made matters worse is like I live right next door to a park, and it's just like, you know, I got people telling me like you about to get hit with a child molestation charge and shit. I'm like, whatever. Like, I'm not gonna get hit with that. I'm like, you see these fucking tits? They are beautiful. Who would do that to me? But anyway, I gotta keep this child safe. Sorry, Trav. My apologies.
Oh my God, man.
But, yeah, it was like, during that time we were studying the Kabbalah, and I was looking so much for the physical aspects of trying to look out into the world of how I'm seeing what I'm reading. In other words, instead of like
no more physical than walking outside bucket naked.
Yeah,
naked.
It had a lot to do.
Bill said, bucket naked, showing their public hairs.
It had a lot to do with like honesty and being honest with myself and like and I got hit with some hard.
I think I told you that your shadow self, your dark side, that motherfucker dark. You got a dark night creatrix. Your chart must be motherfucking full of shit.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna get this record tomorrow. Like, I gotta dig into this chart because it's
probably gotta splash it down the whole rack.
I got a note.
I slash the sun. I slash the V. I slash the.
That's why I'm thinking like air as an element is kind of like ruling a group, but I don't want to like speak too soon on it. But
it's awesome though, man. So this shit is awesome, man, because that's what it is. It gives you the opportunity to meet yourself, and you gotta be like, yo, man, I've been looking for you, my nigga. Like, damn, I needed to know myself and why I operated.
Yeah, and it's funny because like before I did all that, I was keeping a lot of things in from my significant other, and not a lot, just like a couple details, and it was fucking dragging at my conscience, like beating.
Isn't that such a corny term? My significant other. That
for lack
I be
of
having Grand Theft Auto thoughts with like certain stuff. Like right there, I just drove by in my mind and threw a whole Molotov cocktail out. That's a significant other. You know what I'm saying?
It says the guy who says inner engineering. But okay, I digress. but yeah, it's like I worked with Lilith for a little bit before that. Yeah, and I was freaking out. Like I was so afraid. I was throwing shit away. I was throwing all my stuff away. And this was like around the time I had that quote unquote veil of Paraketh experience too. But not really sure. But I noticed like when I was working with Lilith that like a lot of my protections were being thrown down. Like everything just sounded like when I would see police cars or hear sirens or hear anything else, it's like I just instantly just get shook. And it's just like I'd be in the car. I'm like, what if we crash? It's like my fear was just out of control. It reminded me of the time when I was on the medication Wellbutrin, and how a lot of the impressions I was receiving from the world weren't really it. It was just impressions. And it just made me disconnected from that higher self kind of feeling. And so I finally went to one of my friend's house because I was so freaked out. And on my way there, I have a little servitor figurine in my car here. I'll see if I can show it real fast. Let's see. I have this dragon servitor here for car protection and that kind of thing. And so on my way to my friend's house, that shit fell off. Things are being thrown off. I was just like, fuck. And I went to her house to burn some drawings and stuff that I made. And she goes, I was telling her about Lilith. She's like, you know, Lilith is a tulpa, right? And it's like, what? She's like, Lilith's a tulpa. She's a completely made up thing. And like, there's literally nothing that states her as a real deity, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, okay, this is contradicting everything I've ever learned. This is contradicting everything that I knew from the major society. And like, I just completely forgot like everything that like I stood for in that moment. And then like, this is right before like the shroom incident. And it's just like, you know, after all is said and done and I'm reflecting on it, I'm just like, wow, like I was really lost in the sauce. Like how you guys were saying earlier, like, you know, how some of these spiritual, you know, YouTubers will seem like they have it and then like they go off the rails, you know, later on, like, or they seem like completely just crazy later on. Damn, I just washed this car back into another car. Yikes. But yeah, that's what it felt like. It was just like how easy it is to cross that barrier when you don't have like the right people around you telling you, you know, the right ways to do, or you're dabbling in more than one system at once and nothing's really concrete, you know. So yeah, exactly.
Primordial though. You really want to know the origin of life, you got to deal with Samaria and also Yiddish,
yeah,
Jewish lore.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to think that's the mother of flaming swords,
right?
You know what I mean? So it'll tear your ass up.
Hey, you read and talk with Shooty, right?
Yeah.
Did you get
Almost done with it.
did you get to the chapter about the mandalas, mantras, and yantras?
Yes, I'm at the visualization and imagination chapter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mantras and the yantras and the
Chapter
yantras.
12 that stood out to you as far as relating to what you've already done?
I would say like the yantras part, just kind of having that first hand image of something to connect to.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, okay, I related that back to what I do, you know, just drawing and stuff. And it's just like that headspace that I get in where it's like that emptiness. Like I don't really know what I'm going to draw before I put my pencil on the paper. I just do it and something comes up and it's just like, okay. But in that way, in that respect, it's like, I kind of related yantras back to it. And it's just like, all right, instead of trying to dissect, you know, all right, so this has 6 sides for the Yam mantra. I have to, what does 6 mean? What does 6 relate to? Trying not to be so intellectual about it and just seeing it as its own image and just kind of doing the exercises instead of trying to dissect it all, you know?
Do you know that the number 6 written, the number 6 is actually just a serpent?
Yes.
You know that Lilith in Jewish or Kabbalist thought, Lilith is actually the consort of Yod Hed Vahe, and she sits by his side, and she's the only one that can worship in his ear. That's how thorough Lilith is. She get to whisper with her lips all close to God's ear and shit like that, worshiping him.
Yeah, I was told actually that she was kind of like a daughter for him. Like
She's actually his consort. she also represents the Shekinah.
What's the Shekinah?
She is the glory. As there was she would be the glory of God. That's why on the the earthly level, a man always wants some Barbie doll looking wife to be on his arm. He needs his wife to be beautiful in the street and be Lilith in the sheets.
I'll make that a shirt.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Need to meet a girl who actually does the physical yoga. I think that would be interesting. Somebody that could actually teach me how to do the physical yoga.
Yes.
Although I'd probably get distracted.
The butts.
Every time her butt goes up.
Downward facing dog, upward facing dog. Yes, Travis, that's deadly for you. You have to do it with dudes, man. You cannot do it with women.
Go to a group setting, bro.
Downward facing face.
Bro, go to a group setting. It's not that distracting once you're in it. It's not that distracting once you're in it.
Sure, I said downward facing face. I will close my eyes. You know what I'm saying? Just close your eyes. Only see with your inner eye.
Downward facing face.
Only way.
It's hilarious how you guys talk about that.
It'd be the only way really that I could see myself getting into what was that, Hatha yoga?
Hatha yoga, yes.
Yeah. I'll need somebody to teach me personally.
Well, I don't know.
I think that there's some truth to that, man. We really do need learned individuals to actually teach us particular things like that. You're absolutely right, though.
Stop it. What book study group is this, Shan?
Ah, so this is what they did.
No, okay, I want to stop showing my video though. I think this is through Kev. You got Robin, you got Travis Magnus. Who the fuck is that? Who are these people?
What's going on?
Oh, well, you trying to? It's only 9 people on here. Oh, well,
what is happening?
What
was that?
I don't know.
It sounded like somebody got caught cheating and then they try to blame it on the group. Oh no.
It's only 9 people in here. I mean,
But a Travis Magnus, what the fuck is that? Why she called me out? Why did I
the
get
only name she saw was Travis Magnus.
It's 9 names in here, Mike.
It's that particular activation system right there.
Got some fucking horns and beads. What just happened? How did you even get it?
I think she said her own name too. You got robbed in here. I'm like, you're Robin.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was like, you're Robin. What the hell?
What?
Hey, that was her one chance.
She thought she was setting up an OnlyFans account and went to the whole fucking Zoom.
Yikes. Back to autopilot. She had a chance.
See what happens? We talking about Lilith and face down dog, all kind of shit. Here comes the action.
This is why I have to purify my thoughts, because these things start coming out the woodworks.
You didn't brought it. The first, like you said, the only name she calls out,
Lilith,
was Travis Magnus.
What the fuck is that?
Exactly. She didn't call out Night Matrix, Shango Atume Cat. She didn't even say, what the fuck is Stuff 6ix9ine? She didn't see none of that shit. Travis Magnus.
Yo, she probably saw the horns on Travis. Like, man, what the fuck is that?
She gave you the whole fucking Greek interpretation. Travis Magnus.
Why she came in here mad? What
did you add her? Did you add her to it? Like, did you accept her?
Hey, Trav, is that the same energy? Was that the same energy you got from the dude that you saw at the store?
Oh, that was good, man. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff.
Oh, God.
She said, what the fuck is that? Not who is that?
What
the fuck is that?
Wow.
You know you were shocked. She was having a full debate with somebody about it too.
She made her assessment and got out. I'm in here. This looks like some kind of group chat. No, she said class. She said her name. Said my name incorrectly. What the fuck is that? Looked around. Didn't ask. Didn't. Wow. Wow. Oh shit. MC Maestro in the chat says, I thought that was Doth Boy's wife. It may have been.
That could have been it.
I was looking at her profile today. Randomly.
Oh. Damn, man.
There you go. See, you
bro, it was the Robin. It was her saying her own name for me, dog.
I know that ain't that same motherfucker.
That's what it was. Yeah, he's still getting that $20 back.
Oh my God, that guy.
Yeah.
He could have walked away with about 80 because it started being people started donating. One dude said, "I'll give him $40."
Yeah.
So he could have came up. He could have got a little 7 grams off of that.
Why click the link? How did this even happen?
I don't know.
I'm gonna stop thinking about it because.
Okay, so what was that guy that it was like in July or the summertime where that guy was just like, I want to learn about the real shit. I came in here to learn, and you over here teaching bullshit, Trav. Like, remember that dude?
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about. Doth.
Oh my God.
I think he was drunk. I think he was feeling real bubbly though. You know what I'm saying? But he was. I'm not even going back to him. I'm leaving that alone. See, that's the power of the bees. It just it gives you it makes you rethink. Let me just not say anything.
Yeah.
But that right there, that was odd.
Man.
Somebody done went past the veil for a moment.
That was actually Lilith, you know what I'm saying? That because she come in, you know what I'm saying? Lilith come in many forms. So whatever form that she just came in, that was a Lilith form. You know what I'm saying? Sure, because it was aggression, it was almost this confusion, and then it was anger, and then it was the fuck out of here.
That sounds very familiar.
It was like Lilith to me.
Loud confusion.
And it was loud too. It was pure chaos.
In and out. That's funny.
On this note, guys, I'm gonna head out, but I should be back on later if you guys are still.
Right. Have fun. Be safe.
I sure will. Y'all have fun.
Peace. Ashe. Ashe.
It's an interesting group of individuals, isn't it?
Indeed.
That's a nice garden. I think about it sometimes like a garden. Everybody's their own plant. Everybody has their own particular energetic growth in the garden. You know what I'm saying? The garden is full. And then there's a lot of people that be in the chat. Sometimes I don't really be in there. I'll just turn it on to read through, but it'd be like 40 something. Yo, everybody got to interact. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some sort of interaction. I guess it is an interaction. I don't really know what to say.
It's interaction.
It's interaction. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. It's interaction at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see most of the familiar names. I'm sure maybe it's probably like 15 people who never say anything. Some people have told me, you know, they're too shy to even post in the chat.
But I bet you they doing big work in the background though. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm doing right now. Big work in the background. But I'm still listening. Yeah.
That's the best type of work.
Well, let me tell you, yesterday I had a pretty interesting case. I have a lady who called me on Friday and asked me to go and remove her stitches because she didn't want to pay $400. I think it was like $300, $400 if she goes to a medical doctor. And then I'm like, what kind of stitches do you have? So she's like, oh, I only had like 2 stitches. I'm like, what was the case about? So apparently she went to Colombia, or I think it was Colombia or Peru or whatever that place it was, or Brazil. I had no idea. And she has her lipo removal. So I'm looking at mapping system that these doctors do, and they do the removal, but also they can transfer the fat in other areas, right? So this has become very popular in the medical field now for beauty enhancements. Shango, you see the crazy stuff that women go through. I really was thinking of you yesterday. So this woman, she say, I only have 2 stitches, and I don't even know this woman. And when I go to her house, she literally took all her clothing and she's like, look at this. She's like, she was so worried. She's like, look at this. I have paying these doctors so much money to remove fat from my belly and put it in my maximus gluteus. And I don't want to say it in a vulgar way. You guys know what a maximus gluteus is. So then I'm like, ma'am, if you think about it, fat gets dissolved out of your body.
Wow.
It's going to be a certain amount of time where your beautiful shape is going to go down. She's like, you think about it, my angels up there, my goddesses, those divas that are Travis. Okay, maximus gluteus is what you guys call in the vulgar name ass.
Sorry, I posted that because like when you said Maximus, I was like, what the fuck is that? So
Maximus
that lady's voice
gluteus.
popped up in my head.
Maximus gluteus is what we call because some of us I do too. Sometimes I say ass. Okay, so but
A
professionally I
nice
have to
soft
go.
ass.
Maximus gluteus is the proper name to call an ass.
Or hers was just a diminishing
She,
poopa.
well, she was actually did removal from her stomach, right? So her stomach was very. I must say, the doctors did an excellent job on her stomach. I mean, I seen patients when they come from the lipo and they get all inflamed, they get all swollen tissues, they're reducing all this weight. And when they're reducing the weight, of course, you're reducing your weight, but then your stomach is fluffy, right? So in this case, this woman, she told me that they did a very rough kind of lymphatic massage to remove toxins out of her body. And I must say, I was very impressed with the work that they did in that country. I'm like, damn, they must be done some excellent lymphatic to remove all the inflammation. But then I'm thinking yesterday in a way driving home, the key for us females not to have that sluggish, nasty looking skin is a lymphatic drainage. Such a simple thing you can have to reduce all this fluffy tissue hanging in there. You know how sometimes women give birth and they have that fluffy hanging around belly. So at the end of the day, this woman, she took all her clothes out. She asked me to remove the seizures. Now I have to figure out what kind of cut does she has. Is it horizontal? Is it vertical? How many lines does she has? She told me she only had two. Man, she got four fucking for me to cut. And I'm like, all right. So now I'm looking at the cuts and they made it as an X. Like they have stitches. The stitches has a different names and different styles. But the ones that she has is an X. And I'm literally looking right now in a book, a medical book right now, where it shows me exactly what they did on her. So the guy did what he did is that he put fat on her, but the fat was very superficial type of fat. So I'm like, this is why her fat went so quickly away because he put it very superficial and she spent so much money. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, this is unbelievable. But now I'm not going to tell her anything, of course, because now I'm looking the way that they did it. But then I was like, okay, but at the end of the day, why are you guys talking about women and how to see the women? I get to see all these women and I get to see everything. And let me tell you, there's so much insecurity on these beautiful women. They're all beautiful, man. And I'm not lesbian, I'm straight chick, man. But I'm gonna tell you something. Woman's body is very beautiful. It's a temple. And I don't know, it's just like it needs to be respected. And sometimes when I see in the MAGA society or these posted that they post like odd stuff on women's bodies, like it's not proper to me to look at that. I'm like, I mean, it's not nice. I mean, sometimes I'm not even look at that because I see how much actually women do in their bodies to make themselves look beautiful for their men. And this is where I remember Shango, when Shango would say how much women, they are so insecure of themselves for their men. And yesterday, Shango, I have the perfect sample for you. This woman tried to look so beautiful for her husband, and the fact that she came back and the husband is asking her for divorce, literally divorce.
Damn.
For her to look so fucking beautiful and with a kid already, okay, they have a kid, I think he's 6 7 years old, and she's like, I came back and now we am in the divorce. I'm like, I barely know you, you already told me all your stuff, but all right. But I let her to like let things go. So I'm like, and I just thought about Shango. I'm like, I wish Shango can be here and talk to her husband because I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's just crazy. It's just
It is
crazy.
crazy. That's no different than this girl who put the fucking gorilla glue in her hair.
Yes.
That shit is all based off of some sort of insecurity. Somebody She might have been one of them girls who grew up that her hair didn't grow. She always had the tight little ponytail. It never got long. And that shit might have, you know what I'm saying? So now she's an extremist with her hairstyles now. So now she didn't want to have no hair sticking up based off of fucking running behind some fucking man and making sure she looking some kind of way. She puts fucking Gorilla Glue on her fucking hair.
And I'm looking at the whole procedure right now while you guys were talking. I'm looking at this medical book, and it shows every fucking procedure that this woman went through. The long, thick ass needles for her body, and she, of course, she comes and her husband tells her to fucking divorce.
And it definitely probably was Brazil, because don't forget, Brazil been doing that kind of stuff. That's why they call the main product, they call it getting a Brazilian when you go get waxed and shit. Brazil been doing that shit for rich people.
Let me tell you something, Shango. You know when the doctors, the surgical doctors, they say, oh, this is FDA approved and shit. Let me tell you something. All these motherfuckers, they go to Colombia, they get trained in Colombia. They go to Brazil, they get training in Brazil. They fucked up people down there. If they have to fuck up people, there's no insurance, there's no liability. So they can fuck as many as they can down there. And then they come well trained here in the United States. All these people, they go there. The most famous that we have right now in a woman business perspective is the chin, the double chin, right? When we had this little hanging chin, and I'm sure a lot of divas up there that are listening to me right now, you're probably looking at your mirror like, oh my God, I got a double chin, honey. Like this shit needs to get the hell out, right? So now you start looking at these doctors and all these TVs and this Kybalion, and Kybalion is gonna burn this fat. It's been approved by the FDA. Bitches, this shit has been approved like in the 1980s, 1970s in fucking Colombia, okay? So this shit has been there for a long, long time, including South Korea and North Korea. Most likely the products that they sell right now I've been doing my well research in Amazon. Literally the products from Amazon, they come from I think it's South Korea. Well, somewhere in Korea. And there's been approved those products in Korea for a very long time in Korea. Now the doctors are saying to the people, don't be using these products because these products are not safe. They're not FDA approved. No, honey, there's been approved in FDA a long time ago, like in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, whatever the hell might be. All these famous goddesses in the old time, secretly they used to put the injections and their chins for them to look beautiful in their face. So, it's like, I don't know. I guess it's just like
that's heavy stuff, man.
It is heavy stuff, and you should see the crazy stuff that I'm studying right now. I'm studying how to put the injection at a certain depth on the skin, on the chin, and make sure that I have to insert it in a proper depth and a proper quantity of dosage. Because if you put it very superficial, you can literally destroy the superficial level of the skin. So it has to be inside in the fat.
Precise.
So there is calculation in it.
And what you do, you put it in there. What you gotta massage it in, or you just leave it?
No, you leave it in there for 24 to 48 hours. You leave it in there. And after you're done with that, the patient has to come back and give the lymphatic massage. Because remember, if you don't do that lymphatic massage, is when the skin becomes saggy. And that's the problem that they have in the offices. And like when they do these surgeries, they just send the patient home. The doctors say, you might need a lymphatic massage if they tell you that. But if they don't tell you that, the patient is not aware of it. So now I think in the state of New York, they might going to tell they're going to tell the doctors to let the patients know that they need their lymphatic massages. And most likely, the most appropriate person to do those massages is going to be either the massage therapist, because they have license to do that. But massage therapists are expensive. They $200 to $300, $250, $150 per an hour. Most likely, the clients are going to be saying, well, if I have an esthetician, I can probably ask an esthetician to do the massages, to do the lymphatic massages. And most likely, they're going to look for Brazilians who does the job, or Colombians who does the job. So it's a whole deal right here, guys. This is what I am right now, while I'm listening to you guys, because it is amazing how these services, women pay for these services. It's literally, let me tell you, it's today I have a package of $1,890 or something like that for a cryo t-shirts in the office that I work. So people pays for all these services to make themselves look good for their husbands, literally, for them to please their husbands. And I'm like, I don't believe this. I'm like, it's just insane. I mean, I get paid. I must say, I do get paid. But at the other hand, it's like, it's crazy how um woman needs to evaluate herself in the way of herself, and not necessarily on the body. Your body is automatically beautiful. The body, the female body, it's beautiful. It's complicated when we study, and it's beautiful the way it looks. You don't need to be size 0, and you don't need to be 3. What is it with the big maximus gluteus? You guys like maximus gluteus, big gigantic butts up there in those posts that you guys post. There's no need for that. Trust me. It's, if you look at the beauty of females, you will look at a different perspective. It will be so.
Actually, a woman is really, she's supposed to be the vessel of the mother goddess. You know what I'm saying? But we've never been actually taught that. So when one of the particular like one of the tantric practices, there's a whole sadhana, a practice where the man and the woman, under the guidance of a guru, there's a ritual where he worships the female body, and then they have a ritualistic interaction where he's supposed to in his concentration meditation, he's supposed to realize that he's interacting with all the female deities in the yoni. And then he's never supposed to have sex with another woman again, because that will be considered sinful. He's not supposed to. He's only supposed to have ritual. It's supposed to only be for ritualistic practice. So we don't be taught, nothing like that of reverencing the woman, and then we keep devolving, and now it's like, the sisters are now twerking on the fucking Lincoln Memorial type shit. You know what I'm saying? It just keeps getting worse and worse. But I wanted to ask anybody, Trav, or anybody, even in the chat, has anybody ever fucking had a lymphatic massage? I've never even.
Is that in the throat, or are we talking about? Yeah, that's in the throat, right?
Is it the throat, Kat?
Yeah, the chin. The chin. There's plenty videos up there actually that you can do lymphatic massages if you want to prevent like sticking needles and burning the fat in an aggressive way. You can do just lymphatics like almost every day, and in a couple of months you will have a nice, beautiful chin. No need.
Because don't you even got lymph? You got lymph nodes under your chin. I think under your arms, in the back of your neck, so you can.
And your inner thighs and your knees. And
I wonder did this. Damn, that's deep. This sister a couple of years ago, she was giving me a massage, and she kept massaging me real hard.
Yeah.
Like on the back of my neck. And it felt good, but it hurted. at the same time. So I wonder what she get, what was she hitting the lymph
She was
nodes or something.
probably
That's interesting. I would like to look into that for Shudi practices. You know what I'm saying? To give so getting a lymph massage,
yeah.
a lymphatic massage, would that eliminates toxins, like you said, right? Basically, because
Yeah.
fat hold
Yes.
that's where the toxins are really held at.
Yep.
Oh, that's necessary. I'm gonna look that up. I think that's something I need.
That's interesting, right? Lymphatic massage.
Gods,
Yeah, that was
gods and goddesses, look for lymphatic massages. Okay, do professionally. Don't be looking for prostitutes up there, please. Thank you very much. I
See, that's the
appreciate
kind
that.
of women I would like to interact with. Women who know. I would like to be helpful to a woman on that level, and she be helpful to me on that level. That's what's being missed between the masculine and feminine energies are not doing this type of shit.
Right. So the lymphatics can be do like once or twice a month if you want to start it just once or twice a month. And then maybe once a month you can do just regular massages. That's it.
See see what I'm saying about how important. Look what you just said. You said that lymphatic massages eliminates fat.
Eliminates toxins, which is fat. Whatever fat my job is to make fat liquid. That's what I do for a living. I make that fat, it's liquid. And then your kidneys and your liver are going to increase hormones to try to get rid of that liquid fat out of your body.
So
Your
along with the lymphatic cleanse,
lymphatic system has to pick up the garbage. And let me tell you, by using the lymphatic, you enhances the process to relieve the toxins out of your body.
that's deep. I'm gonna look into that. I would like to incorporate that, and I want to do a liver cleanse too. That would that right there would be because the liver, you know what I'm saying, that's our filtration system, especially the kidneys. But that lymphatic massage, that's $1 million worth of game right there.
Yes, it is.
That you just dropped.
No, I see there's a couple of tutorials on YouTube. You said this is something that you don't want to do but once a month, you said?
The lymphatic is only once or twice a month. And a long road, your budget, of course, lymphatic massages are not cheap either, right? So it's all depend where you at.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to do it off these YouTube tutorials?
Well, who's going to do that? All right. First of all, the person who does your lymphatics needs to know what they're doing too. I mean, they need to know what the nuts are. So if you
I need to go because I just looked up here. Now I see they got this place now near me called the Therapeutic Touch Aesthetics and Bodywork. Maybe I need to go check this out. 4.9 stars.
Check it out then and see what he can offer you.
That is interesting, man. Lymphatic massage.
Lymphatic.
And
look, I see this 20 video tutorial. I'm gonna give it a shot, man.
So give
you
it
can do it on yourself?
I mean, it's under the neck, right?
It could be the neck. Well, what do you want to do? Like you want to do the whole body or you just want the neck?
Whatever my
I want my whole body done.
Whatever my two hands can reach.
Do the whole body, Travis. Do it right.
I see one for the ankle, one for the underarm, one for the neck.
Okay.
So get yourself cupping. Here, if you want to do it yourself, Travis, get yourself cupping therapy. Look it up for cupping therapy, lymphatic massage, lymphatic massage.
Hey, is that what they call Rafa?
Yeah.
What you talking about, the lymphatic massage? Is that what they call like a Rafa massage, where they massage you and they like separate the layer, the top layer of the skin from the bottom layer of the skin? I'm sorry, go ahead.
How do they separate the top layer of the skin? Middle layer.
From the middle. They use these tools and they scrape, and they call it Rafa. And they scrape. And I had it done when I like when I had a surgery, and the when it healed up, I had some scar tissue. When they use these tools to scrape your skin, and they scrape the top of your skin with like these plastic tools, and it breaks up like scar tissue. It'll separate like the top layer of the skin from the middle layer of the skin, which like becomes scar. And you can do it pretty much to the whole body.
No idea how
it's
did
not
they
that.
did that. No idea how did they did that. No, I have no idea how did they
Okay. I thought that might have been what you were talking about, but yeah.
No,
Okay.
that's a
Okay.
bit more hospital type of like techniques or medical
Well,
more.
it's more sports medicine.
Yeah.
Is what I was talking about. Yeah, it's more
I was
sports
talking
medicine.
about, you're probably talking about gua sha.
I'm not sure. I know the lady that I was getting it from. She called it Rafa, and I couldn't take it. I couldn't take too much of it, but she was like, you get a good Rafa massage, and then you can take.
Gua sha. Yeah, gua sha. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. She said, yeah, you get a good one of those, and then you can take deep tissue a lot more, because what you feel when they doing deep tissue is that connection of that skin to that underlayer, and then when they break it up, now you can go a little bit deeper. I just thought that's what you were talking about. I'm sorry.
So it's similar. It's similar. It's a different technique.
Okay.
It's a different technique. That's all that they have. They have gua sha. They have the cupping. Cupping would do similar to lymphatic. If Travis wants to do that one for himself, then he can look it up at the cupping there, where you can slip in your lymphatics and look it
Yeah, I
up.
seen blood cupping. Yeah, that blood cupping is crazy.
Let's not go to the crazy stuff. Just the basic sliding cupping, basic
Well, see, yeah, this gua sha, they said this is an ancient Chinese healing technique.
Right. And the sports medicine, they use these things as well as we do, as acupuncture as we do.
They said it's supposed to improve your circulation.
Yeah, I didn't had all kind of acupuncture, man. I had acupuncture where they put they I think they call it dry needling, because they put the electrodes on the end of it, and like, so it'll like send an electrical pulse into the muscle. So they stick the needle down in there, and then they put like these little electrodes on the end of the needle. And man, and that healed me. So I mean, I ain't never been healed that fast, because I had back spasms. When I was playing ball, I had back spasms, and I could barely walk. And I had 2 sessions of that, and it was like I was healed, and I was like, God damn, this is crazy. But yeah,
we pretty much stimulated your potassium ions and sodium ions in the muscles. That's one of the stuff that we activate when we do electrical stim. So acupuncture is we go directly to the nerve, or we go into the muscle fibers with the needles, and we do it internally. If you go to a chiropractor, or if you go to a physical therapy, they put those kind of like plastic white superficial level conductors with the gel conductors. I don't know if you ever been into a PT or a chiropractor, they do kind of like electrical stimulation on your muscle.
Yeah, stem. The stem machines, right?
Right, but they do superficial. We
Yeah,
don't
yes, right on. Yeah, y'all go inside. Yeah.
Right. We literally go to the nerve, or we go into the dermis, or we literally go deeper to stimulate ions.
Are you a physiotherapist?
No, not physiotherapist. Nope.
Okay.
Those stem machines, those things work though. I mean,
they do.
I got TENS unit. I got a couple of TENS unit around here, and oh man, those things are life saving. I mean,
yeah, I got one too. I even got some shoes, like they slippers you put on, and they and you plug it back up, and that thing sends beautiful electricity.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope. I ain't never heard of the shoes before.
Yeah,
but
man.
Yeah, I might have to
Bruce
check
Lee
into those.
used to. They tried to say Bruce Lee had a version of a TENS unit that in one of his extreme exercises he would crank that thing up and he would fight because you know it constricts your muscles. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it would just be a flow of electricity constricting his muscles, and he would fight against it, and that's how he would strengthen his muscles up, basically fighting against the electricity being sent to his fucking muscles, man.
Yeah. Remember they had that thing, the ab belt, which was pretty much a TENS unit that you strap around your waist, and it just flexed your abs all day, and you didn't have to do any work, but it worked though. I mean, if you could stand it.
It do work. You're gonna make me go pull. You're gonna make me go pull that fucking TENS unit out and use that motherfucker. That shit. It do work, man.
What you have. Seriously, that's a self-therapy. You spend all this money, people. Use it.
I think I paid almost about $300.
Oh,
yeah, they expensive, man. They expensive.
You put
Especially
these
for a
pads. You
good
got
one.
these little sticky pads, and it can do posts. It'll go. Bzz, 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 bzz. You can change the way that the electrical pulse, and it came on a little map of the meridian lines and shit like that. Tell you where to put it and where not to put it. You can't put it on your chest and shit like that.
Yeah, I dropped mine one day while I had it on. I dropped it in the little plastic covering that protects the little dials. It slid on my leg and it turned it all the way up. Oh my God, bro. That thing had my
that shit is
oh bro. It'll straighten you out.
Women love it. I'm gonna just throw that out. If you learn how to regulate, not saying they gotta be on the, you know what I'm saying, just as a off to a woman you massage and say, yo, I got this little machine, and it can, you got back pain, and you put it on there, you use the right oil, and you put that on there, and that thing, like I said, that thing cost me about $400, man. You can fucking you can make a business out of that shit with that, giving people therapy with that thing.
Yeah, man. And they got, like, I had those are like the little handheld ones, the portable ones. Like if you use the ones that they have in like training rooms and stuff like that, those work even better. You know what I'm saying?
I have to get that on my leg. I had 2 reconstructive knee surgeries. I tore my ACL and my PCL. So I couldn't walk for like 2 years on I had to use crutches. So eventually, you know what I'm saying, without using your leg, you lose all your muscle. So my leg was mad slim, you know what I'm saying? So they put that on there, and it actually, you know what I'm saying, I had to go to sports medicine, and that should help stimulate the muscle to remember how to walk. I couldn't even, like the leg didn't remember how to press down to go up the stairs. I couldn't like I went the first time I got on an elliptical machine, you know how you got to step down and you roll it. I couldn't even step down on my left leg. My left leg, she was like, press. I said, I can't fucking press. Nothing is pressing.
Yeah.
So that one, the professional one, oh man, that shit put me back.
Yeah, it was in my right leg. I had the same thing you had. I didn't tear my knee up. I tore my foot up. I tore my Liz Frank in my right foot, where you tear the tendon to keep your feet from spreading out like your fingers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I tore that. So every time I took a step, my feet would just spread out like a hand. And so they had to go in and reconstruct that and reconstruct that thing. So I lost all the muscle in my right leg. You know, I couldn't even drive. And that was about a year. It took me about a year to come back from that. But yeah, man, that was.
So that's why when people think about sports, them injuries that I had, that was career-ending injuries. If I was in the NBA or the NFL, my career would have been done.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you can't. Because I had to learn how to cut, how to feel comfortable, how to be confident again. Because that's the main thing. But just what Hakat said about them. That just was interesting. What you just put me on to with this lymphatic massage thing, man. And that's like, those must be beautiful relationships. If you have if you have a mate, a wife, or whatever, or women, or if a woman has a man that they're dealing with, and they are able to do that kind of stuff for you, or you can do that for somebody.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful thing right there.
It's a trust.
Somebody can massage your lymphs and massage your body, so you eliminate toxins. And now you mix that with your other shooty practices and your massage. How can you not turn into fucking a deity? You know what I'm saying?
It's a trust. It's trust. That's the key. The patient has to trust you. The moment that you touch a patient, especially women are very, just letting you know, we are very scanner readers. We can read your how do I say, we can read if you are tempted to do something inappropriate with us the moment you touch us. So it's the same thing as a practitioner. A lot of the females and males, believe it or not, don't like male massage therapists. They don't like male massage therapists.
I don't like getting massaged by a dude. Nope, I don't do it.
I've never been offered that myself. Never. I don't think I would be comfortable at all. Not, so I don't.
That deep oil rub down.
That deep oil rub down is
I don't do it.
That.
Right. So
I'll take Karen if that's all you got.
But you see how you sense that? You see how you sense that sensation of like, hell no, like hell no. It's the same thing for females. It's the same feeling. If
you might start rubbing on, you might start
exactly
too much stimuli going through my fucking garbage body. Now I had to my eyes closed, and I had to open up and see Ted standing over there like, nah, man, I'm good, man.
Exactly. So there has to be a form of trust for
trusting Ted. I'll take Karen before I take Ted.
Yeah, it's very very, I don't know how to explain it, but every time I go to a patient's houses, it's that trust. And
you do some pretty interesting. Your profession, you doing some interesting stuff, man.
I do a lot of stuff. I had different professions. Acupuncture is just one of my professions.
And you dealing with people's energies. That's what I've been trying to tell some sisters. I've told them, I said, I said, you know what, y'all be going to these manicurists and these going to get manis and pedis. I said, these people be touching your body. I said, you don't know what type of energy they placing into you. I said, and they know how to read your health based off of how the nails look on your body. They know if you're in bad health or good health based off of your feet and how your skin look and how your skin feels. And they'll never fucking tell you that shit. Some sisters didn't understand what I was saying. I said, yo, they know these people been dealing with ancient technology of the body for fucking years. Feng Shui and this technique the brother just shared, Gao Sha. I was just Gua Sha, I was just looking up that shit. That's just ancient Chinese. It's an ancient Chinese word for scraping, that they fucking scraping your skin, like he said, to get to a point. It's basically a deep tissue massage with a fucking look like a piece of marble or some shit they rubbing the skin with. So think about a woman who goes to somebody and get their hair done, how intimate of a connection it is for a person to rub their fingers all touching your head, your scalp, and shit like that. Because a good cosmetologist can know your health based off of the health of your hair. So you don't think that these Asians know your health By you coming in there with diabetes feet, you got some dried up diabetic feet and shit like that, but you ain't never been to the doctor, so the doctor can diagnose you with diabetes, but Mama Wu know that you motherfucking sick based off of how your feet look. But you know what she gonna do? Scrape them up, soak them up, and paint them up, and send you right out the door while you didn't drop the check on her ass.
On your
So
way.
that's what I'm saying. Hey, Cat is knows because she's the same way. If you're dealing with acupuncture, you dealing with people's energy, so you already know what level of person's health is based off of how they. You know what I'm saying?
It could be
Because that's the
preventive
first
too.
line of the observation of how a human looks is the first level of knowing what type of health that they're on.
Diabetic feet.
Somebody got some diabetic feet. The whole back of the heel is so much. That shit look like the pictures of the moon when they show that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yikes.
Yeah, that's a dude work at the auto body shop that I take my truck to, and he just had to have surgery and had 2 toes taken off because of diabetes. So, and he just having some complications with that, man, and like his whole goddamn leg had swole up, and where they done took it off because he still ain't learning his lesson, still doing the same shit.
And that diabetes is gonna take his whole, eat his whole lower half to pieces.
Yikes.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I hate that for
And
him,
all
man,
of that
but-
shit, I don't care whether it's cancer to diabetes. Once your body starts exhibiting, like, yo, man, something's wrong with the motherfucking machine, and you don't react in a positive way of being assertive to change it, that's when you're going down. So the mind actually kicks in the rest of it. The body just indicates like a motherfucking car. When your shit need work, the fucking indicator light gonna come on.
Right.
Keep on driving it with the indicator light and see what the fuck happened.
Yeah, you get warnings, man. The body gonna give you warnings all the time. You right
You wake
about
up,
that.
you got a whole fucking rash on the fuck your fucking arm. Nigga, you got some kind of toxic shit going on inside of you. You ain't drinking enough water. You need to stop drinking pineapple Fantas or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Nigga thinking he's quenching thirst, drinking fucking pineapple and grape Fantas all fucking day. And you don't think you gonna get diabetes? You got the human body fucked up.
Diabetes.
I got the sugar.
I got the sugar. You tried to sweeten that up. Diabetes ain't sweet, Grandma. That should have taken your whole foot off.
Yeah, man. And that shit is not pretty either, man. Who was that? Not it was that wasn't Ed Lover. It was one of the rapper dudes. They used to be in a group, man. One of them had diabetes in his leg. I don't think it was Ed Lover. It was one of the big dudes that used to be with the group. It was like 2 of them.
I think it was Ed Lover.
It might have been Ed Lover, man. But man, the way they showed that leg on because he had a GoFundMe page. And
his leg was completely dead, man.
Leg was gone. I mean, it was terrible, man. But they cut that joint off, bro. Leg was gone. It was just dead, hanging on, man.
Now I gotta Google it. I don't want to see this, but I must.
You gotta look at it. You gotta look at it, man.
Got to see the leg. But yeah, man, if you ain't got your body and all that, what I'm trying to do right now, I lost like 80 pounds 2 years ago, and then I moved and gained most of it back. So now I'm in the process of losing it again. So I'm in the gym every day right now, which is not hard to do. It's not hard for me to lose weight. I done kind of made a life out of it, so I kind of know what I'm doing as far as I'm concerned. But I won't let it go again because I'm getting a little older. But
that's something I'm working on now too myself, strengthening my body and getting defining it so I can be dependable. I want to depend on my body. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot
Yes,
of
sir. Yes,
I got
sir.
a lot of injuries, so I got a lot of aches and pains. I wasn't always kind to this fucking machine. So I got a
Yes.
lot of shit going on, you know what I mean? So I know now as I increase in earth age that I need to strengthen this motherfucking system up so it can combat this bone pain, because I don't have muscle pain. I got skeletal issues. You know what I'm saying? And then the whole
Yeah.
knee, of course, you know that shit give me pain because they had to put that. I got donated ligaments in my leg right now.
Oh wow, you got cadaver ligaments. Yeah.
I had to get, as they call them, allograft tendons.
Yeah. Right.
Somebody, you know what I'm saying? I filled out the card and gave it back to the hospital. Thank you to the family. You're a family member, because they give you cards when you get that shit. They're like, you fill out the card, basically sending it to the family to tell them thank you for your family member being kind enough to donate their body parts that I can now walk around and again.
Yeah, man.
That shit
Donated
changed my
body
whole.
parts.
That shit changed my whole structure, man. I'm talking about, man. I could not. There was a not being able to walk changed your life.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about I had one of them braces. My leg was sticking straight out for a year and a half, and then it took me the whole rest of the year to go and do the whole process. I was in physical therapy.
Oh yeah, you got to do
nonstop,
PT. Yeah, you got to do PT.
kicking it, and all kind of shit while it's hurting and swelling up. You ever had to put that a compress, some machine, and it squeezes it
It
and it puts
squeezes, yeah, with the big blue sleeve on it. Yeah, with the big blue sleeve that they put on your joint and
they
circulate the ice.
cold water through it, man.
Bro, I didn't have all of that. Anything that you can name, I didn't have it.
That shit feels good. It felt good though.
It feels awesome, bro.
I kind of like that shit.
Awesome. It feels so good, man. It feels so good. It's good for inflammation, just period. You know what I'm saying? Like
body's something else, ain't it? You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy, bro.
Like, what the fuck? Ice? That shit send them. They fill the machine with ice, and it don't do nothing but compress. It squeezes, and they shoot that cold water through your motherfucking leg. That shit gonna hurt for a little while, but after that, you be like, yo, this shit feels so. You be in that much pain that you might as well stick your whole leg in the North Pole.
Yeah, I used to get in cold tubs.
I couldn't take that. That was too much cold for me.
See, I had to, you had to work up to it, man. Like I used to get in that joint. I was sitting for 30, 45 minutes, man, at my height, but from the neck down.
Like I said, I got so much garbage injuries that on the lower part of my back, in my tailbone, I got a piece of bullet left there that they couldn't take out. So I couldn't. So when I got into that cold water, that shit wasn't happening. It motherfucking, that shit turned that piece of lead so cold, that shit locked me up. They had to help me get out of that motherfucker.
Ooh, yeah. Damn.
Yeah, I wasn't not very kind to the human form that I have been gracefully given. But Hakat, you do some heavy, because that's what you got us talking like that. You do some serious shit at work.
I do. I always do.
Man, that's where we at. That's where we at, I'm Malkuth. You know what I'm saying? That's what we've come to. People taking fat from one part, putting it in your ass cheeks, and then that shit don't even last.
Well, it will last you for. It all depends how in depth. I think in this case he really did very superficial, because I'm looking at this textbook right now, and it's just like he did it very superficial. So of course the body is going to say, this is not part of me. I'm going to get rid of it. So obviously it did. The body amazing. The body can heal. It just don't try to put shit in your body that doesn't belong there, because it's going to get rid of it. Yeah. And for the divas up there who think to be doing any type of surgery like this, I don't say don't do it. If you want to have your shape, go ahead, but it's not going to be forever. You're going to have to go frequently to keep filling in, adding fatty in certain areas. It's a very safety. If of course I don't do that. It has to be a doctor. I don't do that because first of all, you can cause clots, right? You can put some fat in veins and arteries, and if you have somebody on licenses, on trained person, this requires a lot of medical education for this. I'm not even there yet on that one.
You said you can put fat into somebody's veins.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah, it's very common.
How much Gorilla Glue is Jada Pinkett Smith putting on her face? I just got to ask that question.
No idea.
Because her face is looking so tight and glossy.
Well, she can have probably fillers. She can have a lifter, injection lifters. She can
probably
have
got it all. Lifters,
yes,
fillers,
a lot of things. A lot of things.
sidewaysers.
Yeah, a lot of these goddesses. Well, you got to think about it. If they're famous, they need to look beautiful, and the high demand is to have a perfect shape, a symmetrical perfect shape on their skin. And it is not just putting Botox anymore. A lot of these goddesses, they want to have like they want to have like a little bit more enhancing of their cheekbones. They want to have more thinner on their chin. A lot of the ones that has a round shaped face, actually those are the best ones because doctors can contour everything on the round shape face. But now if you go to the heart shape, or if you go to the diamond shape, or if you go to the square shape, it takes more work for the doctors because they have to find a specific fat locations for them to be able to give you a proper symmetry in the face.
Horrible.
So it's, well, it takes I admire these doctors. They really, I'll be honest with you, if I had to admire a doctor, would be a surgeon. I respect surgeons.
It's like an art. I want to come in and have my whole face turned into a Roblox face. I just want to hold a square box head. You know what I'm saying?
They're gonna go based on your bone structure. And actually estheticians, we do the same thing. We don't go based on the fatty area of the tissue. We go in the structure of your bone structure. From there, we'll be able to determine. In my case, I'll be able to determine through makeup. Actually, you'll be able to determine if I can do anything as a heart type of shape of makeup, or diamond shape. If your face is a round shape, a lot of people say, well, that's an ugly. No, it's not. It's the most perfect type. They say oval shape is the perfect. For round face, believe it or not, that face, you can make that face any shape it could be up there. Any shape. Believe it or not, you can. So it's one of the most perfect shapes that we consider, the oval shape and the round shape. But a lot of the people, they have this problem with the chins. It's just become so popular everywhere. Chin, chin, chin. I want the chin removal. I want Kybalion. You had no idea, guys. In my office,
chin removal.
The chin. Yes, it's like everybody wants that goddamn chin. I'm like, you don't have anything. Nothing is wrong with your chin. Your chin is fine. Oh, I got this fat. No, you don't.
Damn.
You don't have fat in that chin.
That's self-image problems, man. That's like, that go beyond.
Yes, and
that goes beyond that.
But remember, there's competition. There's competition for females. If a husband, if a guy is going to look for a 22-year-old woman up there, these days, these girls don't even care if you're married or not. So now these wives, they're like, they want to look younger, they want to look beautiful, and it's just like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. I'm like, I don't get it. Like, I have this one yesterday. She want me to do cryosculpturing or cryotisha. We call it cryotisha. And she want me to get her legs thinner as soon as possible, because in 4 weeks, 5 weeks actually from now, she's going to go to vacation. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to be able to make your legs thinner as soon as possible. It's not happening. The fat takes time to be out. So I'm like, I can help you to reduce a few inches here and there. I'm like, that gave me a point where you want me to concentrate the most, and I can help you on that. But get this, diet, forget about it. Diet is like, nobody wants to work on diet. How the hell you, as soon as I told her, get yourself the first week on green juices. And I'm not talking about boring juices. I'm talking about like you having juices with almond milk, with rice milk, with coconut milk. Have yourself have how do you say, avocado, have yourself kiwi, strawberries, fruits if you want it in the morning. I might have that as a breakfast for the morning, where you can have fibers and proteins, right? And then oranges for become your blood a little bit of alkaline in the morning, right? So you can balance your appetite. Get yourself some quinoa, get yourself some, I don't know, chia. No. She has some kind of a specific toxic diet up there that she's purchased every month. And I'm asking her, is that diet that you're having right now, is it help you? She's like, no. And then why are you spending all that money in a diet that doesn't help you? Oh, I just started like a few months ago. You should get results by now. I mean, seriously, I'm like, you should get results by now. If you're going to
This
be
is what's
spending all, if you're going to spend all this money, like $2,000, I'm like, get yourself a decent diet, organic diet. And you guys know me, organics. I know it's expensive, but organics will make you live longer compared to buying toxic cans up there that'll make you sicker sooner than faster. So then I might get yourself organic foods. Get yourself the first week. I'm telling you guys this too. The first week, breakfast, green juices. Pick fruits. That's fine. Pick fruits, pick vegetables, pick plants, whatever might be in the morning. Okay. And the afternoon, get yourself some nice juicy salads. And if you get bored with the lettuce, well, guess what? Add kale, add spinach, add lettuce, add peppers, whatever you guys want to add it, like pistachios, nuts, name it. Make some nice juicy salads up there. And then for dinners, get yourself some nice soups, some kind of like kidney soup, some kind of like mix it with quinoa rice, right? If you guys miss the pasta or something like that, just have some nice juicy dinners up there. If you want to cheat on the weekend and you want to have a piece of meat, if you want to have like a piece of fish, or if you guys want to have like what else, fish or a burger, if yeah, that's what you want in the weekend, that's fine too. It's not going to kill you. But you know, if you do that, you're probably going to be able to lose like maybe like 5 pounds to 6 pounds in a week. Just because you're eating the greens, it's going to help you to lose the weight. So I literally told her that this week, and I don't even think she's actually following the steps. She's not even following. So I told my boss, I don't know how much I'm going to help this woman, and I'm warning you. I'm like, that machine is not going to make her thinner in 4 or 5 weeks. It's not going to happen. So, you know. So this is my job, guys. This is what I do for a living.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So let me ask you something. You were saying earlier that the lady got the procedure done where she got the fat, but she didn't want to pay to get the lymphatic massage. I mean, that don't really make too much sense. If you're going to pay to get the procedure, why wouldn't you pay to set to have the stuff set correctly?
No, she did pay for the massage.
Oh, she did. Okay, okay.
She did in Colombia. She the Colombian doctors are totally different. You finish your
Gotcha.
you finish your surgical procedure in Colombia or Brazil, and they let you stay 1 week. You cannot be traveling back to this country after that surgery. And if you do, it's in your own risk. They make you sign contracts stated that if something happened in this country, it's your own risk. Because in there, they tell you in the contract when you sign it, you have to stay in there for 1 week for observational through the doctor. And then the doctors determine the type of lymphatic massages that are need to be given. So now they are linked with estheticians. So in here in the United States is the aesthetic doctor or the surgical doctor with the registered nurse, right? In our other South America countries is you have a surgical doctor and then you have an esthetician, which is she's trained as much as a registered nurse. And now I notice when these girls, they come into United States, they want to do all this crazy stuff that they do in Colombia, but unfortunately in United States, there's so much limitation on their work that they can't do it, but they can do their lymphatic massages. So a lot of the cases when you see surgical procedures here, most of these girls, they tend to go to estheticians because estheticians don't overcharge the prices on their massages, on their lymphatic massages. As it's massage therapies, of course, they're going to be charging you maybe 100, 150 to $200 per service.
Okay.
Estheticians, an average here may charge you $100, or they might charge you $50 or $80. And ironically enough, they know how to do it better than everybody else. They can teach massage therapists. I actually learned from a Colombian esthetician how to do surgical massage, lymphatic massages through a esthetician Colombian. I didn't spend like, what is it, $4,000, $6,000 for taking the course. I'm like, no way, Jose. These chicks, they know how to do it. And it's exactly what happened to this young, beautiful lady. She went up there, she stood up for that whole week. They give her all these lymphatic massages. Her body is tight, it's not inflammation in it. And she looks amazing. She does. I hope that she take care of her business with her men, but I don't know. But it's crazy. This weekend was pretty intense, I must say. It was crazy. It was crazy. All right, guys. I guess we all got quiet. So I'm gonna get hitting. I got a work to do here. I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Peace out, Veronica.
See
Have
you
a good
soon.
night.
You too, ma'am. See you soon. Bye bye.
Goodbye. The maximus gluteus. The maximus gluteus. All right. Well, it seems like this may be a good time to go ahead and allow everyone to go back to their respective lives, doing what they do best. Trippy man. Deaners.
All right, Trav, man. Appreciate the talk, bro.
Oh yeah, my pleasure, my duty.
Yeah, hey, Thursday.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll probably hit you up for the joint again. But I'll be on, man. I'm looking forward to it, bro. I'm a regular cast member now, so I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro.
No doubt, no doubt. Well, I'll holler at you then, bro.
All right, easy.
I am. All right, fam.
Goodness gracious, what a day. All hail the Maximus Gluteus, the Maximus Glutimus, the 77th Goetic spirit. Where would we be without you? Would I be without you? All right. So I don't know about you guys, but I read chapter 8. I haven't read it on audio, which you could watch if you didn't already. But next week, Sunday, around this time, we're going to be going over chapter 9. And that is the chapter about vibration. Yes, indeed, vibration. So go ahead and read it. And if you have any questions or comments, you can have them prepared to maybe toss into the chat to start some fires, conversations, you know. But yeah, oh yeah, I'm going to catch up on some meditation, watch some more of these videos about Purusha and Prakriti, and read some of these books about the same subject so I can continue getting cosmically genius. I got a lot more avocados, a lot more bread, living off of a diet of avocado and toast with the occasional egg. It's not bad, honestly. I like it a lot. It's green, you know, creamy and green. Something about eggs and avocados. They seem like they're related, distant cousins, maybe. But yeah, stay healthy, stay focused, stay confident. And look, anything that's got to do with them, they, what they doing, president, Bill Gates, and all that shit, it's none of your concern. It's got nothing to do with you, and you can't do a damn thing about it. Literally a waste of your time and a waste of your attention. Let the other muggles talk about that stuff. That's for them. That's their karma. You have something more important to work on, and that's yourself. And that is your awareness of ultimate reality. Because going in the direction of them and they and what they doing, it's got nothing to do with growth and everything to do with entanglement with Maya and illusion. Who cares if Bill Gates is blocking the sky and forcing vaccines with his big ass farm? Like, that has nothing to do with you at all. Hell, supposedly landing on Mars has nothing to do with you. It's all sensational, and it all keeps your focus on external things, on the object of reality, on the five senses. And these things don't matter because they are impermanent, they're transient, they're illusory, right? None of it's real. The only thing real is your inner experience and learning to understand exactly what your inner experience is all about. You're not going to get that from the news. You're not going to get that on social media. You're only going to get it in one place, and that's sitting still and going within. Now, these books, literally, technically, these two here, and many others with the three stripes across the top and whatnot, they help give you a map. They're like a user manual. Like when you, back in my day when you bought video games, they came with little booklets that told you how to play the games. Studying books like this helps you to navigate that inner reality so you can make sense of it all. So it's not this mystery and this question like, oh, I saw, a brown dog in my dream. What is that? You'll understand what it means because you've got this textbook that points into the direction. And it's not people's opinions. It's not, oh, well, a brown dog means that you're da 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 da. This is coming from the oldest spiritual recorded data on the planet. Hell, the oldest recorded data on the planet. So the human experience has already been mapped out. There's nothing new. It's exciting to think about Mars landings and Bill Gates, but there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing new. The shit's already figured out. So it would behoove us to sit down and learn what's already been figured out. But you know this already because you've been on my channel long enough. All I'm saying is do the work. Now that we know what the work is, do it and do more of it. Oh my goodness. Boof Lord says I'm becoming a hipster. How is that? What's a hipster? And how am I becoming one? Peace, Matthew Watson. But yeah. Yeah. Life is perfect. Perfect. Regardless if, you know, at your current stage you're able to acknowledge it, it's perfect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the way it is. You know what I'm saying? But when you sit still long enough and you just observe reality, you start to realize that there isn't much that you need to do because it's already done. It's already done. All that's left is to come to a certain level of understanding that everything's good. Everything's good. Everything's great. It's not about how you feel. It's not about your feelings. It's not about the five senses. Because, like I said, those things are temporary, they're transient. So if you attach to them, of course you're going to suffer because you're attaching to something that is meant to fall apart, right? It's meant to fall apart. The five senses were assembled and they must be disassembled. Anything that's constructed must become deconstructed. That's why you can't identify with the human flesh and expect to reach spiritual advancement of any type, because the flesh is always jumping from one sense gratification to running away from another sensory pain, back and forth. It's unstable. The only peace will be found when you begin to withdraw from those five senses and take refuge in the ultimate reality, which doesn't change, which is consciousness. Consciousness. It would be a good idea to research what consciousness is from the Vedic perspective, from the ancient perspective, from the people who came up with the idea in the first place. Consciousness isn't merely thinking about stuff. Oh, I'm conscious because I'm thinking. No, there's actually levels to it. The thinking thoughts, that has to do with a level called manas, which is probably the lowest level. And that deals with an aggregate of the five senses. In other words, the five senses all report to manas. And manas pretty much says, okay, all right, yes, no, yes, no. Now, above manas, we have ahamkara, which is called ego. And that is the thing that says, this is me. I am separate from my environment. I am an individual existence, right? Now that's the next level of identification. Now, ego isn't a bad thing or a good thing. It just is that slice of consciousness that is aware of itself. Now, what we're trying to do is reach the next level, which is called buddhi, or intellect, but not calculating intellect. It's a certain kind of cosmic wisdom, right? And this is the level where you're able to really see reality beyond yourself. Because right now you just see reality in relation to yourself. You think if something hurts you, it's bad. If it pleases you, it's good, which is an illusion, right? Because if you're able to see reality beyond yourself, meaning not depending on whether it feels good or feels bad, that's a complete restructuring of your reality, right? Because right now you think, oh, I'm a black person and I'm involved in this fight and we gotta. It's easy for you to say this is right and this is wrong, but none of it's right or wrong. If you're able to zoom out and see yourself from a higher perspective, you are not a black person. We ain't got to do shit because we don't exist. You're observing a body going through its karma. That's the higher level of cosmic wisdom. And I'm not talking about running away from responsibilities or running away from pain. I'm talking about coming at a level where you're able to truly identify and see that what you are is beyond the body. Now, it may take some practice to get to that point, but I mean, eventually you'll get there. Maybe the next lifetime. Who knows? It's up to how much work your karma has afforded you to do this round. But in any case, spending a lot of time in that zone helps you to get even higher, which is the level of Prakriti in her full form. When you're able to see all of tangible physical reality as one thing, right? We've heard of this in the past as the oath of the abyss, right? Everything you know about magic and spirituality has been, derived from Indian cosmology, including the oath of the abyss, when Jack Parsons talked about all, when you take the oath of the abyss, it's just you and the world, you and the universe, which is true. That's reaching the level beyond cosmic wisdom and reaching the level of Prakriti. We're able to see that all of tangible reality is one thing. You, your environment, right? Your flesh, your clothes, the animals, the air, everything is one thing, one object that is morphing and changing and shaping and flowing. And all you're doing is watching that. You're looking at it, you're observing it. Because really, there's nothing else you can do. You're not in it, you're not a part of it, you're just watching it. Now, when you begin to reach that level of consciousness, which is the closest that we can get to ultimate consciousness at our current level, things about you begin to change. Your life begins to realign in a different way because you're not causing and creating more karma. When you're down in that level of the five senses, like an animal, you're being bombarded with past karma and you're generating new karma every second because you're in reaction mode. You're just causing and affecting over and over and over and over again. There's no liberation, no salvation. You're creating your prison walls and putting new bricks in the walls every second. That sucks, but that's where everyone else is. But when you're at those higher levels of cosmic wisdom, of cosmic awareness, you're not creating that shit anymore. You're not creating it anymore. You're observing it, you're letting it play out, and you're not attaching to it, which is releasing yourself from it. Gradual liberation, right? To the point where eventually a lot of these karmas begin to dissolve and subside and pass through you. They don't happen to you, they happen through you. Even to the point where they begin to happen through other people and other things. It's at that point that you can really start to consider, leaving and not coming back, as they say. But not before. Not before. There's no get out of jail free card. It's just not even possible. Because before that point, you don't even know what's going on. You still think that, you can be identified by your body and your race and your gender, right? Your spirit isn't even your gender. Just because I have a male body that's the tool. That's not even who or what I am. That's the tool that I operate through. Spiritual awareness has a lot to do with reaching different levels of perception. You can tell where someone is at if you just listen to them and let them talk. They tell you where they're at. If it's we got to do this for us and our people, they're still down there in that five senses animal level. But the more that you begin to there's a certain level of acceptance that happens, right? And it's not an acceptance as in giving up. Oh, there's no use. No, it's an acceptance as you see this thing for what it is. It's like an organic machine bubbling and flowing. Every single day is an unfolding process. Whether you think you're taking part in it or not, whether you think you've got free will or not, everything is happening the way it's supposed to, right? If you're somebody who can understand what astrology actually is, you can look at this chart, right? You can look at the stars' movements and see that what is happening on the terrestrial plane was already going to happen. This has nothing to do with your involvement. The energy flows and ebbs and morphs and shifts, and the pieces of you that are attached and have karma related to them, they're shifted with it. And astrology is only a map of the shifting. Astrology doesn't cause things to happen. It's just an illustration. It's just an explanation of what shift is coming and where, right? Whether you believe in it or not, it has nothing to do with belief. It's literally a science, right? And if you don't believe that, if you don't understand that, it's just a lack of data. There is data out there that can explain to you how and why without using any fluffy terms whatsoever, right? But yeah, man. Yeah. It's attainable. It's attainable if you're serious, you know. At least for me, I know that it makes it seem as if like a Jesus or a Buddha comes around once in a life. No, excuse me, once in a 2,000 year. No, no. Mm-mm. They're always here. Enlightened beings, enlightened people are always present. Just gotta know what you're looking for. They're not gonna look like Caesar Borgia. Matter of fact, it doesn't matter how they look. It's about what they do and how they do it. And it can be a reality for you if that's in your karma for it to be a reality. But, you know, the main thing is to learn how to be aware of yourself and to practice being aware of yourself consistently, right? Not a moment lost to being under the trance of the five senses. Because until you're at that state of awareness, you're under the spell of the flesh. The media is not putting you under a spell. They're doing this to us. None of that exists. You are choosing to be under a trance. So choose to break out of it when you're ready. When you're ready. There's no enemies. The veil of Maya is not a bad thing. It's not an evil thing. You need the veil of Maya. It prevents you from getting overwhelmed and your consciousness shattering into a million pieces. It's preventing you from going insane. But through this work, you gradually you withdraw that veil back. Like I said, spiritual advancement is levels of perception through that veil of Maya. Maya covers up all the stuff you're not ready for. But if you do the work, you begin releasing your attachment to the five senses responsibly, and you begin to see more clearly how ultimate reality works. Now, as a byproduct, as a side effect, these cities begin to happen, and cities are supernatural abilities, including psychic ability, which comes a bit easier for those of us who study under the path of the air element. Now, there are other people who go under the earth element or the fire element or the water element, even Akasha, like Tesla, but different things come with these different elements. But the main thing to consider is dedication, right? And being consistent with one path, because they all lead to the same place. They all lead to the source. So you're not going to get there by jumping to and fro, dabbling in this system and that system and trying to do this and trying to do tarot today and Kabbalah tomorrow and Goetia that day. And pick one thing and get really good at it. And you'll begin to see that all this stuff connects to that one thing you studied. If you just stick with Kabbalah, you're going to find everything else in Kabbalah. I would recommend following what we're doing at the current time if you're not on anything right now, because at least you can dialogue with us or you can listen with us and follow along until you're able to get your own trajectory. That would be my suggestion. But if you're already on a path, stay on it and maybe listen for correspondences with what we're saying, because all this stuff connects, all of it. So yeah, that's my talk. I'm grateful. I'm thankful. This is amazing. This is incredible. I could not have imagined being where I am now. Right? I could not have imagined having the awareness that I have. Right? The life that I have. The strength that I have. Right? The compassion that I have. I wouldn't have imagined this. And it gets better. It gets even better. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I eat too much avocado and toast. What? It's new to me, all right? I'm just figuring it out. Playing the field. It's awfully healthy. Peace, Ado-A. Samadhi. All right. Ace X. Good to see you. Greetings and salutations and all. Nuru, I appreciate you. I appreciate your presence. I appreciate your perspective. Thank you for chiming in with much needed insight. Sunshine Chick, appreciate you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. EST 1985. I mean, you might as well hit that join button. I'm just saying. But either way, I appreciate you. She says I need to sprinkle some seeds on top of my avocado toast. Maybe. Maybe. No, I probably shouldn't say that. Let's see. Who do we have in the chart as well? Yeah, I think that's everybody. Yes. If your girl doesn't like pineapple taste, avocado does the same thing. All right. So yeah. The ride does not stop. So might as well learn to enjoy it. Let me get back to studying. You guys can keep in touch with me on Instagram because I'm always there. You know what I'm saying? If I don't respond to you immediately, I'm not ignoring you.
Excuse
Right?
me, red circle, Corin Rachel, Premier.
Oftentimes I get, you know, but yeah, keep in touch, and I will do my absolute best to reply and respond, and let me know that you're
Excuse
from the
me,
chat and
Theta
whatnot.
Realms, Brainwave Sound Journeys.
All right, Maxine, I'm trying to say my goodbyes here to the good people of planet Earth. All right, so yeah. Yeah. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.